Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Ultimate Shapeshifter Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Did I cheat on Hisashi and forget? Inko thought upon hearing what her son's quirk was. It made absolutely no sense. Maybe there was a secret aspect to it that they didn't know yet? Honey, I'm homie, she yelled upon getting back. Little Izuku was quick to run to the Bakugu's house. She tried to make him stay so they could at least tell Hisashi the news, you know, like a family, but she supposes friends are more important than family? Well, where is Izu? He asked after giving her a kiss. Ran off to tell Katsuki where else. So? What is it? Before I say, sit. Why? Honey, I think I cheated on you. Pff, what? It makes no sense. I don't remember cheating on you, but what else could it be? Are you hiding another secret quirk or something? The white-haired man's sweat dropped. No? What's his quirk, dear? He can shapeshift. I know, right? The man stood up. He looked at his wife, then at the picture of the three on the wall, then back at his wife, then he sat back down. I have a secret quirk dash. Huh. It's dash. Shape-shifting Kaken. Zuko. You have green hair. Yes. He tilted his head. And you have a shape-shifting quirk. I don't see where you are going with the dash. Beast Boy. You are Beast Boy. Shocked. I know. Does that make you Starlight? No, stupid, he flicked his forehead. Hi. I wanna see. Okay, he made a face, the face of someone who was either farting, pooping, or concentrating. All of these instances could be considered the same. Then poof! He became a kitten, slightly green and mostly black. His clothes were disposed on the ground. Oof, this would be a problem. While Kaken laughed, he jumped on the blonde's hair. It was comfy. Oi nerd, get off. Mo. Don't move on me. He stretched on Katsuki's hair, causing his face to fall in front of Bakugu. For Izuku it was an incredibly amusing sight. His eyes were so big. He fell from there. Bakugu catched him before he hit the ground. He was so small that his whole body fit the little bridge Katsuki made with his hands. He set the kitten down in front of him. Switch back, nerd. He did, being quick to put his clothes back on. Kaken, your hair is so comfy. Shut up, stupid. He oh so eloquently said, face turning red. Hi. Mitsuki watched the scene from inside the house with fondness in her eyes. She decided to call Inko. And you never thought it was important to tell me that because? Well, I never intended to drag neither of you to this mess. At least you recognize it's a mess. She crossed her arms. Why, you are not leaving me, right? She stared his soul, the freaking underground boogeyman. I dash. All Might's nemesis. It's Dash. And how old are you again? He sighed, 200. Cammy. The phone started ringing. She picked it up. What? Wow, someone is grumpy. Just called to invite you over to dinner. The brats are being all cute on my backyard. Oh yes, that'd be lovely. I have so much to catch up with you. You must have noticed Izu's quirk doesn't exactly match neither mine nor Hisashi's. Did you cheat on him? Honestly, girl, kudos on you if you did. I wish I will tell you over when we get there. But, sayonara. To it. You can't tell her. Like hell I can't. Cammy, I should have listened to her when she told me not to marry you. Inko. I love you so much, me being a villain. Cammy. Doesn't change who I am. I'm only a villain because one for all users consider me one. I even saved a kid from the streets when he was 5 and raised him. You did what? What? You have a secret child. Do you want to meet him? That shouldn't be a question. Izu. Kaken. You know what has to happen, right? They immediately got into battle stances, as stancy as 4-year-olds can be, and started circling each other. Gasp. Not my children. It's over, a villain. Either you surrender or I will eat your children. And explosions, so? You won't get away with this, hero. Even if you kill them, my super deadly death laser will eat the earth. Masaru had no idea what was happening. Why is the hero eating the villain's child? Why is the death ray eating the earth? What's with them and eating stuff? Are you too hungry? He asked. That was the only logical thing. I'm hungry for justice. And death. The AI. Yes, he had no idea. Inko, meet Tamura. Tamura, this is my wife. The blue-haired boy was really confused. You have a wife? Honey, is he treating you well? She asked, crouching to his level. Yes. Where are you living with him? You are so skinny. Are you feeding him right? I have places around, and well, my sloth servant is responsible for his feeding. And education. And anything he needs. You were going to say SLV, weren't you? No, he looked away like a guilty man. TSK, this won't do at all. I can't be married to a guy who calls people their slaves. Please don't divorce me. A sensei? Here, sweetie, eat this. She gave him a cookie. His eyes lit up. It had been a few weeks since he had a cookie. He liked cookies. Hisashi, his skin is awful. Go grab some of my lotions to give the poor boy. Wise. She turned back to the child. If you need to run away from him, just give me the word and he will never look at you again. No. Sensei saved me. He's all I have and oh, poor boy. It's all right, sweetie. I was just making sure. Okay. I want another. Sure. She gave him another cookie as Hisashi came back with lotions. Izuku was back in kitten form while he and Katsuki watched TV. It was strange and comforting at the same time being a kitten. Maybe he should try some bird later. Yeah, flying would definitely be cool. Katsuki was petting him and yeah, if he stopped he would bite his fingers. Maybe it was because of Kaken's quirk, but he was so warm and comfy, he doubted anyone else would feel like this. The time passed and it was getting late, almost time for dinner, and Kami, the smell of the food Masaru was making was godly. When the movie ended, he transformed back into a human and they went to play in Katsuki's bedroom. He had so many cool toys. Izuku loved playing with his toys. Boys, dinner is ready. Mitsuki called after a while. They hurried down and noticed Inko was there alone smiling. Mommy, where is Daddy? Little Izuku asked upon seeing her. Oh, sweetie, your daddy is going on a very nice and long vacation. Why? He tilted his head asking. He was so cute. She squeezed his cheek and picked him up. Because he did bad and lied to me about a lot of things, so we are taking a break to think things out. Oh, dummy dad, you can't lie to mommy. Exactly, my little bush. While they ate, they told them everything about their day. The three adults weren't really sure what any of their nonsense meant, but they still acted like they did. After dinner, Inko sat with Mitsuki to tell her everything and the boys went back to playing. How they had so much energy was a mystery. When they returned to their house, most of Hisashi's things were still there, so she tucked Izuku in his bed giving him a good night, and started putting everything on boxes. If he wasn't going to get the hint, she'd throw the hint in his throat and make him choke on it. Yes, Inko Midoriya was many things. Merciless was one of them. Izuku knew it was dangerous to stay late on the streets. He was 12 now, which meant he wasn't stupid. His teachers were very keen in telling him that. They even moved him up a grade because of his smarts, and he loved to learn. He did. There was a thirst for knowledge within him that no one knew how to explain. Katsuki always joked he had a second quirk for being smarts. Don't take away my accomplishments, Kaken. You are just jealous you are stuck in your grade, he always answered. It usually earned him a few hours of Katsuki ranting how, no, I'm not jealous. Shut the F up, nerd. You don't know anything. At least I have friends besides you. He does, but Izuku rather call them lackeys instead of friends. Seriously, they just agreed with everything Kaken said or did. That couldn't be healthy. And well, Midoriya wasn't the most popular. Being a grade above and having a quirk that made him behave like an animal did that to you. But it was fine, because he had learned through the years that he didn't need anyone besides his human heater anyways. Who even needs friends? What even are friends? Besides, if he had any more than he currently does, he wouldn't be able to spend his days flying around as a pigeon. Honestly, being a pigeon was fun. They were always plotting something, and Izuku more than once joined in their schemes to take over the world. He knew what he was doing was technically illegal quirk use, but oh well, it's only illegal if he gets caught. He joined a pigeon gang. Their current target was a pigeon teen human with red wings that was trying to claim their territory. They'd have none of that. The sky where there's Mr. Pigeon Dude. Pyuper, Shugo. Wait. They all chanted. Wait, I got sidetracked back to his nights. He liked to be a cat during the nights, why you might ask. Because he once walked in a cat assembly, they were all singing, yes, singing about jellicle cats. He wanted to be a jellicle cat even though he had no idea what that meant, so during nights he snuck out to be one. Usually it was uneventful, but sometimes the siblings would show up and they always took him to the best adventures. After a year of showing up to these assemblies he earned a jellicle name, Skimblianiates. It was low-key his proudest moment in life. Which did say a lot about his life and personality, but he'd rather not dwell on that. This night, however, he was strutting over where they would meet, when he noticed a man, all dressed in black, leaving food for them in their spot. He wouldn't take the food, he had it at home. Besides, Big Tanta Brutus had already claimed it. He ate and didn't die, therefore man dressed in black equals good person. He saw Anne Merclary get near the man and sniff him. He did the same, which earned them both head pats. Damn if the man kidnapped him right now with the promise of head pats forever, he would absolutely not care. His self-proclaimed mom, Ms. Gumblebum, showed up and hissed at the nice man. He strutted over Bum and she gave him head licks. Heaven. Anne Merclary copied him. How dare she? But Bum would not tolerate any fighting whatsoever. The man laughed at them and next up he was talking. Zashi would kill me, but Cammy, I want to take you all. Who was this Zashi? Why would he kill the good man? So many questions. Welp, it looked like there wouldn't be any meeting tonight, so he went back home. He made sure no one was around to see him changing into a bird and flew away. It was faster to fly than to walk. Izuku Midoriya, where were you at 3 a.m.? His mom said upon noticing he was back home. He cursed himself internally. She used his full name. He was in trouble. Wow, he couldn't even think of an excuse. But in his defense, he was still in cat mode. Fun fact, the more time he spent in a certain form, the more the antics of such form passed to his human one. I don't want excuses, I want you promising me this was a one-time thing. Well, that would be hard since it wasn't. She shook her head. She wasn't angry, she was disappointed. That was honestly so much worse. Do you want to be robbed? To get kidnapped? We don't live in a safe area, hun. I'm just worried about your safety. I know. He hugged her, snuggling against her chest, taking in her scent. She smelled like home. It was warm, but not as warm as Katsuki. I'm sorry, but I'm never out as a human, and who would think of kidnapping a cat anyway? He strategically forgot about how he'd let himself get kidnapped for pats. A lot of people would take you thinking you were a stray to help you, or to a kennel to take you off the streets. I worry, hun. Please don't go out at night anymore. I can't promise you that. I'm a part of this important organization that requires my attention at night. She raised her eyebrow, distrusting. Say what now? I can't explain further. It's a secret organization. Of cats. Don't worry. Nothing to worry about or see. She sighed. You take too much after your father after all. He let go of her. It was rare for her to talk about his dad. He had 1 or 2 memories about the man, so he'd take the chance to know more. Really? What was he like? Kind, a crybaby, a villain. You know. Now go to bed. I'm sure you are tired. I know I am. He nodded and walked away. Did she say villain? Today was one of those rare days Izuku didn't spend part of his day as a pigeon. That was because Katsuki wanted them to join a dojo. It was smart, and it showed Katsuki was still strong about his dream of being a hero. Izuku wasn't so adamant on being one anymore. But he also didn't know what else he could be that would allow him to use his quirk without the possibility of getting arrested, so he'd follow his heater's footsteps. Ms. Ratesu reminded him of Ms. Gumblebum. They both had white fur, well, in case of Ms. Ratesu hair, and they both looked at anyone younger as if they were their kids. Katsuki did all the talking while Izuku got distracted with this cool light. It was lightsaber-shaped, so cool. After they were done talking, Kaken called him over. They were doing a test drive. It was mostly so she could access their levels, but still, she made them do drills. They had to run 10 laps around the thing. It became a race. Izuku won. He was used to running to get to places, and no quirks were allowed, but even as a human he still had feline instincts. I say felines, but it's mostly cats and not another, because even though he could become anything, he settled with the boring cat form. Maybe because it was the first thing he ever became, but still. Then they did a grip strength one, Katsuki won. Even though it wasn't a competition, that much was obvious. Then a flexibility test, Izuku won. Then a rope climbing one, Kat won. Then she told them to go against each other, still no quirks, and they did. It was sloppy and wild and neither of them got hurt because as they were about to do something that would hurt the other, they felt an invisible force separating them. It was a draw. After everything she told them what they would focus on, and that they should go back every Tuesday and Thursday. And thus began their journey to become fit. Izuku hated it, he just wanted to sleep. Izuku didn't want to make his mom worry, but well, he was a jellicle cat, and jellicle cats meet when the moon is high. As he was walking to their spot he saw the good-dressed and black man slumped over by a wall. There was a strong smell in the air, a smell of blood. He rushed where the man was and yet he was bleeding out. He started panicking. Should he turn back? The clothing problem had been solved for a while thanks to his mom scaring the sheet out of a certain brand he liked, so he wouldn't be a naked child in an alley, but he would still be a child in an alley in the middle of the night next to a bleeding man. The man noticed him and smiled weakly. "Hey little one," he coughed, "don't mind me, this is nothing." It definitely looked like something. He got closer to the man and he petted him right behind his ear. He loved that spot. "God damn it Zashi, where are you?" he breathed out. It really looked bad. He should turn right? The man somehow noticed his distress. "Don't worry little one, my friend is on his way." Oh, if that was the case then he should be fine, right? Yeah, he should be fine. It's not that he didn't trust the nice man to turn in front of him, it's just. No, yeah, he did not trust him. Even hurt he could be a kidnapper. So he stayed next to him until his friend came, and once he did he was loud. Cammy, they were alerting every criminal out there of their location. Sho. And you here? He did first aid on the now named Sho, and then noticed the cat slowly retreating away. Izuku wasn't going to stay near Loud. "No sir. Don't worry little one, Zashi would never hurt you." He wanted to argue that there is no reason for him to trust anything he is saying besides that one time he fed Big Tanta Brutus but only a mo came out. He stayed with me until you got here. So cute. So. Fine. Come here little kitten. He doesn't know why he did, but when he was picked up by the loud blonde, he jumped on his hair, as he always did with Kaken. Next up the blonde helped the show up and they walked away. After they got inside a car Izuku noticed that wait. Why am I going with them? But he couldn't escape while being in the car, and the whole way he was receiving ear scratches which really made all his sense of logical thinking be thrown out the window. Once the car stopped and the door was open he yeeted himself out of there. Show. And the loud yelled for him to come back but he noped, and once no one could see he became a bird. There was just one problem that he did not take into account. He had no clue where he was. It was already morning and Izuku was not home yet. Inko liked to think she was calm, a good mother and most of all logical. Well, she was absolutely none of those things, as she called Mitsuki questioning if he was with Katsuki and just forgot to tell her. But he wasn't. In 1 hour everyone she knew was informed that Izuku was missing and to be on the lookout for the kid or a green animal. There were some iguanas found but none were Izuku. When midday came and he still hadn't showed up she went for the police station. It hadn't been 48 hours but she did not care. That was her baby boy, and she'd be dead if a time restriction kept her from finding him. They filed a missing person report mainly because she threatened them, but nothing was found. It was night again and not a single clue. Katsuki was panicking, and the whole neighborhood grabbed their flashlights and went on the streets, yelling for his name like a lost pet, and yet, he wasn't found. He was scared and hungry. He tried turning back human to ask for help but he couldn't, he was way too panicked for that. There were no landmarks he could tell, no point of references he knew, he was completely lost. He tried going back to the cat's meeting spot but he also had no idea where that was. He tried asking for any animal that would hear him for help, but they had no idea what he was talking about. The night was cold to make things worse, and the air smelled like blood. He wanted to go back. He wanted his mom. He wanted anyone. He curled in himself whimpering, and it was the most heartbreaking thing Toya had ever heard. "Hey kitten, are you hungry?" More cries. He'd take that as a yes. He couldn't just buy cat food. He could barely buy food for himself, but still, he offered the kitten a piece of the sandwich he was eating. The kitten ate, trusting him immediately. He picked the kitten up, who didn't even fight, and noticed it was quick to sleep on him. Cammy, he couldn't just leave it alone. He had no idea where he was, but it was warm. He woke up in his human form next to some random scarred guy. He yelped away, making the guy move. What? The F dash. Toya squinted his eyes. The F dash? Why you do you have more food? The F dash. Toya had no idea why there was a kid there, and honestly he wasn't sure he wanted to know. He looked around looking for the kitten and realization hit him. You are the kitten, aren't you? Sorry. Cammy kid, are you homeless? What were you doing out there? I got lost. A man tried to take me home with him, and I panicked so I ran away, but I didn't know where I was, and Cammy I ended up being taken anyway. Calm down. He looked at the kid, and then he heard a grumble coming from his belly. I will make us food. Okay. He couldn't believe this. He didn't want a kid, he didn't even want a cat. Just why? You do one good thing and then suddenly the universe shoves you in a hole. And you can't get out because you know this is karma. Do you have a home? He asked while making them breakfast. Izuku sat on the couch. He was visibly uncomfortable. Why yes. Mom must be worried sick, and Kami Kaken is gonna kill me. Here, he gave him a plate with food and sat next to him on the gray couch. Once upon a time it was white. What's your name, Squirt? He shouldn't say. Mom always said you couldn't give your name to strangers. Well, it probably couldn't get any worse. I Izuku Midoriya. What about you? Shidi can't just give him his name, names. Dobby. Really? You don't have to ask like that, I had a time limit. You don't believe me, Greenie? No. Where are we? I mean what district? Hosu. That's so far away. How even? Where are you from, kid? Emustafu. Wow, that really is far. I don't really know how to go back. Dobby looked up as if asking the heavens. I can take you back, just give me an address. Why are you helping me? I'm asking that myself. They had been walking for a while, he was getting tired, so he did the logical thing. Can I sleep in your coat? He asked Dobby. The man in question looked at him like he was insane. Well, perhaps he was because he said yes, and suddenly there was a snake climbing him up, then a hamster in his pocket. He never wants to be climbed by a snake ever again. It took a few hours to get to the address Izuku gave him. He knocked on the little apartment's door, but no one answered. Hey kid, wake up, he shook his pocket. We are here. The little hamster climbed his hair, then turned into a cat, then jumped to the ground and turned human. He yelled. Silence. Well kid, do you have a way to go inside or? He started crying. Yeah, he'd take that as a no. Calm down, don't worry There. He patted him. Next thing he knew the kid was hugging him. He isn't paid enough for this. Actually he isn't being paid at all. Should he ask for payment? Probably he needed money. Kaken, I need to go there. He will know where she is. Okay. He started walking to this Kaken house with the kid. He had no idea why he hadn't left yet. Well, he knew, he just didn't want to admit he wanted to make sure the kid was okay. Upon getting there the kid knocked and a loud "come in" came from inside. It was like all the breath he was holding in left his body. A blonde woman opened the door and without a second thought she hugged Izuku. We were so worried, brat, where were you? I got lost. He sniffed and held her as if he'd die if he let go. Where is mom? She had to work. Oh. Of course she mobilized everyone to look for you beforehand. She noticed Dobby just standing there not knowing how to exist. Who are you? Sup. He helped me. Oh. Then thank dash, before she could end the phrase a yellow blur appeared. Zuko where you loser? What a healthy friendship. Kaken. He transformed into a cat midair, settling on the blonde's hair. The blonde seemed satisfied because he simply walked back inside talking non-stop about how worried sick he was, and that next time he'd even dare do anything like this again he'd kill him. Well, I'll be going then. Nonsense. Stay for lunch. She could tell he needed real food in his system. Since you insist, she didn't. Inko showed up 10 minutes later. It was a teary reunion. Dobby felt like he was intruding, but also, free food. So as they ate it soon became an interrogation. Not only they wanted to know everything that happened to Izuku, but they also wanted to know everything about him. He doesn't know why, but it was hard to lie to them. What's your name, sweetie? Why was she calling him sweetie? He was 20 for Cammy's sake. Dobby. Just that. Why did no one believe him? Those look like they hurt. Not really, they did when it happened, but not anymore. How did they happen? My body can't handle my quirk, he shrugged. Oh no. Don't worry, I'll help you, Izuku said. Thanks, but no need, it's fine, I can't feel pain anymore. I don't care. He looked determined. He would give him that. He had no idea how he'd plan on helping him, but oh well, as long as it didn't make things worse. Fine. His smile was blinding. After a while, Inko and Izuku went back home, and Dobby went back to his, but after a lot of insisting left his phone number. Why they wanted it was beyond him, but still. A few days later, Izuku got his own phone which had exactly 6 numbers. Dobby was one of them. Inko didn't like the idea of giving him a phone at a young age, but it was necessary given that he was way too irresponsible. She had a special phone case made from the same material as his clothes so that it would stay with him after he changed forms. But either way, he was grounded from staying out late anyway. A little bit unfair in his honest opinion. But oh well. As long as he doesn't get caught. Midoriya loved exploring. After he got a phone with a magical thing called GPS, he had set markings for places he liked visiting. For instance, he found Dobby and out of nowhere he would pop in his place. The first time he did it, it was as a crow and it had scared the shit out of him. You would be scared too if the bird you were feeding suddenly turned into a cat and threw himself into your hair. He had no clue why the boy decided to go back. Well, the first time it was an accident according to him. Said he got lost again and recognized his scent. Dobby just knew that was bullshit. The boy deliberately went looking for him. But he had no idea. But well, he didn't really mind the company. He did wonder why the boy wasn't out with friends and stuff, but upon further inspection he learned that he didn't have friends, and that he had finished middle school a year earlier and was just waiting for his UA exam results to return. He was recommended by the school, so he had a good chance. He said he wanted to wait a year so he'd be in the same class as that blonde brat if he got in, but the blonde brat in question convinced him otherwise. The exam wasn't challenging at all. They made us do a race, quirks allowed, so I just became a hawks and flew to the end. It was boring. Maybe I should have tried other things, but I also wanted to win, so meh. But the test portion was fun. Never in his life he had heard a kid describe doing a test as fun. The questions were hard. I had trouble solving them. So fun. He was convinced the kid was a sociopath. Dobby had to be honest. The prospect of him being buddies with a hero student left something sour, but he couldn't get himself to have any negative feelings towards the little kitten. He was way too kind for his own good. Besides, he started learning about how to treat old burns just for him, and well, it was helping. It was scratchy though. Maybe he was allergic to the burn creams? Either that or his skin was actually rebuilding itself, but that'd be impossible, right? Dobby, stop scratching. It will get worse. But dash. No buts. Hebuts. Anyway, no buts. I'm thinking. Another week and we will be able to take the dead skin off. Wait, what? Yee, this is a quirk-made cream to restore skin cells. Cool, right? Wah, a thing like that exists? Yep, so stop scratching. Another thing that happened was that one time Izuku stayed up a little too late with him and a concerned Inko showed up. She had put a tracker in Izuku's phone apparently. Well, he couldn't blame her. He'd done the same if it was his child that got in trouble all the time. She took one look at his apartment and said, well, this just won't do. He suddenly was receiving a lot of invitations to stay over at the Midoriya's. He'd always accept because, well, free food. But it was SUS. Why did they care? People usually didn't care. The Midoriyas did way too much in his opinion. He could be a murderer, he could be a criminal, and yet they gave him a room at their house. He just couldn't fathom why. A day after he spent his first night there and the kid's letter came in, him and the Kaken kid, now that he thinks about it, he still doesn't know his name, were practically vibrating on their seats, and when the midnight hologram said he got in, they were way too happy. He is pretty sure that if he became deaf one day, this would have been the starting point. You are going to you. Kaken yelled. I'm going to, Izuku answered back. It went like that for a while. Later that day after the little party they had, Izuku removed the dead skin from Dobby, and while it really was regenerating, he would still have scars, but he wouldn't be a walking scar anymore. He thought he would have stayed like that for the rest of his life. He would have cried if his crying glands weren't destroyed. Ah, damn it, he would have to tell the kid who he wasn't him. Kid, I'm going to tell you my tragic backstory now. Shocked. How the f did you say that? I'm ready. The little fucker ignored him. My name is actually Toya Todoroki. Kaken, I'm changing my goal in life. Who? I'm going to destroy Endeavor's reputation, career and make him suffer in hell. Izuku. Yes, I need a plan. For fuck's sake, explain. I don't think stealing his position is enough. I should make his life a living hell. Oh, are you ignoring me, you little sheet? Is it illegal to shoot someone with a fire extinguisher? You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Which I could, yes, it's perfect. It will be just like the animal revolution. He had enough. He jumped towards Izuku, popping explosions on his hand. The BSRD had the nerve to laugh. Tomorrow would be his first day at UA, so naturally he couldn't sleep. Not being able to sleep meant one thing: he would explore the world. So he turned into a bird and started flying around. There was this dude jumping around from roof to roof. He noticed it was the food guy. So he started following him around, and oh, wasn't that illegal? He was beating up some shady people. Was he a vigilante? Maybe he was an underground hero. That would explain why he was all bloody and dying months ago. In the passing months he did try to kidnap Izuku a few more times, but he had learned how to get back home, because he failed to resist head pats every time. After he finished fighting with the shady people, he tied them up and called the police. He stayed to give his testimony, and Izuku watched with interest, so that is what being an underground hero is about. He kept following the hero until he realized he was following him to his house. Whoops, and his house wasn't that far from you. How the hell Izuku didn't notice this that day was a mystery. It was probably the stress that made him not think. Well, either way, he turned into a human and marked the house in his phone. It could be useful to know where a pro-hero lived. Especially one who feeded cats. Any cat-friendly individual was a worthy human in Izuku's not-so-human eyes. He turned into a cat and decided to scare the man by jumping on his head. It was effective. The man yelped and hit his back on the other end of the hallway. The noise was enough to wake up a kid that looked like Izuku's age and the loud man. As they left their rooms to inspect what the loud noise was, Purple noticed him and started taking pictures. Hitoshi, I swear to Kami, if these pictures get to your aunt. Too late. I'm regretting all my life's choices. Show. It's the same cat that keeps fleeing from us. DMN, the man had good memory. This wasn't in Izuku's plan. Well, he wasn't actually sure what his plan was in the first place, so he simply left the man's head and started heading to the nearest window. However, his path was blocked by Purple Kid closing the window before he could get there. Okay, new plan, leave through the door he came in. He ran to that, but it was closed by Blonde. Crap. He was trapped. There were 3 other cats on the house, and he explained to them how he needed to leave because he had to return to his human. The cats all argued that these humans were great, but after selling them high they realized they didn't really want to share, so they agreed to help him escape after the humans went to sleep. It was all futile though, because what was wrong with these people? Purple stayed the rest of the night talking to him, preventing him from leaving, and Sho stayed with them reading stuff. Well, if they weren't going to sleep he might as well. After waking up he realized that oh shit, his mom would kill him. He wasn't with his UA uniform, he was at a stranger's house. There'd be no time for him to return home, to change and then go back to UA. His only option was to go uniformless. Thank Kami he had solved the clothing problem, otherwise he'd need to go naked too. Loud was dressed as Present Mike, and wait. Loud was Present Mike. Holy shit, he was being held captive by Present Mike. To be fair, he did put himself in this situation, but still. The moment the window was opened he yeeted himself from Purple and flew to UA. Kami, he didn't have anything with him, not his backpack, not his uniform. Would he even be able to get inside the school? Well, if he flew in, he could also simply not. Yep, people would think it was odd, but he could always lie and say it was part of his quirk that he was sometimes stuck in it. It was not like anyone could force him to change back. Yeah. Nizu watched as a green hawk flew inside the barriers. The camera identified him as Izuku Midoriya, a first year. He was intrigued, so he pulled his file and grades. and was pleasantly surprised he'd have a word with him later. For now he would simply watch the chaos. Miscalculation from his plan: if he was an animal he couldn't make friends. Well, it's not like he wanted any anyway, he thought like a liar. He saw that a classmate from Aldra got in. She was his green-haired buddy. Her hair was a lighter green tone than his and she wore blue round glasses. Her quirk was light manipulation. It was really cool. He was minding his business as a cat, in his seat when she got near him. Why? He didn't even remember her name. Wow, he was a terrible classmate. You are Midoriya-kun, aren't you? Mo. Yeah, I thought so. Aren't you going to change back? He should. Mo, they had time. They were both a few minutes early, so he started walking to a secluded area. She got the hint and followed him. Once they were alone, except for the security camera that had a chimera watching, he changed back. I got stuck in a pro hero's house. He thought I was a stray and kept me captive, so I didn't had time to get my uniform. Oh, she laughed. Well, that was fair. He'd laugh too if he was hearing the explanation instead of having lived it. I have a spare one here, bought just in case. It's the girl's uniform, but it's better than nothing, right? Shocked him, and now he felt bad for not knowing her name. Thank you so much, I owe you one. He bowed. Oh, there is no need for that. Just turn back and we will grab it in the classroom. It's in my bag. He nodded and became a cat again. When they returned, more people were there, and well, they did think it was strange for a green cat to be there, especially after the girl pulled clothes from her bag and gave it to the cat. He strode to the bathroom and changed. He decided to strategically leave what he was already using underneath the blazer and skirt, a black turtleneck shirt and a purple short, and return back to class. Once he did, people were even more confused. Thank you again, Hikari. Her blazer had her name in it. It was honestly his salvation. It's fine. Why are you wearing the girl's uniform? A guy with red vibrant skin and purple hair asked him. Stuff happened. Oh yeah? It's good on you. This was not the place where he thought this conversation would be going. Thanks. I'm Budu. Cheery. Izuku Midoriya. Sweet. What's your quirk? Mine is Dash. If you are here to make friends, then leave. Eraserhead said, shutting everyone up. It took you all 4 minutes to even notice I was here. In a life-death situation you would all be dead. Now put these on, we are having a small test. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Pff, oh no. Sir, what about the welcome ceremony? A girl with floaty orange hair asked. Here in UAS teachers have full reign on what we do with our class. That means I can skip that DMN useless thing. That also means I have full liberty to expel you from the hero course if I see fit. Now go, we are all losing time. Meet me at Gym Gamma. Izuku was the first to get there, because he followed Aizawa's scent to get there without getting lost, alongside a girl with bluish hair, who followed him after she realized he looked like he knew what he was doing. The rest of the class was quick to follow, and he found his friends? Are they his friends? And stood near them. There were 7 square blocks of cement in the gym. I'm going to put you all in groups of 3. The objective is to escape the rooms in 10 minutes. Quirks are allowed. Use any means necessary to escape. Ooh, sounds fun, a guy with pink hair and purple skin said. Fun, you say? How about this? If you don't do well enough, you'll be expelled. They still thought it would be fun. Izuku was paired with that girl with bluish hair, Maada Fuwa, Quirk Foam, and Furimu Ringu, Quirk Transform. There was nothing inside of there, it was just 4 plain cement walls. I can become a cannon and blast the wall, Ringu said. No, I think this isn't really about pure strength, it has to have some kind of logical way to solve this, Fuwa said. I agree, Izuku, I can check if there is some kind of mechanism to this thing, he said, and after the two nodded he became a dog. As he was sniffing, water started peering in from above. They all understood. By the ratio the water was pouring, in 3 minutes the square would be full. Fuwa filled the hole from where the water was leaking with her foam. This won't hold for long, but it can give us some time. He heard something weird coming from one spot and turned back into a human. I think there is something here. Without a second thought, Ringu became a lightsaber. It was a weird sight, a floating lightsaber moving on its own. He made a hole in the wall where Izuku said there were some wires and a button. Fuwa clicked the button and even more water started pouring and breaking her foam. Oh no, she started laughing. Izuku and Ringu did too. To be fair, it was pretty funny. After a while laughing the water reached their faces, so Fua made a foam bubble around the three and Izuku said, "Can you destroy the wall following the path of the wires?" Ringu nodded and started doing just that. After a while it reached a panel with 3 buttons. Izuku's instincts were screaming at him to go with the last one, so he did, and upon doing so all the walls fell down. Water exploded everywhere, setting them free, except that because the one above them was also free falling above them, they would be crushed. A lot happened in those few seconds. Izuku turned into a cockroach. He doesn't like to turn into one because it hurts, but these things are immortal. A bunch of foam exploded from Fua, keeping the cement ceiling from reaching her, and Ringu turned into a pebble and rolled away following the cockroach. Eraserhead used his scarf to pull Fua out of the way. Then he looked around for his other students and noticed they were standing next to him with stupid smiles on their faces. Kami, these kids would be the death of him. Also, the green problem child was naked except for his boxers. "You all failed." "What, Keno? But we left the room." "It's not our fault it exploded." "What was the solution then?" the 3 exclaimed at the same time. He sighed. Then on the other corner of the room another block exploded. He ran to help them not die crushed, pulling them out of the way with his scarf. A few meters from there a girl punched her way through one of the walls, making water, again, fly everywhere. Did no one look down? After everything, Eraser was soaked. He would never listen to Samantha's suggestions again. Next year would be a simple quirk test, nothing more, nothing less. The entire class was dripping wet on the floor. Not a single one of them managed to do this the right way. They all used their quirks in an obvious way. No one thought outside the box. Most of them took this as a joke. He was utterly disappointed. Was this the future of heroes? Not on his watch. In my 2 years of teaching, I have never watched a class so in sync when it came to failing. But we left the room. You said any means necessary. What else were we supposed to do? This was stupid. I had fun. Everyone yelled at the same time. Enough. There was a drain in the floor that all you all had to do was unclog. And the door was unlocked. No one even thought of checking the door, nor looking down. You all used your quirks in obvious ways. No one took this seriously, except for one group. Most of you didn't even think of working as a team. Honestly, I'm disappointed. I see no potential this year. In fact, I'm transferring you all to other courses. I'm not teaching a class with no potential. That is, you are dismissed, expelled. Get out of my face. He wasn't going to do this, but they annoyed him. What? You can't do that. But we passed the entrance exam. What do you mean expelled? Where are we supposed to go? Please give us another chance, sir. What do we have to do for another chance? Fine. I'm giving you all exactly 1 week to give me a reason to let you back in. Meanwhile, you are all expelled from this course. No buts, no whines. Gather your things and go talk to Nizu about what course you can transfer to, if not schools. Izuku was shocked. They all were. As 21 students walked soaked towards the principal, the other courses watched. This was known as the Walk of Shame of 1A. Nizu watched through the cameras, amused and a little said, Eraserhead really wanted to give him paperwork, huh? Well, he supposes this is some kind of revenge for invading his personal life. But all the rat ever did was help the adoption of his boy to be faster. Well, he opened the door before any of them had the chance to knock. I will be seeing one at a time. Make a line. They did. While most of them waited, they went to the nearest bathrooms to dry themselves. To all those seniors who needed to pee, it was quite the strange view. Since Izuku was purposely last on the line, he rushed to the locker so he could put back his Hikari's clothes. When he came back, there were only 5 people left before him. He sat where they all were. He was kind of self-conscious about wearing a skirt. A few people looked at him strange, but most didn't care, and some even looked like they were jealous. He wanted to text someone to tell them what was happening, but he also rather have something definitive to say rather than, Eraserhead expelled me, so they are transferring me somewhere. I don't know my future yet. Also, did I mention he is the person who keeps trying to take me home, and that last night he actually succeeded? Yeah, he wouldn't be texting anyone so soon. After what felt like ages, he was finally called in. Then he was intimidated by the chimera. Am I a mouse, a rat, or a bear? Who knows? I'm the principal, the chimera said while he was sitting on the comfy armchair. I'm aware, he said before realizing that was incredibly rude, wasn't it? I see. You want some tea? He accepted. Well, Midoriya, and I must say, Aizawa has really surprised me with his little stunt. Does he usually expel people? Yes, he does, but not the entire class at once. You bunch must have really set him off. I guess. He gave the boy the tea. I must say this does give me a opportunity. You intrigue me. Thanks. You are 14, are you not? Yes. And they advanced you because your school work was too easy for you, did they not? Yeah. He scratched his neck. They wanted me to finish middle school when I was 10, but I insisted on staying because I liked going to school. Really intriguing. May I propose something for you? Sure. I have a test here I'd like for you to make. If you pass, I'd like for you to become my personal student and go to the support course. Okay. He liked tests. Tests were easier to understand than people. The Chimera gave him a tablet. Ready? Oh, you want me to do this now? Indeed. What was his alternative really? Okay. And start. He clicked his wristwatch to time it and Midoriya started the thing. When Aizawa noticed what was happening, it was too late. What have I done? Extra. Why didn't Inko go looking for him when he didn't return home? Inko Midoriya was above all else a mother, and a mother that worries, so the second time. Izuku dared to not return home. She followed the tracker on his phone, and what she saw. Never again. She would never look for him during the night again. She couldn't understand exactly what was happening, but she wasn't quite sure she wanted to know. There were a group of cats wearing dark capes and witch hats circling a fire and meowing to the moon. One of those cats she noticed was green. Izuku did not notice her, but honestly she didn't want him to. Maybe she was a bad mother to have simply turned and walked away, but she refused to stay to watch cats doing a satanic ritual, and worst of all, she had half a mind to think if she had stayed she would have become the sacrifice. The reality of that situation actually had nothing to do with Satan nor demons, but neither Midoriya mentioned the incident and Izuku was simply glad his mother suddenly stopped worrying about his night outings. So how was your first day? Inko asked. While setting the table, Toya was stirring the food. He wanted to deny it, but he was considered part of the family now whether he wanted it or not. And he didn't. But he wasn't given much of a choice. The Midoriyas could be very persistent. I think I made a friend? Thank Kami. What else, hun? I got expelled from the hero class. What? Then the principal asked me to do a test and then he asked me to be his personal student along with support classes. How dare they expel you from hero classes? I will burn them, Izuku. I will, Toya said, setting the food on the table. And Aizawa-sensei, the one who expelled the whole class, was also the underground hero who keeps trying to adopt Katmi. So, yeah. Kami Izuku. I will be having some words with that man. Don't worry, Mom. Niza said he's going to help me get back to the hero course. Aizawa-sensei said we had 1 week to show him we deserve to be there. So this isn't the end. Oh, in that case I'm sure you will, hun. Thanks. Now tell me about this friend you made. Oh sure. She was actually from Aldra. Good morning. Did you have a good night's rest? No. Aizawa-sensei managed to kidnap me again. Thanks for the clothes, by the way. I'm thinking I should leave a stash here if this keeps on. I have no idea how he found me this time. I wasn't even anywhere near his usual patrol. Niza-sensei, does he have cat senses? I believe he does. Have you tried revealing to him you are the cat? Well, no. Then don't. I'm curious to how long it takes for him to figure it out. Alright. Why don't we start with some lessons on human psychology and how to manipulate it? He nodded and pulled a notebook Niza gave him. So, describe to me what you feel when you fear something. Majima-sensei? Izuku asked upon entering the support class. He noticed a few of his hero classmates already there. Yes. Oh good, then I'm in the right place. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Niza sent me. Oh god no, he smiled ever so sweetly and Powerloader just knew he was trouble. Just sit anywhere. Okay. He hopped near his former classmates. If they ended up back at 1A it would be good to have connections. If they didn't it would also be good, but anyways. Right, let's continue the lesson. I was about to start talking about lab safety. First rule, no running in the lab. I had a student once that ran with a vial full of stuff, tripped, and then half my class was gone. He earned a few chuckles at that. Next, no eating in the lab. 3 years ago we were doing this experiment about the effects of certain substances on food, and a genius, note the sarcasm, more laughs, student thought it was a good idea to eat it. The substance that was used in the bun was invisible, and had no effects on it, therefore the girl that ate didn't actually think there was anything on it. Long story short, she had diarrhea for days. Long story long, I had to deal with a very stoned man who had no idea what I was talking about, even though he was supposed to be able to answer if it was deadly to her or not, and a very distressed parent trying to kill me, that earned him the whole class laughing. A stoned man? Someone asked, and he was happy to interpret. Imagine me, desperate, saw the number of the company that made the substance in the bottle and called them. A long and tired he answers my call, so I said, I student 8XXXX. Is it deadly? What do I have to do? The answer I receive, Dom, that's whack, I dunno man, have you tried calling the company? Yes, I did. That was what he was. This is the number on the bottle. Phuck man, what is the name of the thingy? So I told him again. The man goes silent for a few minutes, and when he returns I hear a, he, Muma Pharmaceuticals, how can I help you in this grand day? From the same man. So I repeat myself because I'm thinking, maybe is someone else, but it wasn't, for he said, Phuck man, that's whack, what's the name of the thingy? At this point the student was crying, thinking they were going to die, so I got nervous and threatened them. Even so, it took 20 more minutes so he would tell me that no, they wouldn't die, just be sick. At that people exploded laughing. Sensei, have you thought of doing stand-up comedy? Someone asked, and he very seriously said, but this isn't a joke. People laughed even more at that. Midoriya was even crying of laughing so hard. Next, people with long hair must always put them up. I had way too many students with hair on fire. If your hair is not tied as a bun, then you won't step inside the lab. Next, always wear a lab coat. There was this time a previous class had used the place and they were studying acids, and they didn't clean the stand. A student saw that it was wet but thought it was just water since it has the same coloration. He wasn't wearing a lab coat, so his arm got affected instead, and bam, he had third-degree burns. He went on telling rules for a while. At the end of the day the whole class was dying of laughing too much from his stories. Kakin. What do you want, nerd? Gimme attention. Unlike you, I still have to get in UA, so I need to study. But you know all those things already. It doesn't hurt to review. Yes it does, I'm hurt. I don't care, go annoy the homeless man you and auntie adopted. He's working. Since when has that stopped you? Tongue sticking out. He pouted and turned into a cat. If he wasn't going to hear him, then he'd make his life hell. He jumped on top of the book and sat there. Oh, I nerd, I have only 1 year. This is not time for games. W. He booped his nose. Katsuki slapped his paw away. Zoo, for F's sake, I need to review this. He liked his own pawn and scratched behind his ear. Zoo, get off. He turned away from him, still over the textbook. Katsuki had enough. He grabbed Izuku's back, and dragged him off, putting him strategically on his lap. I will give you one hand, the other I have to study. Mo. Yeah, you little sheet, you win. He started patting him with one hand while the other he used for the homework. He did not dare to stop, for if he did he got claws digging his skin. It hurt. He would never admit it hurt, but it did. Hitoshi did not understand the green cat. Well, he doesn't understand any cat, but that one in specific was a mystery. He started to show up sometimes there but wouldn't eat the cat food they laid for him, then he would demand pats. And so far, yeah, that's okay. But during the day he would just vanish, and it was not like he returned every night, so he was curious, where did the cat go to after he left the house in the mornings? And where did he spend the night if not with them when he escaped? Unfortunately for him, he couldn't follow him because he had school and he wanted to get into UA. His dad said he could do it, but when your classmates keep telling you to your face you can't, it kind of makes you doubt if you truly can. He trusts his dads, he knows the people at his school are just tyrant bullies, but still. Maybe he should have transferred schools. Too late now, at least he had only 1 year in this hell. Yeah, he could handle 1 more year. UA would be different, right? Midoriya was simply walking to his support classes. He had just ended Nizu's lessons once again. He swears he's going to leave there knowing how to take over the world one day. Not that he wants to, but still, what's the deal with him? And he's now 75% sure Nizu was only interested in him because he has an animal quirk. But oh well. Anyways, where was I? Oh yes, he was simply walking down the UA halls not paying much attention to the world, when suddenly he heard a hey, way closer to his ear than should be allowed. Could this be considered harassment? WH, if he was in cat form he would be stuck in the ceiling right now, but since he wasn't he simply jumped away and hiss. Hi. He turned to the direction of the voice, and saw a face in the wall. He was ready to attack. What? Are you a ghost? What? Nope. The face developed a body. I'm your senpai. The name is Mirio. Okay? He dropped his fighting stance. He was still weary, but if this was an assassin sent to kill him he would already be dead. I heard Aizawa-sensei expelled your entire class. Yeah. He did that with us too. Well, not our whole class, but some people he thought didn't have potential. Nizu-sensei did say it was normal. So are you the kid Nizu took in as a student? He never does that. You must be special. Not really. And humble too. Say, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure to meet you. Come eat with me during your breaks from now on. Okay, senpai. A flush of pride stilled in Mirio. He managed to get someone to call him senpai. Yes. He could die happily now. Good. Us that got expelled on the first day gotta stick together, right? Shocked. You did too? But he let me in again after I challenged him to a duel. Did you win? Nah. He chuckled. I lost hard. I didn't really have good control over my quirk. Still don't actually. Another chuckle, but he saw potential. What's your quirk, senpai? Hi, why don't we spar later and I'll show you? Can we do that? Of course. As UA students we have full access to the facilities at any time. With the supervision of a teacher, of course. Which I know. We could ask Aizawa-sensei to supervise. Maybe you end up impressing him. Nizu did say to avoid the man. What the hell, it couldn't hurt. Sure. Here is my number, Kohai. Okay. Hi, laughing face. He saved his number as Ghost Senpai. Alright, I'll text you a day and time for our spar. Sure. See you later then, Kohai. He slipped back to the wall he came from. CYA. What a strange senpai, but he smells like a good person. Hey Midoriya-kun. Hikari called him. She ran to where he was standing after that strange encounter. He was never going to get to class today, was he? Me and a few other people decided to get together to form a plan to impress Aizawa to take us back. Do you want in? I'll think about it. Can I answer you tomorrow? Yeah, for sure. We are thinking of going forward with the plan a day before the last. Okay, do you already have a plan? Well, not really. But we are rallying at my house after school tomorrow to make 1 inch. Cool, well, I'll tell you. Alright, HM. Do you want my number? You know, so you can tell me yes or no. Sure. It's smart. They should create a group chat as a class at some point. Great. They traded numbers. Well, I'll be going then, adios. Bye. How? Powerloader did not know if he was said, shocked or impressed at the green-haired boy. I don't know, sensei, it just exploded. But there weren't any explodable materials. Just clean this up and don't do whatever you did again. Okay, sensei. What were you even trying to create? This, he slid the blueprint to him and started cleaning the balcony. Maijima looked at the thing, then looked at the boy, then looked at the thing. What do I have to do for you to stay in the support course? Wah. I have never seen someone design something like this. Can I help you with this project? I want to help you. I'm sure? But I get to keep my baby after it's done. You're what? His face got red. Well, inventions are like babies, right? You make them and when they are ready it's like they are born, and since you can keep improving them, it's like a kid growing and it's stupid, just ignore me. No. It makes sense, let's build your baby. Yesh. Through a great deal of determination and insight the two managed to explode the workstation again. Maijima was horrified he had made an explosion after berating the green-haired boy for doing the same, The people near them who had heard the discussion before could not hold it in and laughed their butts off. Even Midoriya, the traitor, laughed at their burned faces. "Why?" Amajiki asked. He was not looking forward for tomorrow. "I don't know, I just wanted to meet our Kohai." "No. I mean yes, but why did you invite HM for a spar? And to sit with us?" It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but come on. It's been a while since we expanded our circle, this will be good for us. I thought Nijire was enough, expansion. No silly, too much is never enough. He hit his head on the table. A couple people at the cafe they were in looked at him strange. "I don't like this." "It will be fine, you two will get along great." "Hey Squirt," Toya called from the door. Can you do me a favor?" He immediately dropped everything he was doing and jumped near the man. Yes. His eyes were literally shining. "Kami kid. Sorry, it's just you never ask for stuff. We always have to help you by force." Yeah, anyway, can you deliver a letter for me?" "Huh. I've been thinking and I guess I should let my siblings know I'm alive at least since you and your mother forced me to become a productive member of society. I trust your mother enough that if Endishit somehow finds out she'll do everything so he doesn't get near me so." Toya would never forget the day a doctor had the audacity of saying to Izuku's face he shouldn't be a hero because his quirk wasn't suited for it. Let's just say the man won't be working anymore anywhere. Izuku was practically vibrating. "Are you sure? You blame them, don't you? Even though it's not their fault." "I blame Shoto, not Natsuo and Fuyumi." Can't you send it through mail?" "Why have me deliver it?" "They can track mail, they can't track an animal." "Fair enough, what will I get out of it?" "My gratitude." "PFF, I already have that. You are not a burnt nugget anymore. You don't live in a house falling apart. You don't have to pay rent. You have a steady supply of food. Mom even got you a job. You owe me your life, Toya and I. I hate you, brat. And since when I'm Toya and I? Since you started living here. It wasn't my choice. Are you leaving then?" Michim. "So what will I get out of it?" "You are becoming a mobster, you know that?" Hi. What do you want?" "Can I sleep with you in cat form?" "Why?" "Because you are warm." "Kami, fine. We have a deal." "Where do I have to go?" "Here." He gave him the letter. "Gimme your phone, I'll type it the address." He did. "You are looking for either the boy a little younger than me that has white hair or the girl with white hair with red streaks. Do not give it to a boy with half red, half white hair. I'm assuming the last one is Shoto?" Okay, he saw the address and noticed it was really far from everything, but he knew how to get there. He turned into a peregrine and Toya tied the letter to his feet. "Don't stay out too late, your mother will kill me." "I'll take that as you will be back before midnight, right?" Toya opened the window and he flew away. Izuku loved flying almost as much as he loved being a cat. There was this feeling of freedom that came with it that he really couldn't find anywhere else. As he flew, a few birds gathered around him and he felt proud. Being at the center meant you were recognized as the guide. He felt kind of bad since he wasn't really guiding anywhere, so he told them, "Kaok cock," and the answer he received surprised him. "Cock cock, cock, cack cack." He answered them back, "Kaok," and it was settled. They all flew together to the Todoroki estate. Natsuo wasn't one to believe in signs or the divine, but to say a flock of birds suddenly descending from the sky in his direction didn't make him think this was some kind of divine punishment for cheating on his test would be a lie. The leader of the flock got on his shoulder and really he thought he'd die. "This is it. I die without ever having left my SPRM donor's house. What a cruel fate." After a few minutes of him having a mental breakdown and the bird not moving but cocking loudly on his shoulder, he finally saw there was something in the bird's feet. After untangling, he noticed it was a letter. He read it and a moment later he was on the ground shaking. He looked at the green bird, who was looking back at him all-knowing. "Is this for real? It can't be real. What the F dash? It has to be some sick prank, right?" Sheet. "Cock cack," was the answer he received. Really insightful, he thought. "Sheet, I need to show this to Fuyumi." "Birdie, don't leave, okay?" He was sure the bird would not listen to him. So after 20 minutes when he returned with Fuyumi next to him, he was sure the bird wouldn't be there anymore. But it was, so he got surprised. Maybe this is a quirked animal? He thought. Or simply all animals are smart and we are the dumb ones for thinking otherwise. Yeah, that made more sense. I don't know if this is a prank or not, but if it isn't, we have an answer. He tied the answer back on the bird's feet and he once again flew away with his flock going after him. He quickly flew back to his house, left the letter there and flew away again. He had some soldiers to train. If this is a prank, I will hunt you down and kill you, you son of a bitch. But if this is real and you are actually our brother, then meet us tomorrow at the ice cream place we used to go as kids. Natsuo and Fuyumi. Good morning, Nizu-sensei, he said after transforming back from a bird and walking down from the window in Nizu's office. A lovely morning, isn't it, Midoriya? Sure, Fichim, before we get into anything. Yes. But anyway, before we get into anything, there has been some new developments I'd like to discuss with you. Does it have to do with the request Togata put on for using the gym later today with Aizawa's supervision? Yes, but it's not only that. Oh. Hikari, she is someone that was in my class in Aldra. Anyway, apparently she and some other students are going to formulate a plan to have Aizawa-sensei have them back, and she asked if I wanted in. What should I do? People will only drag you down, Midoriya. Take it from me, I did not become the principal of this school by depending on other people. Right? But I think your spar with Togata is a great idea. If Aizawa doesn't take you back in through that, then just use what I'm teaching you and that will do the trick. Nizu-sensei, if I get back to the hero course, would this we currently have to end? Absolutely not. You have already proved there is no need for you to be in regular classes, so you would only take hero-related ones. What about the support ones? Are you enjoying them? Yes. Power Loader Sensei and I are building something together. If you had to choose between support or hero, what would it be? Hero. If I'm in support, I won't be able to ruin Endeavor. Is that so? Yes. He shouldn't be a hero. It's quite the feat you are trying to accomplish through the law. Most people with that goal would have gone villain. Then everything I claimed would be shut down because I'm a villain. No, this has to be done through the law. Interesting. In light of this topic, how about we continue your lessons? Today we will talk about how to manipulate the media. This will be of great help for you. So grab your notebook and let's resume. Hi. Okay, Tamaki tried to hate Midoriya, but he couldn't. His smile was as bright as Mirio's. Maybe it was an extrovert thing. And then Snipe-sensei took us all to the gym just to prove him wrong. He didn't have to, but it was so cool. Did he win? Obviously. What was Tamaju even thinking by claiming that? He probably just wanted to miss. Plus, right? Why didn't I think of that? See, Midoriya-kun, Maki has the only brain cells between us 2-inch. No, I don't. Anyway, I managed to reserve Gym Gamma for us this evening. I hope you don't mind a few of my classmates will also go. We needed a certain number of students so they could validate the thingy. Oh, it's all good. I don't mind at all, he smiled. So bright. I was thinking. We are friends now, right? Midoriya? We are. Yes. Anyway, me and Tammy are going on a small trip to a pool house this weekend if you want to go. Oh, I wouldn't want to intrude. He looked between the two kind of desperate. You wouldn't. We are friends. Friends do this kind of thing with each other. Ah, Tamaki noticed what Togata was doing. Midoriya wasn't actually an extrovert. He was just an introvert disguised as one, and Mirio's must-friend introvert and protect Kohai senses must have gone off with him. This is probably the weirdest and fastest friendship I have ever made. Izuku thought, alright, then I'll go. Just pass me the address later. Of course. Midoriya. After spending the entire night thinking about what we did wrong, I'm positively sure this won't explode anymore. Alright, sensei, I believe you. And I changed the design a little bit. I couldn't change much because my Onizen had me do something for him right when I was messing with the version 2.0 of the blueprint, but the changes I made will probably optimize the device. Good. Let's continue then. Alright. After a while it exploded again. My Jima felt like a fraud. Don't worry, sensei, I'm sure we will get it right eventually, he patted the hero. I'm not letting you go back to the hero course until we finish this. Oof, I don't want to leave either actually, but I really want to be in the hero course. This is a tough choice. Maybe it doesn't have to be one at all. I'll talk with Nizu and Aizawa. Alright, sensei. Good luck. Aizawa was just chilling in his cocoon. Hitoshi had been pestering him asking if he could follow the green cat to see where he went after running away in the mornings. Aizawa really should say no, it was irresponsible, and what if it took him to a slum? It could be dangerous. So he agreed because he is soft, under the condition that he'd do it with him. He didn't have any class to teach this week anyway, and so far no one was able to convince him to let them back in. If he was being honest, he was curious to what they'd do. It was almost a game to him. Was it bad to play with these kids' futures? Would it help them in the long run? Also yes. So if his rest, however, was interrupted by Power Loader grabbing him. How was he so strong for a guy so skinny? And dragging him to Nizu's office. Once he was put down on the chair, Majima sat next to him. To what do I owe this visit? Cut the crap, I want Midoriya, but he will want him too, and Midoriya will choose him, so we have to sort this out. I'm not giving up on his mind. Aizawa crossed his arms. How are you so sure I will even want him back? He's just a brat with an animal quirk. That's a load of bullshit and we both know it. So, Nizu, since you are breaking the rules so he will keep being your student, you have to break once more so he can be both ours. Oh my, Nizu chuckled. It seems my cub has made quite the impact. Ah, what the F? Why does he call him his cub? He did. So work something out. Because I'm not losing him to Aizawa. Ugh, maybe Aizawa was starting to regret expelling the brat. What a headache. What do you mean he will keep being Nizu's student? Nizu chuckled. Midoriya is more advanced than where your class is at. The only one who can properly STMLT his brain is me. So instead of having regular classes, he will keep having lessons with me during that time. What a pain. Keep him, you freaks, he hasn't proved himself yet. Nizu, you and I both know he will. So when he does, work on a schedule for him to be in both courses. We will see. He sipped his tea. Was that all? Yes. Majima stood and Aizawa followed him slumping. Kami, he hoped Midoriya was sheets so he wouldn't have to deal with Majima anymore. A deep part of him knew it wasn't the case. Aizawa knew this was karma. Yeah, he shouldn't have kicked everyone out in that spur-of-the-moment decision. Next year he definitely won't expel anyone. What a pain. This Midoriya kid was such a pain. First he became Nizu's student, then Majima didn't want to let go, and now he somehow became friends with the second years enough so that they asked him to supervise their use of the gym while they spar. He could be sleeping, he could have already gone home to be with his kid, but they had to choose him of all people to supervise. This was definitely karma. As he watched the spar between the two, all he could think of was, Kami, someone give these kids special-made gym clothes. Izuku was once again in gym clothes. He knew they weren't going to last long. They weren't made of the magical material that stayed with him when he changed, but it seemed Togata had the same problem. They'd be naked buddies. Wait, no, that was weirdly phrased. Anyway, 2 seconds in the small fighting circle they created and Togata had disappeared. The only evidence he was once there was the clothes on the ground. That was interesting. He felt a sudden smell behind him. Boo, the smell said. He barely had time to react out of the way of a punch. When he turned, there was nothing there again. Teleport? He was inside the wall that time. So he passes through things? He looked down and turned into a kite flying high to observe. His clothes stayed on the ground. As he thought Togata ascended from the ground ready for a punch, he was confused when his target was no longer there. Then he saw the little birdie in the sky, and grinned. You sneaky bee, you already figured me out, didn't you? Kekik. It wasn't a laugh, but it sure sounded as one to Mirio. The blonde took a big breath and descended again. This time when he resurfaced he managed to go as high as Izuku was flying. Thanks to his instincts and Togata's small hesitance to hurting a bird, he flew away before the other even had the chance to do anything. Kakek. There was a problem. This wasn't really a fight. So Izuku turned back human. He kind of wished he had the bird's eyes. Oh, he should try to partially transform one day. Why didn't he ever think of that? To the people watching, it sure was an interesting sight seeing the two fighting. One was practically naked and the other completely naked. When Togata resurfaced again, he was looking for the bird and missed the green cheetah that clawed him. He swayed to the side. and went down again. Kami Togata was a pain to fight against. He needed to fight smarter if he wanted to win, or even hit him at least once. "Hey senpai," he said, going back to human. Togata resurfaced and he swayed to the side, avoiding the aimed hit. "So I was thinking, this isn't going anywhere. How about first hit wins?" This was quickly becoming the dance of the naked. The one student who was recording it was going to name the file exactly that. Togata grinned. "Fine by me. Good, now he just needed to get a hit in it. Easier said than done." Midoriya went down again and he started counting. When he got back up he was almost hit. Sheet, that was close. 30. It took 30 seconds between going down and up again. Does he have a limit? His theory was destroyed by him staying 40 the second time, and 10-20 the last one. Okay, so he's changing it. Crap, that's smart. A fist passed right by his ear. Damn it, he was getting distracted. He grabbed the arm and was about to twist it when it passed him, making him lose his balance. That small 1 second lost is enough for Togata to win by tripping him. "I had fun," Midoriya said, helping him back up. "Me too." "Oh, you lied to me." The two started putting back their clothes. "Huh? You said you didn't have good control over your quirk, but that was amazing. I still have room to improvement." "Wow." He had stars in his eyes. What an inspiration. "When I was fighting you I realized I should try to partially transform. I had to do that, kind of, with my quirk when I was starting. Do you want help?" "Yes. Thank you senpai." "Hee. Anything for my favorite kohai." He ruffled Izuku's fluffy hair and Izuku melted. Togata noticed how this was a weak spot and abused it a little. Izuku couldn't even think. He was almost turning cat just to get the maximum level of enjoyment, but he couldn't do that with Aizawa in the room or it would give it away. Tamaki brought them both water bottles and they sat on the ground. Well, more like Tamaki and Togata sat. Izuku was full on laying on the ground with his head on Mirio's legs while the older played with his hair. "Maki, he's purring like a little cat." "Ah, really? This is so cute. Why you should stop. What if he actually doesn't like tea that but can't say no?" He did, and Izuku shot him a look that said with his eyes, "How dare you stop, Patsuvi?" So he continued patting him because he feared for his life. "I don't think I can." "Oh no. Hey Midoriya, are you listening?" "Okay, then let me tell you about what I did for my quirk." "Ah crap, yeah, Aizawa wanted him." Nizu saw the shine in Aizawa's sadistic eyes from the camera. "Seems my plans won't be needed at all." He slurped some. "How amusing. That makes exactly one student that he has taken back. DMN people, up your game." After Togata finished explaining what he felt and what was his thought process to make a partial permutation, Izuku began trying to do the same. He was going for crow wings. Since flying as a human would probably be awesome, it kind of reminded him of that red-winged teen that he and some pigeons fought over territory a while ago. Yeah, he was cool. Wonder what happened to him. Oh, whatever. He got up and started concentrating. He became a full crow a lot of times. Maybe he needed some adrenaline to make it work, so he flew up to the ceiling, found a place where he could transform back into human and simply started free-falling. Nope. Aizawa was not going to have a suicide on his hands. He rushed to prevent the problem child from falling to their death when blam, suddenly problem child had wings instead of arms. Wings that weren't used to his weight yet, so he still fell to his death laughing. Aizawa caught him with his capture weapon, but the boy didn't even notice the situation he was in, because he was too busy fretting over the fact that, why is it worked, Togata senpai, it worked. If falling to his death was considered something working, he did not want to know what failure was for the boy. "What were you thinking? You could have died," he said after letting Midoriya down from the capture weapon. "But I didn't." He smiled and Kami, it was so cheeky. Togata, the headache he has already gotten rid of, came rushing with Tamaki behind. "If I wasn't here you would have." "But you were." "Midoriya, you are insane." Togata yelled, picking the boy up and spinning him. It was harder than he thought it would be. Hidden by a thin exterior were muscles. "It's not insanity, senpai. It's the ingenuity to go plus ultra. Can you take it back?" He doesn't want him anymore. Kami, what a pain. Throwing yourself from high places is just stupid, Midoriya. Kami, that mindset of yours is going to have to change in my class. Wait, does that mean I'm back in? He would regret this. Yes. Congratulations, you are the first. Triple thank you, sensei. I won't disappoint you, he wanted to argue he already did, but he felt the murderous stare from Mirio that if he did say that, there would be blood, so he kept quiet and instead deadpanned. No, he wasn't afraid of students. But he did know how a pain in the butt they could be. Especially since they know he prefers peace and quiet. After another hour of Midoriya trying to fly as a human hybrid and failing, and the second-year kids killing each other and Aizawa stopping them from doing so, Shota was finally free. He would finally be able to go home. Sweet liberty. As soon as Izuku stepped foot at his home, he ran as fast as possible to Toya's room. How did it go? He asked in a totally calm and constricted tone. Calm down, Kid Kami. Sorry, it's just, as the owl Ahisholde Gineagle, I have the right to know. He decided to simply ignore whatever it was that he absolutely did not understand. Fine, wanna sit? This will take a bit. He sat on Toya's bed, it was bouncy, and grabbed the pillow to hug it. Right, so, I step into place, right? It was still the same as 10 years ago, and there they both were eating their stupid ice creams, being all normal siblings and shit, and that made me realize I can't have that with them anymore. You didn't leave, did you? Toya. Now they'll think this was a prank. Okay, I may or may not have gone away, but I did ask the ice cream person to send their favorite pie to their table, and I wrote a little note with it saying, I'm not ready yet. So, Akami, they'll definitely think this is a prank. He sunk his head on the pillow Izuku was holding. The green boy in question started patting his hair. No, at least you did something. It would have been worse if you just left. Besides, who else would know what they like besides you? HNG. Do you want me to deliver another letter? I don't deserve you. Nope, you don't. Speaking of not deserving us, Mama asked me to ask you if you want to be officially a Midoriya. Waff. She accidentally. It was totally on purpose, by the way, bought green hair dye, so you know. Oh. If I could, I'd cry. PFF. Oh, also you could legally change your name, if you actually want to make it official. It's not like Toya Todoroki is legally alive anyway, so who would question it? Oh shit. Language. Why does the blonde BSD get a pass and I don't? He's a lost cause. So am I. Can I really do that? Yup, Mom gave her your blessing and so am I. Besides, you became a part of the family the moment you brought me back a year ago. Shitsu. Hee, I know. How did it turn out like this? He was so sure he was on the path of becoming a vigilante villain, and then suddenly blam, a green cat. The world really works in mysterious ways. Aizawa was getting smart. He knew where to find him. Thank Kami, he had already delivered his share of letters between the Todorokis today. Yes, he did went as an owl this time. It was funny watching the confused face of Natsuo. Does he have an army of different birds or something? And why are they all greenish? Was the question. It was a fair question. Honestly, thanks to this question, Izuku decided to go as a different bird every time, maybe even different animals, and see how long it takes for Natsuo to realize they are actually the same one with a quirk, which would probably bring the question, is he an animal with a quirk? And if so, what is his original form? But these are questions for the future, and the present is much more concerning. This was one of the days Izuku did want to go home after the Jellicle meeting. Toya had promised him he'd teach him how to play cards, but Aizawa had to ruin that for him. Sorry, Toya, I'll try to flee fast tonight. Hitoshi was quick to pick him up to pat him. Good, he understood his place as his patting SLV. As Hitoshi. And Aizawa sat down on the couch, skimbly anecdotes between them. Hitoshi crossed his legs and Aizawa spread a bunch of papers on the desk. Did you take someone back? Yup, Nizu's kid, he's becoming such a pain. Apparently Maijima wants him in his class. Nizu wants him as his student. He barely will get any actual class time with me. He actually cares. PFF, as if you don't actually think that's good. Less chances for them to annoy you if they are barely in your class, right? I think it's bad. He won't be able to completely focus in one task. Why is he even becoming an exception? He caught people's interests, he is your age and already got in UA, is way more advanced than regular classes and apparently has a knack for support. Wow, well I feel useless now. Oh no. No deprecating thoughts in my household. Thanks, Greenie. What's his quirk? Shapeshifting. Now that I think about it, he becomes green animals. They both looked at the cat. Sheet. Any animal? According to his file. There is no way, right? There is only one way to know. Oh no. W. He jumped away. Right as Izawa used his quirk on him. It didn't get him. This little sheet, he stood to look for him. Hitoshi stared at his hand. Was I patting a human this whole time? The answer would be no, and yes. No, because when Izuku is an animal, he is an animal. He might have his memories and understandings, but that doesn't change the fact that he goes full animal mode. Come here, kitty kitty, I'm not going to hurt you, Izawa sing-sang, trying to get the kid attention. W. The cat answered. Hitoshi always wondered if his quirks worked on animals. What a better way to find out. Kitty, don't you want more pats? Oof, tough choice, mew, he did. It didn't work. Either way, the cat appeared and jumped on Hitoshi, thus believing he was safe. The trader, however, held him a little far from his body. Dad. Izawa used his quirk on him, where once there was a cat was now an Izuku. Mo, he said, tilting his head. Hitoshi dropped him. What the F, problem child? Don't blame me. You are the kidnapper. Kidnapper. Hey, he jumped away from Hitoshi. I thought we were friends. Traitor. Hitoshi was almost cat, hobbiedom tss, a tonic. His cat was a human? You I thought who? If I knew you were the freaking problem child, I wouldn't. Well, it's not my fault really. I couldn't change back in front of the cats. I'd lose their trust. Besides, I tried running away multiple times. You should have just gotten a clue. Wait, no. Stop, this is too dumb, my brain is frying. Hi, he pulled his phone out of nowhere and snapped a picture of Izawa's confused face and Hitoshi's catatonic estate. Then he sent it to Nedzu. Nedzu then proceeded to forward it to the teachers group. This is illegal quirk usage, problem child. You could be arrested. Not really, I'm not using it against anyone. Besides, it's not like anyone could prove it. Well, except you. But you weren't supposed to find out, ever. Kami, problem child. Well, anyway. Hi, Toshi. He jumped towards the boy. It's so good to finally be able to talk to you. You know I'm on my path to ruining the kneecaps of all those ass and dash. Hitoshi stopped him from talking by shoving his hand on Greenie's mouth, which earned him a confused stare from both the former cat and his dad. You weren't a cat, he liked Hitoshi's hand away. W. I am a cat. After concentrating a little, he gave himself cat ears and a tail, becoming a proper cat boy. How can you prove I'm not actually an animal with a quirk that makes me human? Izawa simply sighed. Oh my Kami, I told you so much, Hitoshi realized. Please don't be mad. I wanted to tell you, but all I knew before classes started was that Izawa was a kidnapper who was married to Person Mike and had a kid who gave really good pats. Just so you know, you are Pat SLV number 4. I'm what now? Midoriya. Izawa started. I'm expelling you again. 30, please don't. Consistence is fertile. Kami, you like Star Trek? Yep. There are so many cool lights. Don't get me wrong, he sat on the couch as a lady with his legs crossed. Lights are my mortal enemies. Hitoshi suddenly had the mental image of human Izuku chasing a cat light. He snickered, but I make some catceptions when they impress me enough. In Izawa's opinion, this was a lot to unpack. Wait, he realized, you are wearing clothes? And have your phone with you. How? These mesh with my skin when I'm an animal. They are made of special stuff, and I'm always with my phone. It has a tracker so mom knows where I am when I don't come back home. Is it normal for you not to go home? You tell me, kidnapper, how many times have you catnapped me and kept me here against my will? If dash. Anyway, Toto? Are you taking the recommendation exam? He asked Hitoshi, deciding to ignore the kidnapper's mental breakdown. I know. Why not? I want to get in by my own merits. PFF, that's stupid. I got in by the recommended one and it was all merits. Well, the practical was stupidly easy for me, it was boring even, but that was me. Your quirk is so cool, by the way. You tried using it on me, right? I was honestly surprised it didn't work on me. Oh well, this proves my brain also changes. Oh, by the way, we should cat change numbers. Since we can finally be friends. Sure, he still wasn't entirely there. Nice. I thought you were going to shut me down or something when you knew the truth. Lucky me. Right? Hey, I'm homie. Hizashi called upon entering the house. He noticed the state Hitoshi and Aizawa were in, and then the green cat boy on their couch. He started laughing, almost dropping the bags he was holding in the process. Is that food? The cat boy asked. I'm starving, I hope it's food. Why? Loud said, so they finally figured it out? Wait, finally? No. Aizawa asked, searching for the nearest weapon. It's not hard to make the connection show. He's a green cat, and he becomes green animals. You didn't see it because you didn't want to. 30 I didn't know that you knew. And you didn't think to tell me? Aizawa was incredulous. Would you have told me if the roles were reversed? No, he would not. Thought so. Shame on you. Shame on your cow. On your family. Hitoshi said, still trying to get over the fact that he had a friend. His cat was a human his age? Brain fry. You are my family. Shame on us for not noticing. About that food, either feed me or I'm going home, Izuku said, ignoring the mental breakdowns he was causing. Of course, little listener. Hizashi set the food, they were more snacks than food, on the table and started grabbing plates. Midoriya saw that Hitoshi's hand wasn't doing anything. How dare! He lay down on the couch with his belly up, head on Hitoshi's lap facing Hitoshi. The boy stared at him. He stared back, neither were moving. Tisk, your hand goes hur. He put Hitoshi's hand in his hair right behind the cat ears. Now scratch. He did so, not because he was told to, but because he was still a little absent-minded and working on automatic. That's better. You are a cat. He closed his eyes and started purring. Kami. In the kitchen, Hizashi was heating food for everyone, and Aizawa decided to help by grabbing stuff for them to drink. He turned to Hizashi with an unreadable expression. We have to take him home, don't we? Probably. How would I even introduce myself? Hi, sorry I kidnapped your son, I thought he was a stray. That's a great way to do it. They walked back to the room and found Midoriya laying down on Hitoshi while the other patted him. Maybe he is a cat with a quirk that turns him into other animals. Imagine giving birth to a cat. He'd be adopted. Hey Midoriya, what are your parents' quirks? He answered, really helpful, he'd say. Hizashi considered the food was in the oven enough and called them to eat. Midoriya reluctantly went, losing his pat SLV in the process. At least the snacks were really good. We are taking you home. Ah, does that mean I can't come here anymore? Do you enjoy being kidnapped? Hitoshi asked, starting to come back to the land of the living. I enjoy the pats. Mom doesn't like when I'm only a cat, so I have to stay human most of the time at home. But Tinai has agreed to let me sleep with him after I've catm his letter owl. He's comfy to sleep with. And there is cat always cackin'. Mom doesn't even get mad when I go there because it is really close to our house, but he gets all pissy if I stay cat all the time too. So I guess I enjoyed being catnapped here. And your mom knows about your nightly outings? Oh yeah, she gave up on trying to stop you. We are still taking you home. I can get there quick air alone. It doesn't matter, it's our responsibility to make sure you get there safe. 5 yen. It was 2 m. Inko usually went to bed at 9. This was way too early for her to wake up, so she didn't. She ignored the doorbell and hoped that whoever it was insane enough to ring it at 2 m in the first place would just go away and die. She heard footsteps coming from Toya's room, and then a grunt. It was for things like these that she pseudo-adopted him. Toya tossed his 5th letter in the garbage when the door rang. He dragged himself to answer it, thinking, it can't be Izuku, he'd just fly in. Is it some kind of robbery? But then why would they ring the doorbell? Did my siblings somehow find me? He grunted. It was too soon. He didn't want to talk to them yet. He didn't want to explain where he'd been and what he had to do to survive. He took a big breath and opened without even asking who it was. Sue him, he was tired and not thinking straight. There was a homeless man and a green boy. Wait, a green boy? Izu, why are you using the door? He made me. I said he didn't have to bring me all the way here, but he just wouldn't listen. Anyway, Nizan, this is my catnapper sensei. Aizawa huffed and slapped the back of his head. Did you have to introduce me like that? Right, he found out then? Yeah. He glared at the hobo. Man. You should have just kept him. Now he's going to make me wake up early because he has to wake up early. See what I have to deal with, Catnipper-sensei? We feed them, we give them a roof, we cat-adopt them into our catmally, but they just keep cat-planing. I'm not gonna question that. Aizawa thought. Yeah, come here. Izuku did so, positioning himself strategically so Toya would hug him from behind. Izuku wasn't the tallest, but by all means he wasn't that short either. His head, hair, if put up, it was closer to his elbow, hit Toya's shoulder. Stop selling yourself taller, Izuku, you aren't. Do you want coffee or something? Toya asked, completely supporting his weight on Midoriya, just as the brat wanted him to. No. I'll be going. I'll see you in class, kid. All right, Catnipper-sensei. Good night. Night, the man said before going away. The two stared at where he was for a while until Toya closed the door and started laughing. So you got caught. I wasn't caught per se. They just so happened to use their brains and put 2 and 2 together. So caught. Hitoshi had a brain catnerism for so long. I'm not gonna lie, it's really unnerving to find out your cat is actually a kid. You are all just weak. No, he started walking, pushing Izuku in the process. You are just insane. 3P. They walked back to Toya's room, and Izuku hopped to the desk. The older had been writing letters trying to get it right. He just didn't know what to say to them after what they sent back. He plopped on the bed, deciding he'd deal with this tomorrow. Midoriya was one to pry, so he did. Are you living well? Do you need anything? I'm going to visit Mom tomorrow. Could come if you wanted. I miss you. Ever since you died, he's been harsher on Shoto. Maybe if you came back we could be a normal family again. Fuyumi. You little sheet, what's so scaring about meeting us that you sent a FNG pie in your place? Either be here, or don't. Don't get our hopes up for nothing. Natsuo. He looked at the pile of discarded half-finished letters in the trash, then back at Toya resting on the bed under the mattress with his eyes closed trying to hide from the light. Izuku turned the lights off and snuggled into him. Night Niken. Night brat. Just because Midoriya wasn't participating in his classmates' plans to return because of his dumb luck, it didn't mean that he wouldn't watch what they would do. He was kind of excited, so as the small mass of students gathered to the student's office, he followed. He even took Mirio and Tamaki with him because they got curious to what was happening. Chiri knocked on the teacher's office door, which was opened by a confused Vlad kind. What do you all want? Is Aizawa-sensei here? He asked. Vlad grunted and opened the door. Aizawa was sleeping inside his cocoon. Razor, your dejects are here, Vlad kicked him. The tired man grunted and opened his cocoon just enough for his face to show. Aizawa-sensei, you will take us back. We won't leave until you say yes. The man deadpanned. Is this the grand plan? I was expecting more. Hikari grinned. We will see. They all started talking chaotically reasons why he should take them back. He got so annoyed he even left his cocoon to grab some coffee. The moment he did that, the real plan went into action. T-shirt signed, go, to Hikari. The aura around her changed, but Aizawa did not notice anything different because of his growing headache. Then T-shirt activated his own quirk. Time pause. Midoriya isn't sure what happened while he was there. He didn't even notice time was freezed at all. All he noticed was one moment there was a tuft of blue hair quiet and grinning, and the other he vanished. Aizawa-sensei, he started cocky. Phase 2 starts now. Good luck. As he said that, most students ran out. He was visibly confused. Midoriya and Mirio were too, until Tamaki said quietly. They stole his capture weapon. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the illusion Hikari made in Aizawa's neck disappeared. Hobo man grunted, but they could tell he was holding a smile. Midoriya, he said, if you want to stay in this class, help me get it back, and you too. He pointed at Tamaki and Mirio. Go eat your lunches. Aye, Kidnapper-sensei. He shifted into a wolf and started sniffing. Mirio and Tamaki left back to the cafeteria, and Midoriya started guiding Aizawa through the halls. In 2 minutes he caught a smell trail and ran to it, not caring if Aizawa was following him or not. He was. They found a student. Toburo, he smells like plastic. To Izuku, the boy simply smiled at them and said, not it. He ran away again, and Izuku picked up another trail once again. Guiding him to a student, T-shirt simply shook his head. Just past it, sensei. Izuku whined, but it came more as a growl. In Teishi's and Aizawa's opinion, it was fairly intimidating if you forgot who the boy underneath the wolf was. He kept running but the smell was everywhere so he changed back. They knew you were going to make me help you, sensei. The smell is literally everywhere. It probably hit the vents. It's alright, problem child. Go eat your lunch, I'll take it from here. He was a little sad from having to leave because he wanted to see how it would end, but he was hungry. So he went back to the cafeteria and told the second years what happened after they left. They kept talking about what they thought could happen and eventually the conversation shifted to what they would do during the weekend. Just as the bell was about to ring, Hikari hopped over their table with the capture tape around her neck as if it was a fashion choice. Everyone stared her as if she was crazy. Even across courses everyone knew it was basically suicide to take a racer's scarf. I see it's going well, Mirio joked upon seeing her. Oh yeah. He actually thinks he got the real one but it's actually Ringu on his neck. That must be uncomfortable, Taki whispered. Izuku chuckled but agreed. Anyway, Midoriya-kun, what time do you have class with him? I have no idea. I'm kind of just going wherever I want to go while they decide on an official thingy. Why? Oh, we wanted to barge in the middle of his class, but I suppose we can go right after the bell. Then I'll also go. 3. The bell rang. Speak of the devil. Please record it for us, Midoriya-kun, Togata pleaded. Okay. She disappeared as soon as the bell rang and he went back to Yue's classroom. He was pleasantly surprised to see another student was there, and she wasn't even a part of the group plan, so she managed to impress him by herself. Good on her. He shot her a little wave. She ignored him and stared at the board waiting for Aizawa. Well, that was rude. He sat down in his own seat and started recording discreetly. Aizawa walked in the room surprised to see Midoriya there. Problem child, aren't you supposed to be with my Jima right now? I have no idea. Nizu just said I should roam around today. I see. Well, that's fine. Change into your gym clothes. I'm teaching you too the basics of fighting. Hi. As they said that, Ringu, as the capture weapon, jumped from Aizawa's head and plopped on the floor. Aizawa sighed and was about to use his quirk on the scarf, but the boy transformed before he could, landing in a T-pose. CK. Midoriya barely could hold his laughter in. Meanwhile, the girl looked angry that they were joking at something like this. Hikari appeared along with the group and his actual capture tape. We win, she said with a smile. You did. Even though you did it while playing a joke. I'll have to think about whether I'll let you all back in or not. Even though you all showed ingenuity for reaching your goal, you did not take this seriously. But we did, sir. Toburu said, we did have fun during it, but don't take our enjoyment and playfulness as us not taking this seriously. If we didn't, do you really think we would have won? As I said, I'll think about it. You will have your answer tomorrow after school. For now, go back to your classes. Hi, sensei, they said and dispersed. Izuku stopped recording and sent it to Nizu and the group he had with Mirio and Tamaki. Once again, Nizu forwarded to the teacher's group and a loud hysterical laugh coming from Hizashi could be heard across the halls. Aizawa, upon hearing the blonde, glared at Midoriya. Why? Was all he asked. You stole my pat time with Todo. The girl decided to ignore them both and actually do as Aizawa instructed her to. Aizawa and Midoriya ended up leaving the classroom together. I didn't steal anything, I simply took you back home. Same thing. Go change, problem child. Do I have to? What difference will it make if I'll end up naked anyway? He considered that for a while. His eyes would appreciate it if he didn't have to see his student half naked. What the hell, you already break a bunch of rules of this school. What's one more? That's the spirit. He did a little jump and started a fist bump. Aizawa did not return it, he simply stared at it, then walked away. He had a new goal in mind, to get a fist bump from that man. He was doing homework with Kaken when a notification rang loudly on HS phone. It was always on mute with exactly one exception, so he quickly picked the phone up, startling the blonde a bit. His eyes light up so wild Bakugo thought they'd leave his face. What is it, nerd? The revolution has started, Kaken. The F-. On the phone there was a single article open. It read, It's raining poop. On this afternoon, the number 2 hero Endeavor was on his way to his agency when bird poop started falling on him. We have caught it on camera the exact moment he burns the poop away from his face just for another to fall on his shoulders. He just kept on burning the poop, but it kept on failing until he was entirely covered in poop. Attached to the article there is a video file of Endeavor screaming at some birds. Is Endeavor an animal hater? Last week he was also spotted yelling at a fan, so the question remains. What is he like after all? He tossed the phone at Katsuki's face. The blonde's face shifted from confusion to amusement. You did this, didn't you? What do you mean, Kaken? I've been here all day with you. However, his words, his eyes were betraying them. Yeah, you did this. What's next? Hi, just wait and see, Tsuuki, just wait. See. Later that day, as soon as Toya got home, he tackled Izuku into a hug. The greenie wasn't complaining, no sir. You dimin idiot, I love you. Hehehe, love you too, Nizan. That's it, I'm changing my name to Midoriya. Shocked. Finally. Can I dye your hair too? Sure, he'd regret that. He regretted that. Midoriya had no idea what he was doing, but he was having way too much fun nonetheless. Toya actually knew how to dye hair, and so did Katsuki, who was watching the chaos and giving sarcastic comments from time to time, but it didn't matter what they told Izuku to do. The boy simply ignored them and did as he liked. That seemed like a key component of his personality. Surprisingly enough, after they were done, his hair was actually green. The same blackish green the Midoriya's had. From all the colors he has dyed it, this felt the most like it actually belonged to him. You look absolutely ridiculous, Bakugo said like a brat. Shut up, Kaken, it's great. One more broccoli in this world, what have we become? Soon, Kaken, they'll all join the broccoli cult, just you wait. He looked at the blonde contemplating something. Bakugo did not like that face. Blonde hair is easy to dye, you know. Oh hi. I like it, Toya said, shutting them both up. Of course you do, Toinai. Izuku hugged him from the back. It was easy to do so when the other was sitting down. He had to take these rare opportunities. Right now I only need to change my name. I have no idea how to do that. Don't worry, Mom can help you. Yeah, Auntie is scary good with the law. I'm aware. So now he just had to wait for her. As soon as she was home, her green bean came rushing to her, Toya and Katsuki walking calmly behind. Mom, he wants to change names. You have to help him change his name. She looked from the excited boy to Toya, noticing the green hair. Then the Midoriya tears came in, and she brought him to a hug. Of course I'll help you. These days these kind of things are doable online, so we can do it even before dinner. Yes. Izuku yelled. Kami Zuko. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's hand, dragging him to the couch while Inko and Toya grabbed the computer. Why are you even so excited? It's just a name change, nerd. Names have power, Kaken. Inko froze for a millisecond. That was something Hisashi used to say. Where did you hear that, dear? She asked him, setting the computer down and sitting near them on the couch. Toya sat right next to her and Izuku. No, he shrugged. The process was quicker and more anticlimactic than they all expected it to be. So to turn into an event, they ordered some cake and pizza and decided to turn this day into a tradition. After all, this was the day Toya Midoriya was born. Izuku was surprised to see there were more people in the class now, no one he personally knew, but still, he was kind of afraid of the black-haired girl. She just growled at him every time he tried to make conversation. Today Nizu had specifically told him to stay at 1A for starters, so he had high expectations for this class. Alright, we have 7 students now. I think that's enough for a trip. Sir, I don't mean to interrupt, and yet you still did, but there are only 6 of us here. At that they all looked around. Yeah, they were 6. He sighed and looked at the list. As he did that, a really short boy with light green sparkly skin and pointy ears rushed in. He was wearing round glasses and looked extremely flustered. Sorry I got late. He was breathing hard. He must have been running. The bus was late. 7, was all Aizawa said. Take a seat. As I was saying, we are having a small trip today. You can either go in your gym clothes or your hero ones. Either way, get changed and meet me at the parking lot. Midoriya can take you there if you don't know the way. Hi. They all rushed out to change. Obviously Midoriya chose hero clothes. He didn't want to be naked. The skin-tight suit was a dark green tone with purple stripes on the sides. They went from his neck to the sole of his foot. He was wearing black combat boots from the same material that merged with his skin, and the long sleeve worked also as a fingerless glove. Not only his clothes merged with his skin, but they were also made of fibers that rebuild themselves if they were cut open. The real fun part was what went above all this. A black hoodie jacket with cat ears holes on the hoodie, a black split skirt, that worked a bit like Eraser's capture weapon, and a face mask that built itself, sort of like Peter Quill's one, except a black screen instead of metallic mask that recognized the facial expressions and replicated them with purple neon lines, so it wouldn't have to neither stay on his neck nor his face all the time. The only thing that would have to stay there all the time was the small button in his ear that to anyone else looked like a comm device, and since it also worked like that, it was. If anyone saw it, they'd think the costume belonged to a villain and not to a literal ball of sunshine, but he thought it was perfect. He was aiming to be an underground hero. The less attention on him, the more he could neglect his work. Cammy, he shouldn't think things like that. Oh well. He felt he was being stared at, so he moved away quickly to the parking lot. He wasn't sure if they were following him, at least not until Elfo Boy got near him. Hi, he put his glass up. We hadn't had the time to talk yet. But I'm Kasa Denkyu. I know you know nothing about me, but I know lots about you, he chuckled. Midoriya was startled. Are you a stalker? He asked seriously, but if he thought about it, they wouldn't let a stalker inside a hero school. Would they? Cammy, he hoped not. And he waved his hands frantically. I can hear animals. They talk a lot about you. You can talk to animals? His eyes were shining. Maybe someone would finally be able to understand him while he was in an animal form. No, he scrubbed the back of his neck. I can understand them, but they can't understand me. Well, that's just tragic. I've learned that animals are better than people. Denkyu had heard pigeons talking about overthrowing the government. He wasn't really sure he agreed, but he nodded anyway. Well, anyway, I guess I just wanted to meet you, Hi, well, we've met. Arrived at the parking lot where Aizawa had been waiting for them, black-haired serious girl. He should really learn her name someday. Tried to make them form a line, but it just didn't happen. They were all behaving like little kids. It was making Aizawa visibly sad. Everyone inside the bus now, the man said with a huff. They all did. Midoriya wasn't sure who he should sit next to, so he didn't. He turned into a cat and sat on Aizawa's lap. Off, problem child. Mo. Sir, Kasa started really shy, he said. And I quote. Perish. He started purring, the little sheet. I need to drive. Mo. Aizawa turned to Kasa. He said you can figure out a way, because you are smart fella. Shota took a deep breath. If you get off, I'll let you come over to the house later. Immediately the cat left his lap and instead clinged on Green Boy, demanding pats. Once upon a time he'd be embarrassed of doing this in front of his class. But then once upon a time he didn't poop on Endeavor as a bird this very same morning on the way to you. After pooping as a bird in public, nothing shame-worthy affects him anymore. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the USJ. Once they got there, Izuku returned to human. Universal Studio Japan? Someone asked. Unforeseen simulation join, Aizawa corrected. Behave, problem children, we have a guest today. Inside it was huge, but it made sense, since it was also huge on the outside. What would be surprising was if it was small on the outside, like the TARDIS. But anyway, 13 started talking about dangers of quirks. Midoriya sort of tuned out, not because he didn't care, but because it was quite hard to focus when so much was happening around him in the distance. There was snow, fire, buildings crumbling down. How did they expect people to focus with all that was happening? Alright, I'm taking you to each zone and we'll go over protocol for each one and save some dummies, 13 said once they were done with the speech. They went to Storm Zone first. Before they got inside the small dome, they explained protocols and laws. Once they got inside, Midoriya understood why they decided to explain before going inside. The winds were so high it was hard to hear anything besides the whooshes. There are several dummies spread around. Your mission is to safely bring them back here. As they said that, a huge chunk of a building flew above them. Midoriya felt that he was going to be essing up at any time by the wind, and not waiting to be caught in the storm, he turned his feet into bear claws and dug the ground a bit. You all have 10 minutes until everything collapses and everyone dies. It's unknown how many people are trapped. They continued. Treat this as the real thing. Aizawa added. They all nodded and started moving. Izuku turned his nose into a bear snout and started following the odd smells. The out-of-place smell took him to a collapsing building where the entrance was blocked, and he just knew there was a dummy inside. The wind was extremely strong there, and the rain was loud. It would be quite dangerous to turn into a small animal in this situation because he could be blown away. There were windows that didn't seem blocked on the second floor, so he turned his hands into claws like his feet and started climbing the building. He punched the window, splattering glass everywhere, and got inside. The building swinged as he moved. He found the dummy under a collapsed ceiling. Sheesh. He turned into a full bear and moved the ceiling part away from the body, picked the dummy up and ran out of there just in time for the building to start collapsing on itself and then being blown by the high winds. He jumped out of the window he came in from and turned back into a human. As they were free-falling, he tossed the dummy on his back and used its arm as a rope around his neck, then turned his arms into wings and used the direction of the wind to take him to where his teachers were. Once he got there, Deku was doing first aid on the dummies, and a girl he didn't know the name of was giving off instructions to 3 of his classmates. I saw a lot of people trapped in one building. I'm going to need help bringing them all here. The building is about to collapse, so we need to be extremely careful. Midoriya let the dummy near Casa and ran off again. For people could handle one place themselves, there were more places to check after all. He found rude black-haired girl on the way to one of the odd dummy smells. A huge wall chunk had just flown away right beside her, but she didn't seem too troubled by that fact. There is a dummy on the 3rd floor of that building, he said to her. I'm leaving it to you. And then ran off to find another. He found one almost being hit by a flying car and swooped in to take them, then a kid dummy behind a counter in a fake ice cream shop, then another one near there trapped behind a door that was stuck close in a way that just wouldn't have opened if he hadn't kicked it in. He couldn't. He ran back to the checkpoint to deposit the dummies and found another 2 in the way. If these were real people, he probably wouldn't have been able to carry them all at once, but they weren't, so he wasn't too worried about that at the moment. Before his teachers could say what they wanted, he ran off again. Next time when he returned with more 3 dummies, the rescue party was coming back with a lot of dummies. The weather disaster stopped gradually while they came closer until there was nothing happening anymore. Okay. Let's first talk about what you all did wrong, and then what you did right. He was already exhausted from running so much, and they had only been to one zone. This wasn't normal. He barely heard about everyone else until it got to his turn. And Midoriya, in real life you wouldn't have been able to carry that many people at once. But you did good in not butting in when there were other people that could do the job. Besides you, most heroes would steal saves instead of doing the smart thing for fame, so you did right. I have no interest in fame, Kidnapper-sensei, so I wouldn't do that. 13 started laughing. Wah hot dai he hid he kahal yuhu? Don't call me that, problem child. Whoops, he didn't have the face of someone who said it by accident at all. Next zone is the flood zone. But before we get to that, you are probably all tired, so we are first going to the plaza, have some water and a quick snack to replenish your energy. Hi. When they got there, they did get water and healthy granola bars as promised, but they also got to talk about healthy habits that lasted longer than there was any need for it to last. A boy with pink hair even had the time to take a nap. And when they finally went for the flood zone, Pinky was startled awake by Aizawa smacking him in the back of his head with the capture weapon. Midoriya was certainly glad he didn't sleep too, even if his body was screaming at him for it. Right, so, the flood zone, except for 3 of you, I doubt any of you be called to these type of disasters, so I'll be quick. A ship that has been taken hostage by villains, a villain that can control the water and is threatening to flood the city, ship heists, modern pirates, wreckages, all these types of things a hero that specializes in water should know how to deal with. Midoriya, you are one of the people who'd be called. What would you do if a ship was taken hostage by villains? I'd turn into some marine animal and swim to them and then flank them when they least expect. Hato, what about you? A boy with blue skin and fish scales answered, I'd probably do the same, without the turning part, he chuckled. Queso, he asked the plants nicely for a help. To do that? Right, that's what most people think, but the sea has other regulations. They went on a tangent about territory and making sure they don't leave borders, and working with the Coast Guard, air support and stuff. To finish with a practical example, they put a bunch of dummies in a sinking ship and told the 2 of them to save them. Midoriya had never tried to become a sea hybrid before. He did now. It was weird being a shaman, but it did the job. By working together, Hato and Midoriya managed to rescue everyone while Queso kept the ship from falling apart at a safe distance with minimal effort and obeying all the rules 13 had set for them. On land, the students who didn't participate had the job to analyze what they were doing right and wrong, and once they finished there was this whole debate on what they observed, which was quite useful for them to improve. After the exercise, Keiso and Hato stayed near Izuku, and he learned his name was Second Hato, and his quirk was that he was basically Aquaman. He was really curious about Keiso's quirk, but when he asked, the other quickly changed the topic. Next was the fire zone. It was hot. Literally. As soon as they step foot in there they started sweating. 13 gave their set rules, do's and don'ts and proper victim care speech, and then set them free to roam and save dummies. Midoriya turned into a Rupel's fox because they could handle the heat and had a great sense of smell and other things. He honestly just turned to one because of the heat, but no one needed to know that. He found a few dummies and took them back. He even worked with a rescue group this time because they needed someone small to get inside and tell the situation. What better than an immortal cockroach to do the job? But sheesh, it was hot. He wanted to take a nap. Naps were great in steamy locations. The 4th trip he made back, he could still do at least 5 more, but instead curled up on himself near the familiar smell known as Aizawa and started sleeping. Shoyuta tried to wake him up, but he was long gone in dreamland. He picked Midoriya up and took him with them until he woke up. Next was the mountain zone. He was sure that by bringing the problem child here he'd wake up from the cold, but if anything it just made him sleep harder. If you are curious as to why, it's because he had been a bear for a long time not too long ago. It was sleepy time for bears in the cold, and sleepy time for cats in the hot. At least that's his interpretation of the situation. He wouldn't wake up anytime soon. When he did wake up he was in Nizu's office sleeping on the couch with a blanket above him. He woke up very confused as to why he was there. When did you get here, Nizu-sensei? He sat up, not removing the blanket from him. It was comfy, and it smelled like Aizawa. I've always been here, for this is my office. You slept quite the disturbing amount of time, Midoriya. It's already the end of the day. Did you sleep well last night? Surprisingly, yeah. Toi and I officially became a Midoriya, so we celebrated and I ended up not going out. Kaken forced me to go to bed early. He pouted and sipped the tea that somehow made its way into his hand. Maybe Nizu had a secondary quirk to summon tea. I see. It would be quite the dangerous situation if you fell asleep on duty like that. I know. Why am I in your office though? I had Aizawa send you here so you could rest in peace and quiet without people wanting to disturb you. Oh, thanks. It was my pleasure, cub. But don't worry, I shall teach you how to ignore your animal instincts, okay? Do you have to do that? All the time. You have no idea how many times I've wanted to bite someone and simply sip tea instead. Concerning. But same. He nodded in a way that told Nizu he knew exactly what he was talking about. Alright, let's talk about control. Night came and with it the teachers' meeting. Eraserhead hated them, not only because it forced him to interact with Vlad kind and not kill him, but also because it prevented him from getting family time with Hitoshi and alone time with Hisashi when Hitoshi had his stuff. So he was sulking, and not aware that when Nizu walked in he wasn't alone. A yawning Midoriya was next to him holding a bunch of tablets to hand off like he was Nizu's assistant. He only took notice of this fact after Midnight said very loudly, why is Midoriya-kun here? That made him look at said problem child and sigh. He looked tired. We simply lost track of time. The Chimera said more happy than it should be allowed to, so I simply told him to come with. After all, I couldn't in sane conscience let him walk back home alone this dark. Midoriya stared at him, then back at the teachers and said, he's just using me to carry stuff around. Nizu sat at his seat not denying, and Midoriya put all the tablets at the long table and then looked around looking for a place to sit. Upon seeing Eraserhead he turned into a cat and jumped on the man. You have his seal of approval, Zawa. Nemuri could really be a pain in the butt sometimes. Yeah. He even started coming back to our home sometimes on his own. Hisashi said, why are you taking a kid home, Eraser? Vlad asked, should we call the police on you? I thought he was a stray. It's a long story, can we just get this meeting over with? Of course. I'm sure you all know why I called you here today. The sports festival. Snipe said, indeed. Is it wise to discuss this with the kid here? Vlad asked, of course. If anything, I'd like his opinion on things if he'd be kind to turn back. If looks could kill, The look dots shot Nizu would have been enough. I'm taking that as a no. Anyway, he won't spread around. So, let's discuss the events. Aizawa absent-minded started patting Midoriya while the teachers discussed around them. The green cat didn't mind that at all. After a long discussion they were finally free. Aizawa had a problem though, and that was that Midoriya was asleep on his lap. He could turn him back to a human but that'd make moving him harder, so he picked the cat up and decided to take him back to the problem child's home until he received a text from Hitoshi saying, "Do you think Greenie is gonna come back on his own? I want to talk to him." So he decided to once again kidnap the cat. Look, he was soft for his kid, it couldn't be helped. His husband didn't let it go though as he changed directions from where he was driving back to their home. Upon getting there, Hitoshi was laying down watching some anime about boys in a band. It looked gay in Aizawa's professional opinion, but who was he to judge? Ari Humi, Hizashi ran to Hitoshi and let himself fall on top of him. "Af pops get oof. Kid, how was school?" he asked, ignoring the scene in front of him, but covering Izuku's tiny ears so he wouldn't get startled from the commotion. "It was fine." "Seriously, Pops, get off." Hizashi gave him a squeeze before letting himself fall on the ground. In 2 seconds he was hoarded by their cats. Hitoshi laughed at the scene and finally looked to where his dad was. "Dad, did you kidnap Greenie? Again? Don't give me that look." And here, he put the cat next to Hitoshi. "He's sleeping." He walked to the bathroom to take a shower and Hitoshi started petting Greenie. The cat started purring. That was until he woke up at least. Hitoshi saw it in his eyes that he freaked out about where he was for exactly 2 seconds, until deciding that yeah, this was his life now and snuggling closer to Hitoshi while closing his eyes again. "I still can't believe you are not actually a cat." Greenie purred. Hizashi decided he had enough of the floor and got up to make them food. "What do you want?" "Fifth. Anything. Be careful what you wish for, Toshi," the blonde Sing said. Hitoshi was quick to turn to him glaring, "Anything but chicken. You are not making me eat chicken for the 5th night in a row." "Finny." As the blonde turned his attention to the kitchen, Hitoshi turned his to the cat. "Can we talk?" He didn't seem like he wanted to, but he turned into a human anyway. It was still surreal for him. "We should go to my bedroom." "Okay." Midoriya had never been to Hitoshi's bedroom as a human before. As a cat? Yes, multiple times, but as a human it felt. Would? Well, he liked the smell. He sat on the chair while Hitoshi sat on the bed. "Why were you pretending to be a cat all this time?" "I feel better when I'm an animal. It's just natural for me to be a cat at this point in life." "But why? Animals are better than people." "Oh, I'm sure of that." Purple looked pensive and sad. He knew why. It was impulse that made Midoriya sit next to Hitoshi and take his hand to comfort him. "What are you doing? You don't deserve what those JRKs tell you. Your quirk is so amazing. And you'll be an amazing hero with it. I have never been so sure of anything my entire life. And look, I have pooped on Endeavor, so I know what's like to be certain of something. Just trust me, okay?" "You have pooped on Endeavor? Don't change the topic here." "I didn't. You were the one to dash." He saw those big green eyes shining at him. Never mind." He turned away. "You are just saying all those things because you are taking pity in me. You don't actually believe what you are saying." That earned him a smack. "OWW. Toto. I don't waste my time on people. As I said, I don't like people, I prefer animals. So why would I ever say something I don't believe to a human of all beings? I'd lie to a cat to make them feel better, absolutely. But not to a person. Toto? Why do you even want to be a hero if you don't like people?" "Piff if I don't. Didn't you hear I pooped on Endeavor? Why would someone who wants to be a hero do that?" "Nah, I just want to be able to legally use my quirk." "Don't let Dad hear you say that." "Which part?" "The law abuse part. The Endeavor pooping, he'd respect you for it." Hi, I've always knew he was a good human." "You say that like you aren't." They were still holding hands. He didn't notice nor mind that. "I don't feel like one sometimes." "Do you want to talk about it?" "Nah, we are here to talk about you and the bad tendency you have of putting yourself down and believing people who know nothing." He looked back at the green eyes. "Do you really mean what you said?" "Yes." He was looking for any sign of deceit in his eyes but couldn't find anything. He let himself relax and ended up crying, not of sadness but of relief. Izuku knew the difference but he hugged him nevertheless. I have a senpai who doesn't believe in himself either. I should introduce you two so you could start a club. He rubbed his hand up and down Purple's back. That made the sobbing teen chuckle. What a shitty club. That's because self-doubting your own worth is a shitty habit to have. I guess you are right. He let go of the hug, but kept his hand on his. I know this won't vanish because I said these words to you, but you have me, you have Zawa, and you have Mike. And then next year you'll have UA. I don't know how your class will be, but if it's anything like mine you'll be fine. I wore a skirt on the first day and besides saying I was hot, no one said anything. You wore a skirt on your first day? Why? Is that judgment I hear? If I want to wear skirts, Toto, I will wear skirts. I'm not judging, I'm curious. Oh, in that case it was because you kept me here the whole night so I didn't have time to go back home to change into my uniform, so I decided I would just attend to class as a cat and not turn back, until a girl from my old school recognized me and lent me her extra uniform she had. After that Nizu kept a stock of uniforms for me to change in his personal bathroom. He has a freaking personal bathroom, it sparkles, anyway and I never wore the uniform I bought now that I think about it. Sorry for keeping you here. I don't mind at all. As I said, you are Pat SLV number 4. I love your pats. You are so weird. I've been told. Who are the other slaves? Kaken, Tenai, Zawa, my mom, Mirio and then Tamaki, but those two are always together so it counts as one person? And there is this dude in my class who can understand me while I'm an animal. He's so short though. Hitoshi laughed. Any remnant that he had been crying gone? Is being short bad? Extremely so, Toto. It's harder to cuddle if they are smaller than you. Right? Is that sarcasm I detect? I'll have you know, I'm quite the picky person. Be glad I chose you. Hitoshi was full on laughing now. How he managed to look so bratty and cute at the same time was a mystery for Hitoshi. Stop laughing. Izuku started laughing too. I'm serious. Surya. Stop. He gave Hitoshi a light slap that had no stray put into it all and it still made Hitoshi fall backwards on the bed. That was the scene Aizawa walked into to call them to eat, the two laughing like insane idiots on Hitoshi's bed. It made him smile. He was glad Hitoshi had a friend, even if his friend was a pain in the butt for Aizawa to deal with. Food's ready. Demons. We hiha ha hair go ho hoin hihaing. Hi Hitoshi. We ha 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 vi toho sto hop laughy hiing. They spent another 5 minutes laughing until they were finally able to stop. Before they left the bedroom Izuku stopped him though. We are good, right? Yeah. Hitoshi ruffled Izuku's hair. It's so freaking fluffy. We are good. Good. Izuku was blushing. Not that Hitoshi noticed. His parents however did and silently agreed to not say anything. The food is cold at this point, you two took too long. We were having a crisis, Hitoshi said with a serious expression. We heard. Midoriya ignored everything and served himself. He was freaking starving. Thank you for the food, he said before digging in without a care. After dinner he was planning to have a sleepover there until he got a message from Toya saying, come back. Come back now. His stomach turned into a knot and he felt sick. Everything in him was screaming for him to rush. So he did. Something happened, I need to go, he screamed before tossing himself from their window. He didn't even hear the shouts behind him asking what was wrong and telling him to not jump. He just turned into a bird and tuned everything out until he got home. Except home wasn't there, just ashes and fire. He found Toya in the middle of the crowd of noisy neighbors, firefighters, police officers and transformed back. Tears were already rolling down his face as he clinged on Toya as asked in a broken voice, where is Mom? For his mom wasn't there, and if the smell coming from the house was any indication, she wasn't going to be so soon. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. Why was this happening? How did it happen? What was going to happen now? Everything felt numb. Was that Toya? He hoped it was because he clinged to the voice and cried his eyes out. Where is Mom? Where is Mom? He kept asking because deep down he already knew the answer. Aizu. She. They dash. Toya hugged him. The man couldn't cry, but he was crying without tears. Thanks to Inko he had a home. He had a family, he was happy. She made the word home have a meaning, she made it possible for him to have a life again that wouldn't end in prison. Sir. A police officer appeared, she had a pained expression. We found your mother, she's not dead, they are taking her to the hospital right now, do you want to go with? Yes. He picked Izuku up, not even caring he was heavy for him. He was running on hysterical strength at the moment and rushed inside the ambulance. She was so burned, she looked dead. It should have been him. She pushed him out of the way when the fire started. She trapped herself so he could live. Izuku was still crying loudly on him, completely unaware of their surroundings. The paramedics were rushing to keep her alive. They were speaking terms he didn't understand, in rushed voices so he wouldn't. When they got to the hospital, they were quick to take her somewhere away from them, and when they tried to follow, they were stopped. Izuku had finally stopped crying, but was still clinging on to him. She'll be fine, right? She'll be fine, right? Izu. She can't die. We still have to take you to do normal family things you were never able to do. She can't die, she promised. He stopped clinging to him and looked at his face. He saw how badly he was trying to cry and it clicked, twin eye. Why did this happen? It was Endeavor. He spoke with so much hate. There was a fight. The gal wasn't even a villain, but he burned her and the house anyway. Please don't leave me to do something stupid. All the thoughts of revenge he was having went away when the boy said that. He was right. He had bigger things to worry than to hunt his father down, like taking care of Izuku. They were going to need a new house and he would have to take a few other jobs, but he could do it. I want Izu. I promise. He kissed Izuku's forehead and the boy went back to hugging him. They stayed the entire night there, unable to sleep but also not entirely there. It gave Toya a lot of time to think. Things weren't clicking. That wasn't Endeavor's usual patrol route. So why was he there? Was it for Toya? But then why didn't he confront him? Nothing made sense. Around 9 AM they were finally called in. You two are here for Midoriya, right? They nodded. Right. There is no easy way to tell you this. Toya felt the hand around his tighten. He brought his arm around the boy. She's in a coma. She's alive, but chances of her waking up are very slim. How slim? He asked in a hoarse voice. The woman shook her head. Slim. All the air was SCKD away from both Midoriyas. I'm sorry, I'll take you to her now. They nodded numbly and followed the nurse to a room. Inko Midoriya was looking like a corpse. The only thing keeping her alive was the huge tube on her mouth. She was covered in bandages and if he had to guess, her skin probably looked even worse than his when Izu found him. The sight of her made Izuku start crying again and Toya sank. He literally sank, squatting down and hiding his face in his legs. Izuku held her hand. She was so cold. Mom. Hitoshi and I are officially friends. I made a friend, Mum. Hearing that broke Toya's heart once again. He got up and held his hand out for Izuku to take it. He took it without hesitation, still holding his mother's with the other. He's also going to UA next year. We are actually the same age, but yeah. I was going to the pool house with my senpais this weekend, he chuckled, but he wasn't laughing. I guess I won't anymore. He shut his eyes. More tears came down, Mum. They said chances you'll wake up are slim. But you have to. You have to. Okay? Otherwise you'll miss all this stuff that I don't want you to miss. Like the sports festival is in a few weeks, and I'm pretty sure Nizu is making the way he is just so I can shine brighter. We still haven't destroyed Endeavor's career. We said we were gonna do that, so you'll have to wake up to watch when Tianai gets his siblings back. Izu. I don't need them, I have you. Mom. You have to wake up, otherwise you'll miss Kaken's first day at UA. You'll miss so much, so you have to wake up. You have to wake up. Toya hugged him from behind. The nurse there had been silently crying along with them. She couldn't even answer when Blue Eyes turned to her and asked, how long until it's deemed she won't wake up anymore? He had to ask again, how long? There isn't a set time. She cleaned her throat. It's up to the patient's family. In this case it's up to her husband. I don't know if he'll come. Izuku's frail voice said, they never officially divorced, but it has been 12 years since we've seen him. The most he does is send cards and call sometimes. But their relationship wasn't really one. Hasn't been one for a long time. If that's the case, the decision goes to the eldest son. The woman turned to Toya. That'd be you, correct? Why yeah. If you think there is hope for her to wake up someday, then don't turn off the machines, it's in your hands. Okay. He felt small. He didn't want this responsibility, but he couldn't pass it on to Izuku, he'd be even more crushed, like he was at the moment. Izuku let go of his mother's hand and turned around to hug Toya properly. Can we leave now? Yeah, they left holding hands. The nurse turned the lights off and closed the door, leaving the sleeping woman and the machines keeping her alive alone. At some point, a purple portal opened and a man stepped out. He held Inko's hand in his and started sobbing. I'm sorry, he didn't have a quirk to save her. In his 200 years of life he never felt so useless like he did now. I shouldn't have listened to you. I should have stayed. He put some flowers, Adonis, on the bedside table, and left through the same portal he came from. Going back to the street he lived his whole life, but seeing the big chunk of the familiar place missing made him cry again. Toya hated seeing him suffering so much. Izuku watched something that wasn't there, remembering his mother chasing him around the house pretending to be a villain, or he rushing to save her as she hid under a blanket. The wall full of pictures of happy moments, of him, Kaken, Toya, nothing existed anymore. They were all ashes under a dead space. Toya took his hand and they started walking towards the Bakugu's house. Besides the Bakugus, they had nowhere to stay now. The Bakugus were lucky the fire didn't reach them. If the fire department had arrived 5 minutes later it would have. As soon as Mitsuki opened the door she hugged both boys and kissed their temples. She didn't even have to say anything. As soon as she closed the door Katsuki was hugging Izuku's life out. He wasn't much of a hugger, but he wasn't blind to the situation. Then Masaru appeared with a cup of hot cocoa for the two of them and they sat on their sofa. Katsuki sat next to Izuku and didn't let go of him, and Masaru did the same for Toya, albeit less touchy. Mitsuki went upstairs to prepare a room for them. We are going to visit Auntie later. We tried to go yesterday but they didn't let us in because we weren't family. They didn't let us in either until an hour ago. Toya's voice was hoarse. Izuku kept quiet. He was staring at nothing. His eyes had lost their shine. Silence went over them. When Izuku finished his hot cocoa he turned into a cat and snuggled into Katsuki. The blonde gave the cat little kisses on his face and held him tight as if he didn't he'd lose him. You both can stay here for as long as you like, Masaru said, breaking the silence. I'll try finding some place for us as soon as possible, but thanks. I can help you. Thanks. It was silent again. No one was moving, no one was doing anything, until Katsuki stood up and took him and Izuku to his bedroom. When they got there he started talking about anything and everything to divert the nerd's attention. He thought he was doing a good job until the cat turned back into a boy and said, "Stop." The blonde shut up in a matter of seconds. Then he was being hugged again and Izuku's frail voice said, "You have pictures, right?" "We lost pictures." "Yeah, we have a copy of almost everything you had there." "Good." "Good." Izuku pushed him away lightly. Kaken. Why did this happen? Aren't heroes supposed to be good? Why did Endeavor have to be so bad? His eyes looked dead. I don't know, Zu. Is this karma for pooping on him? I wasn't even in the house. I was laughing with Hitoshi while she died. Zu, she's not dead yet and you didn't know, and it's not your fault, okay? Karma doesn't work that way. I'm afraid of holding on the hope she'll wake up just to be disappointed. I'm afraid of Toinai leaving me to do something stupid against his sperm donor. He had so much anger in his voice. I'll kick his butt if he does. Kaken. What should I do now? You keep living and try to find happiness again, Zu. She wouldn't want you to be sad for the rest of your life. You shouldn't be sad. Do you hear me? Cheer up. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head. Does it even matter if she's not going to be here to watch? Of course if FA does. I'm here. That homeless BS you adopted is here. The hag and dad are here. Your dad left and you lived on just fine, right? Why should it be any different? 'Cause this time I don't have her, Kaken. Yeah, but you have other people. This is still soon for you to stop grieving, I know, but she isn't dead, so don't act like she is. Keep living, keep being happy, live for her, live for yourself. Don't let her not being here define your whole life. You said you were going out with those senpais this weekend, so you finally have friends beside me. You were on the right track. Don't let all your progress die because of an obstacle. Kaken. How can you be so insightful sometimes but so stupid another? Oh, Who you callin' stupid? But Izuku chuckled, so he couldn't be mad at him, not really. Kakin, you'll stay with me, right? Of course, nerd. Together forever, right? He held out his pinky, as he said the lines they used to tell each other all the time when they were little. Yeah, he put his pinky around the other's, together forever. He smiled, even though it was messy and shaky, it was still a smile in Katsuki's book. Aizawa was what you can call a concerned parent, so when Midoriya flew away looking desperate that late at night, he jumped to the conclusion something terrible had happened, and by the look in his eyes it had something to do with his family, so they were quick to put shoes and leave in their pajamas to the Midoriya household. It took 30 minutes for them to get there by car, and once they did, there was no sign of the Midoriyas, but there was also no sign of the house, only ashes, fire people, police officers, and a lot of citizens in their pajamas on the streets looking terrible. They looked around for the kid, but even after splitting up they weren't able to find him. What happened? Aizawa asked some random grandma. They said it was an accident. Little Izu was so broken, you should have seen the way he was clinging on that Toya fella. He did not like the sound of that at all. Where are they now? Inko didn't make it out, so they rushed her to the hospital as soon as they found her. The boys went along. It's such a tragedy, Marlene said. She pushed the boy out of the way. She must have cared for the boy deeply as her own to do that. He isn't. Oh no, around a year and a half back little Izu got lost. The whole neighbor got along to find him, however we weren't able to. In the end Toya was the one to find him and bring him back. Such a sweet boy he is. It's no wonder Inko practically adopted him. So that's what he meant that day. After that, it didn't take long for sweet Inko to let him stay with them. Marlene said that she heard that he was homeless, that he had ran away from home at a young age from abusive parents. There even is a rumor around he is a Todoroki. Oh, but you didn't hear it from me. Another lady appeared out of nowhere and said, oh, but I hear it is true. Can you imagine having your life destroyed by someone and when you finally get back on track they F with you again? Oh, Marcia, don't say those bad words in front of the lad. But it truly must be horrible. If it were me, I'd hunt that motherfucker down. Who is saying the bad words now, Habani? Marcia asked. Well, excuse me, but you said it first. Anyway, let's just hope he stays on track. Michaelo said he's such a great help in the shop, Bonnie said. Oh, I heard that too. He helped me once with my groceries. So sweet. He doesn't deserve all this pain, Marcia said, shaking her head. Thank Kami they have the Bakugus to help, Bonnie said, nodding. Oh, sweet Mitsuki must be in shock. Inko and her go way back, Marcia said, grabbing Aizawa's arm. He was trapped. Quite, I heard they even had an affair. Mitsuki even tried to stop her from marrying that Hisashi fella, Bonnie said. He was quite the gentleman himself. Such a shame he disappeared when little Izu's quirk came in, Marcia said, remembering the past. I heard it he left because Inko had an affair. After all, little Izu's quirk has nothing to do with Hisashi's, Bonnie said. No. Inko kicked him out, Marcia said. Another lady appeared. See, that's why Aizawa didn't live in a small neighborhood. There are no secrets in these types of places. But he wouldn't lie and say this isn't useful information for him at the moment. Kami bless old ladies and their big mouths. It was none of that. I was passing near their house the day she kicked him out. The truth is he's a villain. She kicked him out for lying to her about that, Severina said. Oh, I'd kick my darlings but too if she suddenly said she was a villain all this time. Bonnie said, can you even imagine Constantia being a villain? Marcia said, no, I cannot. She is even nice with the plants, Severina said. Yes, and she's my wife. Ladies, back off, Bonnie said. Aizawa looked around and found Hitoshi laughing at his face. He mouthed, help me, which made Hitoshi laugh even harder. He turned to the old ladies and asked, what will happen to little Izu and Toya now that the house is gone? Oh, they'll definitely stay with the Bakugus, Marcia said. Right, little Izu and little Cat have been glued to each other since they were born. Bonnie said, oh, and Mitsuki is little Izu's godmother, so if Hisashi doesn't appear, she is his official guardian, Severina said. I hope Hisashi appears though, he was such an eye candy, Marcia joked. You have no shame. Oh, you do the same. I've seen how many times you've asked Robert for help. It's not my fault they are kind people. Oh, speaking of it, did you hear about how Ringo bought a guitar? Apparently he made a new friend, some fella called Jayu. He's all sorts of obsessed with learning to play the guitar now. Oh, tell me about it. You two don't live next door. He has been practicing any time he's at home. Where do the Bakugas live? He asked, and for the first time they looked at him. Why do you want to know? Are you going to snatch little Izus away? We won't let you. You hear? Get your pedo but out of our neighborhood. He was shoved away from the gossip circle, and never his homeless looks have been less and more helpful than now. At least he was free. He met Hitoshi and Hizashi at the rendezvous point. Okay. He told them everything he managed to gather from the old ladies, then Hizashi did the same. The things he heard were quite similar. Apparently he talked with Marlene, she had the most loose mouth and invited them for lunch later today. Hitoshi found where the Bakugas lived by accident by walking near someone who was talking about it. So the next stop was the Bakuga house, but when they got there, there was no one there. They should have guessed if they were truly as close as the rumors said, then they would have gone to the hospital. They didn't know which hospital, so it was useless. We should go home, rest, keep trying to contact Midoriya, and tomorrow we come back. Right? We have lunch with Marlene. So we can eat lunch and then come. I can't believe you talked your way into having lunch with a complete stranger. She lives alone with 12 cats. Show. What time do we have to get there? Katsuki fell asleep while he was playing with Izuku's hair, which meant Izuku was stuck, unable to fall asleep, under his friend being used as a pillow. That left him with only one thing to do, use his phone. He had missed calls and unread messages from a lot of people. He didn't really feel like talking to anyone though, so he simply installed the first shooting game he saw and started playing it. He wore headphones so he wouldn't wake Kaken up. He'd play with no sound at all, but it was suicide not being able to hear footsteps in these kind of games. After completing the tutorial, he realized it was an online game. He didn't like those because it meant having to interact with people, and people on the internet were all pervs, his mom used to say. The realization that she wouldn't say that anymore made him click start and play a match. He SED, but the game put people together in accordance to their levels, so everyone SED, and since everyone SED, the one who SED less would win. In this case it was him. He has no idea how long he stayed there playing, but it was nice. Until now no one had opened the mic to speak, so he didn't as well. Maybe online games weren't that evil as his mom painted them to be. He should stop playing, it would make her worry. These games were even rumored to make people violent. He reached silver. Just a few more games. Katsuki woke up to Izuku screaming at his phone. Well, if you had gone left when I told you to, we wouldn't be in this situation. The blonde poked him and it almost made him drop the phone. Izu. Why are you screaming? Sorry, Kaken. I got carry. An ice not my FD is my b. Shut up. Katsuki raised an eyebrow but decided to question it later. He removed himself from above Izuku and went to the bathroom. He shouldn't have fallen asleep in that position. His back was hurting. If this game had friendly fire, he'd shoot that guy. Scratch that. He turned around the guy in his screen and shot him either way. There was no damage done, but it helped calm his nerves. Now you are just wasting ammo, he said when the guy shot him back. Fine bish, let's go. Once the match was over, they lost by the way. The guy sent a friend request for him, which he accepted. The game announced the 1v1 and they started their hunt for each other. He was quiet, really quiet, and concentrating on his phone. Katsuki didn't think what he was doing was healthy at all. He was obviously using that as a distraction. Maybe a distraction was what he needed though? It didn't matter. He sat next to the nerd's side, hugging him and making Izuku lay on his chest. Greeny did without saying anything and kept playing. Bakugo watched the game from above. At some point he was helping Izuku by shouting every time he saw movement on the screen. It didn't help at all and it actually made him lose, but it made him laugh when Katsuki thought a flying paper was the player he was against. After the game was over, he sent a message to the guy saying, "This isn't over, but I have to go." The annoying guy messaged back, "Oh? Is your non-boyfriend making you stop?" "For your information, no. I'm going because I want to." "Whatever." And with that he closed the game and snuggled deeper on Katsuki, who asked, "What was that?" "I don't know. I just didn't want to answer anyone because I don't want to think about it, and I downloaded the first game I saw." "No. I don't care about that. I meant what was all that shouting?" "Oh, that's because, player 1. That's his game tag by the way, was being an absolute idiot. It was like he was having a slide while playing. I swear he must be missing some fingers. and he had his microphone on screaming about how everyone else was shit. I just couldn't take it, he was ruining the game for everyone. I didn't know you were this passionate about games. I'm not. This was my first time playing anything. I just got said, he pouted. We can play later together, I have that game on my phone. Really? I kind of want to invite that guy to show what actual teamwork is. You don't even know if I'm good. Oh, of course you are Kakin, you don't have but things. Besides, even if you aren't, we work good together. How did it go from me comforting you, to you reassuring me? I'm incredibly selfless. Yeah, right. What time is it? Izuku shrugged and turned to be even more comfy against Katsuki's side. The blonde sighed and checked it himself, it was almost noon now. Well, it explained why he was hungry. Zoo, go take a shower, I'll nag the hag to make something for us to eat. Right, he didn't move. You have to let go of me for that. Oh, right, he unclinged himself and it was suddenly cold. It made him think that he wouldn't be able to hug that mother that way anymore, and that made him think of Toya. He had been so busy clinging on Bakugo that he completely forgot that his brother could want cuddles too. He moved to the bathroom to take a shower. He didn't even notice that Katsuki went inside the bathroom while he was showering to leave him clothes and a towel. It made sense he couldn't see, thanks to the ducky-themed curtain, and that he couldn't hear because his thoughts were screaming at him. That shower took 10 minutes longer than it usually would have taken him to shower, and he cried several times. When he was finally done, he put on some of Katsuki's clothes. They were big on him, but he didn't mind. Katsuki's scent was really comforting. As soon as he stepped in the living room, he noticed how bad Toya was looking, and for him to be looking like he had eaten poop, he was probably feeling that way too, so he quickly jumped on his pseudo-brother and hugged him. A quick glance on the laptop screen he was using showed he was searching for houses near there. He squirt. His voice was hoarse and broken, but he tried not to show. Do you want to help? Where do you want to live? Token, please don't worry about that now. He ruffled Izuku's hair and closed the laptop. Okay. It will do us good to stay with them for a while. We can move after we are certain that she won't. Oh, Izu, he dug his face in Izuku's hair. We won't ever be. Token. Did you spend the entire morning since we got here searching for houses? Yeah. You didn't sleep, you should sleep. You didn't either. I slept the entire day yesterday in school. I'm fine. But you didn't, so. I won't be going anywhere, Token, please take care of yourself. Mom would be mad if you neglected your health. Zoo. I promise I'm fine. His mouth was saying that, but his eyes were betraying him. Then let me cuddle you. Okay. Let's eat first then. And you need to shower, you are still smelling like hospitals. It's a deal. They sat at the table where Katsuki and Matsuki already were, and Masaru came from the kitchen wearing a cute apron with food for them all. The food didn't have a taste for Izuku. Usually Uncle Masaru's food tasted so strong, but now, it was just bland. Even so, he ate everything. After that, Toya went for a shower and Masaru lended him some clothes. Izuku took some sleeping pills because he wouldn't sleep otherwise, and laid in the bed in the guest bedroom that would be theirs for a while. It only had one king-sized bed, but everyone knew that Izuku wouldn't sleep alone anyway. He was already asleep when Toya got inside and laid next to him, snuggling him close to his chest. 1 hour later, the Aizawa Yamadas were knocking on the Bakugo's door. Hitoshi blamed his bad luck. Maybe he had a secondary quirk that attracted it. I'm sorry, who are you? The man asked. Right, I'm Shota Aizawa. This is my husband, Hisashi Yamada. We are Midoriya's teachers. This is our son, Hitoshi. Right. How did you know how to find him? He closed the door a bit more. Izuku was going to sleep over our house last night. When he flew away looking desperate, we went looking for him at his house. Then Marlene told us he would be here. Oh, he closed the door a bit more and yelled to the house. KT, has Ziu ever mentioned a Hitoshi and Aizawa or an Yamada to you? Huh, why do you want to know? Because there is a Hitoshi here with his entire family looking for him, and I need to know if I call the police or if I invite them in for coffee. Is it a purple fucker? Call the police. I swear I'm Zu's friend. Hitoshi was on the verge of tears here. Masaru looked at them and sighed. Cat. We are pro-heroes. If that's any reassurance, Hisashi said, grabbing his hero ID. Oh, Sorry. I'm not much of a hero fan anymore. Anyway, would you like some coffee? He opened the door for them to get inside. Coffee. Please. Aizawa said like a zombie. We just spent 1 hour listening to Marlene talking about her cats, but on the good side, we brought pie for you. Izashi added. Oof, you got stuck in the Marlene trap. They all sat on the couch and Masaru went to the kitchen to make them coffee. Katsuki didn't move from his place at the sofa, which earned him a smack in the back of his head from his mom. Go grab some plates for our guest brat. Div hag, but he went to do as she asked either way. When he came back with plates, his mother was in the middle of telling them the full tale of the night. We rushed out when we saw the fire, but then half the neighborhood also did. It was impossible for us to find them. When we heard from the gossipers that Inko had been taken to a hospital, it was already too late. What happened to her after all? Too much smoke inhalation, the ceiling fell above her, 3rd-degree burns all over her body. It wasn't pretty. They put her in an indefinite coma. Where is Izuku? Hitoshi asked, trying not to cry. He's upstairs sleeping with Toya. The two barely got any sleep at all yesterday. He's slept plenty during classes, Aizawa said, shaking his head. That's good to hear. He has a lot of trouble falling asleep by himself. Yeah, the nerd sleeps either with me or Toya when he comes home, Katsuki added, putting down the plates on the center table and sitting back where he was. His mother started serving them the pie and Masaru appeared with the coffee. So you are the fucker that kept kidnapping him, huh? Brat, that's no way to speak with them. What? But they fit the description. No, it's fine, Miss Bakugo. Yes, Shoto was the one to kidnap him, Hizashi said. Aizawa shot him a look that said, traitor. I didn't know he wasn't a cat. He has mentioned. Funny, he never mentioned you, Hitoshi sassed. Well, that's because you have met him exactly twice in his human form. See, Perpy, I know him my entire life. Brat? His head was smacked. It isn't a competition. Remember, we are glad he has other people in his life. Anyway, would you like to stay until he wakes up? I don't know how long it will take, but we wouldn't mind. We were actually going to visit Inko while they slept, so it would be good to have someone in the house in case anything happens. You fucking trust our house with strangers? They are pro-heroes, brat. So is Endeavor, and look at what he did. He has a point, Hitoshi said. We can come back later. Shota said. Yeah. We really only came here to make sure he's good. We can always wait until Monday morning to talk to him. Ah, you are sweet. Mitsuki pinched Hizashi's cheek. The man felt like a little kid getting the parental approval he always dreamed of. We honestly have no idea how long they'll stay in bed for, but I did see him taking a sleeping pill, so it might take a while, Masaru added. Don't worry, we will go. I'll leave my phone number with you. Could you please text me when he wakes up? I really worry for the problem child. Of course. I'll let you know. Bye. Sayonara. Once they were gone, Mitsuki sank in the couch. Katsuki had to watch his mother crying, something she never did in front of him before. Hun, what's wrong? Masaru asked, sitting next to her and hugging her. The reality of the situation just kicked in. We should go see her. Kat, do you want to go? He shook his head. Someone has to stay here to look over them, right? Besides, I have homework. He was just avoiding. He didn't want to let the situation sink in. He also wanted for Izuku to be there when it did. You can be quite surprising sometimes, Suki. Yeah, go see auntie. We are going. The two left and silence ran over the house. It was sort of lonely, but he liked it. He went upstairs to check on the Broccoli clan and they were both sound asleep. Going back to the living room, he cleaned the mess that having unexpected guests generated and then grabbed him something to eat. He put on some movie he had already watched and grabbed his phone to play the game Izuku had been playing earlier. It had been a while since he played, but if the nerd wanted to play with him, then it was fine. He'd just relearn how to play and become the best. When his parents got back, they seemed more tired. Izuku and Toya were still asleep and the day was getting darker. How was she? He asked his mom while his father went upstairs to check on the boys. Peaceful. There were some Adonis next to her bedside table. What are those? Flowers. They represent a loving memory. Do you think it was? He really loved her despite everything. Do you think he'll try to take Aizu away from us? Over my dead body he will. Mom? Crap, he never called her mom. I want to go next time. Of course, Suki. What did you do while we were out? She sat next to him and started playing with his hair. He usually slapped her hand away, but now he didn't really feel like it. A little bit of everything. She hummed, and they stayed like that until Masaru came down. They are still sleeping. I don't think they'll wake up today. It's that DMN sleeping pill he took? It's better that way. They both need a good rest after the shock they just went through. He's gonna be so annoying in the morning. I doubt that. He's probably not going to be the same for a while, cats. You say that because you didn't hear him get frustrated over a game yesterday. When Izuku woke up, the sun was up again, and it was the next day. He glanced up to see Toya awake, playing with his hair and using his phone, and decided to tactfully dig himself deeper into him. Morning zoo. Wat tum is IW? Around 7. HNNG. I'm not happy either. But think of it like this, all the time we lost yesterday because of sleep we regained by waking up early. Too early. On a Sunday. This is criminal. You know, I agree with you, but Zoo, we slept over 12 hours. HNG. Alright, what are the plans for today? I won't let you just stay inside moping. I had that thing with my senpais. You should go. It doesn't seem right I go out to have a fun day when she's there stuck in a coma. I know. But you and I both know she would hate if we just decided to never leave again. But isn't it too soon? It's never going to be late enough. Fine, I'll go. But I get the right to simply leave if it gets too much right. Of course. When and where are you meeting with them? Around 10, I think, at Togata's senpai house. Good thing you woke up early then, you get to plan, and your super brother will help you. Out of the goodness of your heart, huh? Of course. This has nothing to do with you skiing at being organized. Token. I just realized we don't have any clothes anymore. Steal Katsuki's, he won't mind. I know he won't, but we have different tastes and circumstances. We'll buy some later for both of us, okay? But for now we should just accept the Bakuga's generosity and save some money. Right? That's a thing. Do you need me to pick up a job? No. You focus on your education, okay? I'll take care of you, Zoo. I promise. I trust you. He stared at the address Togata had sent him. He looked around wondering if this was the right place. It smelled nothing like Togata-senpai. He checked his phone again to see if he was at the right place, and yeah, it was. It was hard believing Togata lived in a house like this. It was practically falling apart. Tamaki approached him, having arrived a few seconds ago. He had been mentally preparing to talk to Izuku. His anxiety was trying to think of what to say. It decided on a hi. Ah. He was distracted by his thoughts. Thiniki. I mean Tamaki. Kun. Tamaki-kun. Amajiki laughed, and found himself ruffling Izuku's hair before he even noticed what he was doing. Once he noticed, he stopped. He heard a small gasp coming from the boy. It sounded pained. Tamaki-kun, I don't think I can do this today. He nodded. Mirio won't mind if we reschedule. Before he had time to say anything else, Togata appeared with his bright smile. You came. I wasn't sure you would. I heard what happened 2 days ago. How? Someone recorded Endeavor killing that innocent woman and burning your house and published it online. It made the news. When they said the name Midoriya, I had a mini slide. He asked silently if he could hug him, and when he received confirmation, he hugged the boy. I promise I'll do everything today so you won't have to think about it. Tamaki was lost. What the hell happened? He wasn't used to watching news channels. Upon noticing how lost Tamaki was, he signaled him to see his phone. Upon getting it, Mirio had sent him a message about the fire that Endeavor caused to the Midoriya household. W can still reschedule though if you don't feel like humaning today. Midoriya let himself be patted by Togata and shook his head. Oh, it's okay, senpai. I promised my brother I would try. He pushed Mirio away lightly and turned his head from Tamaki to Togata. I'll be in your hands. Okay. So remember when I said the pool house? Yeah, that's closed, but I found this laser tag place with really nifty prices. Tamaki sighed. Does it have to be laser tag? That's so. Midoriya nodded, agreeing with what Amajiki was saying. He wasn't too fan of loud. We could always go have a picnic on a park away from civilization. The two antisocials' eyes shined at that suggestion. Togata sighed, laughing. You two are so predictable. He ruffled Izuku's and Tamaki's hair. Amajiki was baffled at the action, and Togata seemed to realize what he did a little too late. He seemed as lost as Amajiki felt. Right, let me grab the baskets. He returned 1 second later because he already knew they were going with that and had everything ready for it. They walked for a while until they got to a park that looked like it had seen better days. It was completely deserted if they ignored that one kid with a dog running around. They set down everything and sat in a small circle. For a while they just ate in silence. Occasionally Togata would make some joke and they would laugh, but that was it. After they ate, Togata said he was going to check something and let Tamaki and Izuku there. The two decided to lay on the glass and watch the clouds. At one point they started saying what they looked like: a rabbit that had way too much grass, a lion that cheated on his husband and is now guilty, a bird in disguise as a cloud, a dragon trying to, oh no, he's trying to eat a puppy. There is a mortal battle going there between Greeks and Trojans. Oh, that one looks a bit like with you with the pointy ears, Izuku said. He blushed. He was very self-conscious about them because people used to make fun of him. That one looks like you. He pointed to a broccoli-shaped cloud. Izuku made some offended broccoli noises but laughed. In Tamaki's opinion, it was a cute laugh. What ya both doing? Togata appeared in their vision, blocking the sky. That one looks a lot like Togata-senpai. It's quite the phenomenon. Mirio smiled. It rivaled the sun. I found something really cool. Do you want to see? Sure, they both said at the same time. The blonde helped them up and started guiding them up to the cool thing. They walked for a while, until they got to a closed-off area. They stared at the wall quizzically. Mirio squatted down and put his hands together in front of him. Tamaki understood what he wanted and jumped across the wall with his help. Izuku had to do the same because he wasn't wearing his non-naked clothes, and then he helped Mirio up because of the same problem. Once they were all on the other side, they started walking through the woods. Upon getting where Mirio was leading them, what awaited them was a big steamy lake with crystallized water. It was so pretty and clean. Mirio was taking off his clothes. I don't know about you two, but I think this is fate. What if there is something bad in it? Tamaki asked, his anxiety going through the roof ever since the trespassing. I'll eat it, was Izuku's response, and then his clothes were gone and he was getting inside. You'll eat it. He turned to Togata. Eat it? He wasn't expecting that answer. Yeah. Mirio and Tamaki looked at each other. The blonde shrugged and got inside the water with Izuku. It was really warm. Tamaki was the last one to get inside, taking off his clothes with less vigor and staying close to Izuku once he was inside. He had nothing against the blonde really, but he just shrugged against the threat of a threat, so he would stay near the one who would eat the threat away. Thank you very much. Or at least he planned to stay near him, until Izuku had turned into a merman and decided to explore the deep. He hoped it wasn't too deep. It was very deep, more than it should be allowed to. Izuku at some point had to turn into an anglerfish hybrid to be able to see. It was scary being so deep. Okay, he wasn't liking this. It was too quiet, too dark. He could feel that something big was down there and that it could eat him with no difficulty at all. He should go back. He should go back. He was going back. Izuku, no, that isn't the way back. That's deeper. Don't poke the suspicious rock, Izune. Oh no. Tamaki was low-key worried. It had been 10 minutes now and there was no sign of Izuku. Then they heard a guttural sound and everything shook. They were out of there in a matter of seconds, fully clothed and climbing a tree. Tamaki doing it while also holding Izuku's clothes. It was a challenge. It was an eye, not an huge rock, and eye. He started swimming back up, trying not to look back. When he did, that was a mouth. What was this? His quirk supplied that it was a sea dragon. His mind went nope. He closed his eyes and tried focusing on what he remembered from studying sea creatures. He opened them again and started shifting. He had never turned into something this big. He screamed when he noticed the thing was still trying to eat him. Everything shook with his scream. He saw more clear water. Getting closer to the light, his skin started hurting, but he didn't care, and finally he was out of water. He couldn't breathe, so he shifted again midair into a proper air dragon this time. It was quite a sight to see a freaking green dragon coming out of the lake they had been inside a few moments ago, then an eldritch abomination following it. It tried to eat the green dragon, but upon not reaching him it retreated back to the deep. Tamaki screamed. So did Mirio, but his was more of a hysterical scream. Then the green dragon was gone and in its place there was a bird. Then the bird flew to them and turned into a Izuku. I couldn't eat it. He had a haunted expression and Tamaki patted him. And next time. We will just wait for the pool house to open. Agreed. Meanwhile Togata was still hysterical. He turned to Izuku with admiration in his eyes and asked, kind of yelling, "You turned into a dragon?" I didn't know I could do that. I was running for my life down there." "That's amazing. Not the running for your life part, but you can turn into a dragon." Tita was one down there. I think upon my quirk learning they were real and not made up unlocked it. Now that I think about it, I always had to learn about an animal before I could turn into them, so maybe it works the same? Maybe that's why if I don't know things for a while I feel hungry. Could you turn into other mythical creatures if we convinced your quirk they are real? Maybe. Taki felt that Izuku was shaking under his hand and started dressing him up. The green-haired boy didn't seem to mind the babying. Hi-yi-yi, Mirio laughed like a fangirl. He was giggling so much Tamaki was worried he would fall off the tree. Once he was done dressing Izuku up he hugged him. Thanks Tamaki-kun. Why ya? No problem. Mirio fell. He reached over to try and stop it, but it was too late and now he was falling. Next to fall was Izuku. It was such a dumb way for them all to fall that once they were on the ground, which didn't take long since the tree wasn't tall, they all started laughing like crazy people. Well, one thing was for sure, Mirio kept his promise. Upon seeing Izuku smiling, Mirio found himself with a proud senpai feeling. When they got back to their things, Izuku's phone was blowing up. He picked it up when he saw it was Nizu calling. Why would he call? He never called. Nizu-sensei? What's wrong? At the mention of the name, both Tamaki and Mirio stopped what they were talking to pay attention to the conversation. I know this is sudden, but could you please come over to my house? I'll send you the address. Come flying, I have clothes for you. Oh, you can bring Tamaki and Togata with you if you wish. Just be quick. What's happening? I'll explain when you get here. Sayonara Cub. He hung up, and Izuku stared at his phone which now had an address set on it. Surprisingly, they weren't that far from there. That was freaky, Togata said. Weiss, Nizu is scary, Tamaki added. Do you want to go? They both nodded. Even if it was scary they would endure for Izuku, they had a feeling he would need backup for whatever was about to come. Okay, well he said to go flying but I can't take you both with me. So walking it is, it's not that far from here. Right as they started walking Izuku's phone rang once again. He picked up but they resumed their walk. He could walk and talk at the same time. This time it was Toya. Izuku. Was that you? A lot of things could be related to me. You'll have to be more specific. Tamaki snickered next to him. The freaking green dragon at Corellia Park. Yeah. How did you dash? Someone caught it on camera. It's viral on the internet. Some people are saying it's fake, others not so much. I'm worried. I don't trust people to not try to find you and use you as a zoo animal. When are you coming home? Nizu-sensei just told me to go to his, so I'm going there, and then I can go straight there. Okay, keep me posted. Of course, Niken. He hung up. Another person called but he declined that one and they started walking faster. 10 minutes later they got there and knocked on the door. The chimera rushed them inside and locked the door. He asked. No one accepted. Right? I'll go straight to the point then, Cub. You have to become a ward of UA. What? They got to a room full of books. Nizu sat at a chair and ushered Izuku and his self-proclaimed temporary bodyguards to do the same. The commission knows who you are, and that your caretaker is currently unable to care for you. They won't pass up such a perfect opportunity to try to take you away. Nizu-sensei, what are you saying? Now that your mom isn't in the picture, they'll use any means necessary to have you under their control. They'll promise you a sea of roses, but the commission isn't all what they sell. They are dangerous, and they'll use you for things you won't want to do. The only reason you decided to be a hero is to be able to not be arrested while using your quirk, is it not? They'll work you to the bone, Cub. What? What does being a ward of UA mean? That they'll have no way of removing you from your life, that I'll provide for you as a temporary guardian. Will I have to move in with you? What about token? You won't, Cub, I won't force you. This is just a title for your safety. Because trust me when I say, I have my doubts that Endeavor's accident was an accident at all. He started shaking. Togata put a hand in his and Tamaki grabbed the other. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Then it's my fault my mom is in a coma? Of course not, cub. It's the commission's. Izuku started crying. Toya should be here. I can't make this decision alone. I understand. Tell him to come here right now. When Toya picked up, there was shouting in the background. Token, what's happening there? Some people came here looking for you. Mitsuki has been trying to kick them out. You see what I mean, cub? Token. Is it the commission? Izu, what the hell is happening? He started crying even more and sought Tamaki and Togata for comfort. Izu? Hello, Mr. Midoriya. I'm Nizu, the principal at UA. I'll summon things up for you. He did, explaining everything in the most succinct way possible. Izuku wanted you to decide and to be here to make this decision, but I believe that if you leave they'll follow you. That is, if they don't realize what I'm doing and come here either way to try to stop me. They are finally leaving here. Nizu, do you promise that if we sign this nothing will change for us? I promise. The only thing different will be that on paper I'll be his guardian and that I'll financially support the both of you in the future. Why are you doing this for us? I'm doing this for my cub. After all, he's my personal student, and he wouldn't be if I hadn't taken a liking to him. Unlike the commission, I only seek his well-being. Sign it. If this ends up being something bad, I'll burn that rat myself. And then he hung up. Izuku shakenly signed the paper. As soon as he was done, there was a knock on the front door of Nizu's house. They all went to open up. Togata was standing in front of Izuku in a protective way. Tamaki was standing at his side, not letting go of his hand. How may I help you? He asked innocently. We are not here to play games, Nizu. Izuku, Midoriya, by the authority of the commission we are putting you under our guardianship. Tamaki's hold on his hand tightened. Oh, I'm afraid you cannot do that. Nizu said with a cheeky grin. You have no say over this, Nizu. Oh, but I do. Given that he just signed his guardianship to me, which means I have all the say about his future, wouldn't you think? The woman held a finger up and went to the side. Meanwhile, the guy kept staring at Izuku like he could take his soul away. Maybe he could, who knew in these times of quirks. You shouldn't have done this, Nizu. The woman said, and then she and her partner walked away. Izuku felt like a huge weight had left his body. Now that's done. He closed the door. Are you all hungry? After a while, Tamaki and Togata had to leave, so he ended up alone with Nizu. Taking advantage of the situation, the Chimera went over some things. I'll be providing you with a bank account. Do not worry, I have enough money to give you a comfortable life. I will also be giving you a black card. Don't abuse it. The guardianship you signed is temporary, so the commission may still be able to take you if they try hard enough, which seems they are quite committed to it. The ideal situation would be if either your mother woke up or your father appeared. Ichihim, he's a villain, Nizu-san. Oh please, drop the san and villains, heroes, they are all just titles. Anyway, your special clothing, I'll have more for you. I know how important it is for you, so don't worry about that, cub. I appreciate all you are doing, but I still don't get why. Oh cub, humans have failed the both of us. I'm simply trying to keep what happened to me, he pointed at his scar, from happening to you. I see. I can still go out as an animal, right? As long as you don't shift in a public space, and be aware of cameras, they'll use everything against you to claim you. Why do they even want me so bad? I'm already on the path of being a hero. But they can't control you. What does that even mean? Brainwash. I'll teach you how to resist just in case though. Okay. You must be tired from overusing your quirk today. How about I take you back home? Yes, please. Upon getting there, he body slammed into Toya. You must be the Bakugas. It's lovely to meet you, Nizu said, already on the couch with tea in his hand. No one is really sure how he got the tea, nor when he got there, but that was happening. I can't say the same under the circumstances, Masaru said, sitting next to him with coffee in his hand. They also have no idea where said coffee came from. That's completely fair. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I'll be going then. I'll see you tomorrow, cub. And he was at the door again. He hummed against Toya, and then Nizu was gone. Zu, I was so worried, you have no idea. He was freaking out, Katsuki added. To be fair, we all were, Masaru said. Brat, you cried, Toya said, and then started patting Izuku's hair. The boy simply hugged him deeper. As if that was possible. Who the hell does the commission think they are trying to take our Izuku away? Izuku turned those dovey eyes to Toya and said quietly that only he was able to hear. Nizu said the fire wasn't an accident. You believe him? There's no reason for him to lie. That's really concerning. If I stay here with you all, I might be putting you in danger. Oh, nerd, don't you even think what you are thinking. I know how you think, so don't. Shove it. We are all literal bombs, we can take whatever they throw at us. Got it. He turned those eyes to Kaken and nodded. Got it, Kaken. Good. Wanna crush that loser who calls himself player one in that game. Izuku was at his side in a matter of seconds. Toya suddenly felt cold without a body pressing against him. Izuku was like a heat stealer, he swears. Yes. In the end the guy was a lot more subdued and actually worked with them. No doubt he got impressed by our teamwork, or the possibility Katsuki liked the most. Maybe his parents yelled at him for yelling at strangers on the internet. Whatever possibility it was, it didn't matter because they ended up bonding, which was weird, but Izuku did always have the secret quirk of taming people to do his bidding. In the middle of the game Mitsuki appeared next to them and ruffled their hair. Then she asked, "Did you talk to your friend Hitoshi about what happened? He was really worried yesterday. Even came all the way here." Izuku had. He had been ignoring Hitoshi's text, to be honest, not because of anything, he just forgot to answer. So to hear he even came all the way there just for him, it really made him feel bad. I forgot. With everything that happened She smiled and asked, "Do you want to invite them for dinner?" I could just go You are not effing going anywhere with the commission hunting your butt, dim nerd. Yes, please invite them over. Usually he would have just ignored him, but he liked when Katsuki got all protective of him. It reminded him that he cared. After a while Hitoshi and his dads arrived. Katsuki glared at him hard while the two hugged. "I'm sorry I forgot to text. The day was insane." "It's fine, Zu. We saw you in the news, problem child. What in the heaven's name possessed you to turn into a dragon midday where anyone could see?" Broke the hug and smiled at Aizawa innocently. "I was being chased away by a monster. It was either a dragon or death." At that everyone shouted, "You were what?" "Chased by a monster." Gee, what part of that you didn't understand? Explain. After he explained the situation without actually explaining anything and left them with more questions than they started, Toya took over explaining that the commission was after him. Those news made Shota's blood boil. "Don't worry, problem child, you did good signing the thing with Nizo." He hated those words, but it was true. As of now he was his only line of defense. You should become a public figure," Hizashi said, earning him different kinds of looks from everyone there. He'd like to think those were happy faces that were delighted by his suggestion, but they were all mostly disgusted by it in different ways and for different reasons. Think about it, if you had the support of the people, they wouldn't be able to make a move on you. The kid wants to go underground, Zashi. He can't go underground if he's recognizable. What if you start a conspiracy blog telling people the truth? What? Why would he do that? To expose the commission. Take them down. It's anarchism now. Aizawa stared at his husband with a face that read, "I married an idiot." Hitoshi had a similar expression. At least he did until he heard Izuku murmur, "Anarchism could be fun." With that new information Hitoshi's face did a complete 360 to agree that yes, anarchism was great. Because, ladies and gentlemen, he was what you might call a simp. Far from their newly released from their hero program, Hawks received a new mission. You are to observe and friend Project Broccoli. As your relationship advances you will receive new orders. We have great expectations of you. Here are the details. She handed him a folder, and the blonde male gave a whistle at how thick it was. I'll do it, but why is it called Project Broccoli? You'll see. Her response was ominous. It would have given him chills if the project name wasn't so healthy. When Monday morning came, as usual Izuku flew to you, changed in Nizu's bathroom and was about to leave when the rat stopped him. Then he had classes with Nizu about how to resist brainwash, and to do that he had to learn something quite painful in his opinion, how to shift only his brain to that of an animal. At the end of it he was numb, so he decided to do a strategic withdrawal to cat form. It's his comfort form, okay? I know it hurts, cub, Nizu said while petting his fur. He heard a painful mew and reached for behind the cat's ears, but now that you know how to do it, you can shove this ability in a box and only use it if it's absolutely necessary, okay? Another painful whine. Do you wish to eat anything? It's near break time, and using your quirk like that must have made you hungry. The cat shook his tiny head and closed his eyes. I see. I'll let you sleep for now, but once break is over. I was considering sending you to Powerloader's class. He heard a yowl, and continued patting his cub with one paw, while working with the other. Izuku fell asleep comfortably on the Chimera's lap. It didn't take too long to Aizawa to barge in. He wanted to know why wasn't the kid in his class so close to the sports festival. Nizu yi. Is the problem child sleeping? What happened? Why hello to you too, Aizawa-san. He's currently recovering his energies from a harsh but necessary training. Aizawa's expression darkened in seconds. What kind of training? Don't do that face. It's simply something he can do to avoid getting brainwashed. What did you do? Nizu grinned. My, you really worry about my cub, don't you? He's not yours. It's temporary. And I do. So tell me and stop stalling. It's nothing you need to worry about, Aizawa-san. It's really for his own protection. I don't trust you. I don't expect you to. If the commission wasn't in his tail, I'd tell him to burn those papers. Nizu sipped his tea, grinning, but they are. Aizawa tapped his foot. Something was fishy here. Something was wrong and he didn't know what. Send him to my class when he wakes up. He has to train for the festival. No can do. He's building the most interesting thing with my BGMI, you see. I'm hoping he'll be able to finish it in time for the festival so he can use it. It won't matter if he isn't fit enough to win. Aizawa-san. He has more advantages than all your students combined. They can catch up. And when they do, he'll already be ahead again. Fine, he huffed. Arguing with the rat was a lost cause. I'll be off. Have a good day, Aizawa-san. He waved while the man closed the door. The rodent's smile faltered for a few seconds, but upon looking at the sleeping cat it was back again. He had big plans for his cub. Midoriya, I heard what happened, so I know you won't have modifications this time, but I've devised a plan and I'm 65% sure it won't blow up again. I really hope it doesn't, my BGMI-sensei. I have a headache right now and an explosion really wouldn't help. Oh, you poor thing. Power Loader ruffled Izuku's fluffy hair. If you want you can take the rest of the day off. Go see her, maybe she can help. No thanks. This isn't really something she can help with and I've already slept and rested enough. I'm looking forward to devote myself entirely to this. Alrighty if you say so. But let's do this. It didn't explode. Success. But they still had a long journey until it oh, the prototype is done? Oh Cammy, damn it, I was in the middle of this speech about how long it would take. DMN geniuses and their minds. Anyway, the prototype was ready, which meant they had to test it out, and to do that, they would need some open space. So they hit the school garden because all the facilities were being used at the moment by either other students or other teachers. They might have caused a fire. But the object itself didn't explode, it was meant to do that. Now they just had one tiny little problem. All the trees were on fire. It's fine. This is fine, said the kid whose most trauma in life was caused by fire. Ah, it works. Power Loader was screaming like a little girl who had just gotten the best gift ever on Christmas. Sensei, the fire. It's so beautiful. This is some groundbreaking career-changing invention. Midoriya, I'm so proud. Your future will be so bright. Bright like the trees on fire, I might add. There goes another tree. Midoriya. He grabbed the boy's hand. I will fully support you and your future. You can count on me. I appreciate that. But the trees are dying. Who cares about the trees? Gasp. I care about the trees. The fire was almost reaching UA walls at this point. There is nothing I can do anymore to put it out. Come on, Sensei, we are two of the brightest minds in this school, we can figure something out. H&G. The fire reached the wall, the fire alarm went off. The second, first and third years of all courses that had windows turned to where the fire was watched and recorded with their phones, the two support idiots freaking out about a fire themselves caused. Then they watched as Nizu berated the two about causing fires while a few students with water quirks put out the fire. It was quite an amusing scene. In a few days the video was the most watched in the school's own social media, and that day it was quite the news in UA's newspaper. The newspaper was controlled by the business kids and it had the sole objective of making fun of students and teachers that were caught doing stupid things, so you can imagine it's not a place you want to be the front page. At least if you aren't Izuku, because he loved the idea of being on the front page there. I want to hear you two say it, Nizu asked for the 5th time with his arms crossed. We were stupid, Izuku started. We should have waited for a testing room to be available, Majima continued. Anxiety isn't an excuse for setting the school garden on fire. Next time we will run by you first. Good. Now that it's clear you understand, go back to class. You have one to teach and you have a ring to improve. Yes, Nizu. The two said at the same time and walked back. It was really a walk of shame. The second one Midoriya had walked in his first month at UA. He low-key feared what the rest of his UA life would be like if in 2 weeks he had already walked 2 walks of shame. Extra. Toya has a traumatic experience. Midoriya Toya wonders where his life went wrong. Maybe it was when he was born. Yes, that seemed like an accurate estimation. But then it got better, because he was forcefully adopted by broccolis. But then it got worse again because his pseudo-broccoli mama got in a coma. Even so, none of these things are the cause of his trauma. The cause of his trauma is one Bakugo Katsuki. He was simply minding his own business after having returned home from his job at Mikelo's shop, which meant he was smelling like flowers from having been near them all day. His housemate, also known as the BSTRD spawn of Satan, no offense Mitsuki, that Satan didn't want to keep took notice of that fact. It started simple. Oi Scarface. You know flowers, right? Don't call me that, brat. But yes I do. What flower do I give someone if I want them to wake up? Piff, you are so obvious. Just tell me. Almond flower. The blonde huffed and went away. Toya innocently thought that was the end of it. Oh, how wrong he was. Oi Scarface. I have a name. Whatever, hobo. What do I give someone if I want them to leave me the F alone? He heard Mitsuki yell that she was home right as he asked that. Yellow carnation. Once again the blonde huffed and went away. You know, a thanks wouldn't hurt. Hey Scarface. What Bakugo? He shoved his math book in front of Toya and sat next to him. That made the green-haired man arch his eyebrow. What was happening? Help me with this. He took one look at the contents of the book, then looked back at Bakugo. I'm good. But I'm effing asking you for help. Aren't you supposed to be good at everything? I am. Then you don't need help. But not with FNG this. The hag is busy and the old man is still at work. I don't like this either, but you are gonna have to do. Bakugo. I never finished school. The blonde blinked. Do you want me to end a loser who sells flowers like you? Yes. Huff. Yes, please leave. The blonde did for about 5 minutes, then returned with his old math books. If you call me Scarface again, I swear I'll kill you. Oi Scarface. FND, damn it. The blonde grinned. He has the power of Izuku's friendship protecting him, and they both knew that, I'm gonna teach your loser but how to math. I'm good. Then once you learn you are gonna teach me what I don't understand. I don't want this. Tough luck. He took one look at the book Katsuki laid in front of him, and next he knew the book was on fire, blue flames dancing around it. Oh, I'm still gonna teach you. You just lost your reference. Ah, come on. Use the internet, you are a teen, you shouldn't rely on books. Huff. Please let me. Toya has had many hardships in life. Getting rid of Bakugo Katsuki was the worst of them. Hey little bush, the voice on the phone said. It had been a while since he heard it. But he supposes it makes sense he would call? That he had been calling. Maybe he shouldn't have declined the other times he called. Well, too late now. Dad, do you want to come live with me? Mom didn't want us to meet. She didn't want us to talk either. Like that stopped us before. You're my son and I want to take care of you. I miss you, my bush. The commission is after me. What if they find you because of me? They already got Mom. Izu. I can take care of myself, and you, I can take care of both of us. I'll think about it. For now I'm living with Kaken and Token. Oh, and Nedzu kind of has my guardianship. I don't like that. Don't like heroes. Parody. Well, Yeah, but I don't like that you are so far away and that they have their hands on you. Hi, Dad, I know you'll destroy the heavens and earth before they actually put their hands on me. I'm glad you know that. Love you, Bush. Yeah, love you, Dad. He hung up and stared at his phone, until he sighed and put it in his pocket. It was nice to know his dad had his back should he need it. But he should only talk with him if it was extremely necessary. That was the rule he imposed on himself when he got the number behind his mother's back. Who is he kidding? He already broke that rule so many times. How the hell he wasn't caught was beyond him. He was sure she had him that day when he slipped that names have power bullshit his father says all the time. Yet somehow she believed him. Or maybe she wanted to believe. Toya was going to murder the Bakugo brat. He tried to be patient, he tried to get along, he tried all that and more. But he couldn't anymore. He needed to move. If he had to deal one more time with him and his mother yelling back and forth, and the questions. Cammy the questions, he doesn't know trigonometry, he doesn't want to know trigonometry. Why in the heaven's name did Bakugo think he did? When Izuku got back home that night, Toya grabbed his pseudo-brother and took them to their bedroom. Look, I know you and Blasty are friends. Bestest friends. He is Pat SLV #1. Not even Mom is. Was that high on the list? Anyway, I know you have this weird relationship with him, but I can't take it anymore. I've been here for 3 days and if I have to stay one more I'll go insane. So, tomorrow you are skipping school and we are house hunting. Oh, okay. Why do you look dejected? At your age if I had gone to school I would kill to skip it. No, it's fine, it's just me and my Majima-sensei are building something really cool and I wanted to get ready until the sports festival. When is that gonna be? Next week. Cammy, doesn't UA give time to the students to learn basic hero stuff before shoving them in a festival? Oh, they do. But my class missed 1 week because Kidnapper-san expelled everyone, so now the ones that did manage to convince him to get back only have 1 week of training. I gotta say they are rushing. Okay, I'll let you go half PRD then. Do you want to skip in the morning or in the afternoon? Morning. This doesn't mean sleep, kid, it only means we will house hunt then and that maybe you'll be able to go later. Echi. Okay, let me tell Nedzu. Why do you have to tell him? He's the one paying for the house, right? Toya looked away embarrassed. I'd rather not, but we don't really have a choice. We can always stay her dash. No. Then Nedzu it is. Ugh. I know. Izuku patted him. But he's a rich rat who decided to support me. So, let's just take advantage of that fact for a tad. I don't like feeling like I own him. I assure you, you won't. He dialed the phone. Why hello there, cub, this is a surprise. Hi. I just called to warn you I'm skipping school tomorrow morning. Usually you don't tell teachers these kind of things. But I'm telling you as my guardian. Anyway, me and Token are going to see a few houses. He and Kaken don't really get along. Alrighty, cub. If you find one you like, feel free to tell me and I'll buy it in your name for you. Okay. Thank you, sensei. It's no problem, cub. Have a good night. You too. He hung up. I think he's sketchy. You think everyone is sketchy, Token. And I'm usually right. Well, I trust him. I know. And that's what worries me. Izuku was dragging himself, barely awake, through the house. The lady who was showing them the place was talking and talking and talking. Did I mention she was talking? He yawned and leaned into his brother. And since this is close to the station, it's perfect for youngsters like you to go to school and college and even work. It's a perfectly safe neighborhood. The people here are silent, and unlike most apartments, this one has everything you might need for a small additional price. They do shopping for you, maintenance, cleaning, everything you can imagine. Who is they? Toya. She grinned. Ashi, turn off the lights. The room went dark. Perfect for nap time, Izuku's mind told him, but Toya's hand on his shoulder kept him awake. Ashi, turn them on. They were back on. Izuku yawned again. The woman took that as a sign they weren't impressed, so she said, Ashi, start cleaning mode. A small squared robot appeared and started vacuuming the place. Then the woman purposely dropped her keys. The plain square robot suddenly opened up and robot hands came out, picked up the keys and handed it to her. What if they turn on us? Izuku tiredly asked. I can guarantee you that has never and will never happen. I don't know I've seen things. If you don't want its services you can always turn the service off. Does it cook? Yes. I think we've seen enough, we will be in touch. He started walking off taking Izuku with him. Have a good day, the woman yelled right as they closed the door. You good? You've been more tired lately. Yeah, he yawned. I don't know what's happening to me. Maybe it's because I'm emotionally exhausted? Could be. We should schedule you a visit to a neuro though, just in case. All right. But anyway, what did you think of the house? It's large. It has 4 bedrooms. We don't need that much. What would we even use 4 bedrooms for? 1 is an office. The other 3 is for me, you and Inko. Toya. She'll wake up. And when she does she's gonna need a room, don't you think so? Okay. He closed his eyes, took a big breath and opened them again. I like it. It has a nice view, it's close to bus stops, the train station and the subway. Plus the robot. It's gonna kill us while we sleep. It can cook, neither of us are good at it. We shouldn't call it. Though it might hurt their feeling. It's a robot zoo. Yes, and I don't want to be the reason they revolt and start a revolution. Thank you very much. Fine, we will think of a name. Kara. Why? Because they will basically be our babysitter. Okay. He stared at Toya's soul. Haven't you watched or played DBH? What's that? Oh my Cammy. In what world do you live? A non-game nerd one. Hey. I'm not a game nerd. But it's impossible not to love this game. I have never played but it has been a dream of mine to do so. It's that good. I'll show you a video when we get home. Don't call that place home. I don't want the word home to be associated with the Bakugas. Izuku yawned again. Seriously, what happened? I don't want to talk about it. Why? It gave me even more trauma. When Izuku got to Uenetsu was quick to offer him tea, and he was quick to accept. Seriously, he was addicted to this tea. Izuku, how wonderful of you to join me in this afternoon. I need to finish the project. Yes, it's quite the determination. But for now, how was your house hunting? Anything you and your brother liked? Oh. Yeah, actually, there was this nice house inside a closed-off community apartment similar to my old one that has everything we need plus a nanny robot to take care of us. Oh. Yeah, we would never in a million years be able to pay for a place like that before you, so thanks Nedzu-sensei. Oh Cub, it's my pleasure. After all, I have too much money and nothing to spend on. Don't worry about it. Should I start the buying process then? I guess? I don't know how this works, but if we find a place we like we should buy it, right? Yes. In my experience it's better not to look around too much, otherwise you'll lose what you liked and realize all houses are quite similar. Well, that would SCK. Indeed. Trust my word, Cub, it's best to go with your guts with these things. Alrighty, then buy me a house, sensei. That's a phrase I never thought I'd say. Nedzu chuckled. I'm glad to see you excited. Hey, yeah, I'm trying to stay positive even with everything going on. In my experience, it's not good to shut things in, so if you are not actually feeling good, there is no need to pretend. I guess. No, I mean you are right. I'm not going to pretend, sensei. Good, now let me ask you, my cub, how are you feeling? Tired. You've been tired a lot lately, huh? The Chimera eyed his own tea. I guess. Token said I should go see a neuro. I'd hardly think that's necessary, you are probably just emotionally drained. I thought that too. But it's better to be safe than sorry, right? I suppose so. Your Token really cares about you, huh? Yes. He is the bestest. After Kakin, of course. I see. He clapped his paw. Well, I'm wasting your time enough, you've already lost most of your day, we wouldn't want to waste more time here. Why don't you go to the lab? Run along now. Oh. All right, sensei. See why. Yes. Midoriya. Wasn't expecting you to come, Numa said upon seeing the boy. Hi, I would never lose lab time, sensei. The man narrowed his eyes. There was something different about Midoriya. He couldn't quite place a finger where or what. All right, then take a sit. Your magical ring won't build itself. You won't help me this time, sensei? He asked, tilting his head. No. Nedzu was quite firm in reminding me I can't play favorites and have to pay attention to what everyone is doing. But I don't think you need my help anymore, kiddo. Of course, if you do need anything, I'm a call away. Oh, okay. He went back to his invention. Weird, he was feeling more hyper ever since leaving Nedzu's office. He felt like he could finish this today. Actually, he felt like he could take over the world. But he had no interest in doing that. People near his workstation had exactly two types of reactions to what he was doing. The first type of people couldn't look away from him and focus on their own projects. The second type got a little further away from him and focused even harder on their own projects. Both types believed he needed an exorcism. Midoriya couldn't take his eyes from the invention. Everything was going surprisingly well. He opened his notebook and started doing a bunch of calculations for a new function he wanted the thing to have. It was impressive and scary to watch. He looked like he had done some cane before going to class thanks to his maniacal face upon noticing things were going the way he wanted them to go. Oh, that's what was different about him, Mijima noticed. His pupils were a tad more dilated than usual. That was probably a quirk thing, right? Yeah. Definitely. At the end of class, Midoriya asked his teacher for a bunch of new materials. Mijima had no idea what they were for, but he was excited to see what his student would make. This time when the bell rang, he went straight home. He was really hungry. Katsuki watched the nerd working on a new blueprint from behind his back. He was so focused. Oh, that reminded him. The nerd. He didn't look up. I want to go see Auntie tomorrow after school. Oh, he stopped moving his hand for a second but then continued whatever he was doing. You have to go with me. Yeah. His breath was kind of shaky. Okay, Kaken. The blonde narrowed his eyes. You sure you good to go so soon again? You wanna go so? Good. The thanks was left unsaid, but it was unneeded. The two kept silent after that, Katsuki simply watching as Izuku worked, which made Izuku a little bit nervous. Anything else, Kaken? Nope. Not even going to tell me to sleep? I know you won't. You're wrong. I absolutely will. Once I finish this, of course. The blonde got near him and watched him drawing and doing math. Yeah, he had no idea what he was designing. What even is this? A storage ring. What? Storage ring, Kaken? Pay attention, will ya? Maybe if you do, I'll give you one copy when it's ready. It will explode. Only fire that can destroy these rings are the flames of Mordor. And you say you aren't a nerd. I never said that. I only said you are one too, mister. I get pissy if I don't get perfect scores. Oh, that was one time, and the teacher was wrong in the end. Don't me. Extra. Human? Sometimes Izuku felt more like an animal pretending to be a human than a human pretending to be an animal. When these things happened, he would usually go to his mom and ask her to tell him stories of his childhood that he didn't remember anymore. Except he couldn't do this anymore, and he was facing a new type of problem. He had failed the MIA robot test. Now, this usually wouldn't have affected him. After all, he was usually quite sure of himself not being a robot. But he was in the middle of an identity crisis. So he tried again. And failed. Am I a robot? He asked himself, murmuring. No, you dumb idiot, came the answer from the beyond. Funny, the beyond sounded weirdly like Kaken. That's because it's me, you stupid nerd. Oh, hi, Kaken. I didn't notice you there. Look at me, he did with a haunted look. You aren't a robot, you dumb F-. How can we be sure? I've failed the sacred tests, Kaken. I'm not having this discussion with you. Go to sleep. And oh, hisses. Izuku. Hisses. He turned into a cat and ran. The blonde didn't even try to run after. He simply shook his head and did the CAPTCHA on the nerd's computer for when he returned. Meanwhile, Izuku was running through the house. He was definitely a robot. A robot with a shape-shifting quirk. Or maybe a shape-shifting program? His day only started after a teacup at Nedzu's office. Technically, he didn't have to go there first. Nedzu already had told him what classes he should watch for the rest of the week, but he liked not only Nedzu's company because he always had something to teach. Like today, he started talking about law loopholes he could explore should he want to, but also for the tea. Nizu always knew exactly what to brew for him. With just one cup of tea, he would leave there hyper or calm. They were truly magical teas. Oh, by the way, Cub, I began talking with the real estate agent about closing the deal. Oh, how did it go? I think in 1 month max you can move. Izuku frowned. Couldn't it be sooner? Token has been moody lately. I'll try to speed up the process for you. I went to the house to have a look. It was a good choice. I thought so too. May I suggest some modifications for the robot though? Sensei? He chuckled. We haven't even moved yet. But eventually you will. I'll give you the basics and let you figure out the rest. How about that? Sure, he was still giggling. Speaking of this, how is your project going? After we caused the fire alarm to go off, I started thinking of ways to reverse the power and not only make fire go out, but also go back in. That way it would also solve the issue with refueling. It would be quite the feat. Yes, so I did the math and I found that the same tech, well, not exactly the same, it would have to have a few modifications, but anyway, the same tech could be used for a storage ring. I assume you are thinking of shrinking and resizing objects? That and a pocket dimension, Sensei. The Chimera chuckled. That'd be impossible without a quirk. Izuku shot him a cheeky grin. Maybe, he shrugged. I'll never know until I try. Well, I wish you good luck. I'll look for academic materials you can use for the pocket dimension research you wish to accomplish. Right? Thanks, Sensei. It's my pleasure. Oh, by the way, you might want to check the hero class today. Really? I thought I was going to support for the rest of the week. You were, but Aizawa has made a lesson plan that could prove to be fun for you. What PRD do I have to be there? Third, you can have lunch and go straight there. Alrighty, Sensei. For now I can go support, right? Indeed. I'll see you later then, he said, rushing off. The Chimera waved even though he couldn't see. After spending hours listening to Majima-sensei's lessons, it was finally break time. He rushed to his usual spot with Tamaki and Mirio and grabbed food for them all. He sat and waited. It didn't take long for the two senpais to arrive. Izuku. Mirio ruffled his hair. You didn't have to grab food for us. I know, he flushed red, but I got here quickly and had nothing to do. So. Thanks. Right. Let's dig in. They sat down and ate while Mirio told Izuku about their morning so far. They were training hard for the sports festival. Togata seemed excited that both classes were doing stuff together. It's one of the rare moments we actually have class together, he said excitedly, to which Tamaki nodded. What about you? Togata finally asked after retelling tales of bravery and stupidity. Mechanical stuff. Me, Midoriya-kun, Tamaki started, and not that we mind, but we noticed you never sit with your classmates. Are we getting in the way of you building friendship? Izuku's expression was one horrified with the implications of his phrase, so Mirio was quick to cut in. We obviously would be sad if you ditched us. But we don't want to be the thing keeping you from being with your friends. I'm sure you'd rather sit with them than with boring senpais, right? He looked down. I'm kind of a wild card. Huh. The two simultaneously tilted their heads slightly. He looked back up, meeting their confused expressions. I'm not exactly in the hero course, neither the support one. I just roam to whatever class is gonna be more interesting that day. So I didn't exactly have time to bond with people. And I like spending time with you. Even if you are, he chuckled, boring senpais. Which isn't true. Boring senpais wouldn't have taken me to a near-death experience. Don't remind me of that, ugh. Mirio dug his head in his hands in shame. Even so, he was smiling. I really thought it was going to be just a safe lake. Everything about it was sketchy. Taki was quick to observe. Izuku nodded, agreeing. I'm sorry, okay? I'm an optimist. That made the two introverts chuckle. They were quite aware that he was one. Oh, Izuku narrowed his eyes at them. But what about you? What about us? Wouldn't you rather be with your classmates than your boring kohai? No, came Tamaki's quick answer. Mirio chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We don't really get along that great with our classes? Izuku tilted his head. Huh. I told you right? Aizawa expelled me the first day. I got back after a long while. After that, groups were already formed. So it was just the two of us. Then after a while they transferred me to the other class. Not because I was disruptive or anything, but both classes were saturated when he took me back, and then 2 students from 1B transferred to other courses, so since I got in later they transferred me, so it would be an even number on both classes. The groups were definitely formed there too. And Maki is just a lost cause. I do interact with Nijira sometimes. But I'd rather not. She can be. She has Haken. Mirio pointed to the brunette talking loudly with some pink-haired gal a few tables away. Oh. Izuku smiled, then we are stuck with each other. Look at this little sheet, Togata said smiling. He is smiling at our disgrace. Why you are too, Tamaki observed. Mirio let out a dramatic gasp. Whose side you on? He didn't even hesitate to point at Izuku. Mirio had an expression that just screamed that Tamaki was a traitor. The purple-haired elf smiled at the blonde's face and said, Nedzu is his official guardian, he can have us expelled, besides. He has fluffy hair. That made Izuku laugh. He won't expel someone just because I asked. But then he thought about the way the sports festival was built and how he let him hear everything, or maybe he will. He definitely will. I'm on the side of the powerful and fluffy. Traitor, Mirio huffed away, but it was playful. Izuku patted him. I can't help it, I'm just everyone's favorite. Mirio's grin turned feral. Look at this little sheet. O-H-N-O. I-T-G-O-T-T-O-H-I-S-E, Tamaki Shackley said. Mirio turned to Izuku. We just have to shake it out of him, and started tickling him. He was weak to tickles. A lot of people looked their way as Izuku began screaming for mercy mid-laughter. He was dying here, folks. They shouldn't laugh, they should help. They all heard the click of a camera and knew they would be in the next edition of UA News. But besides Tamaki, who got very self-conscious and decided to tactfully hide himself by trying to merge with the table, he did not succeed for his despair. They didn't care. Mirio just kept on tickling him until he was out of breath and on the ground still laughing even though the tickled had stopped. It took him 10 minutes to fully calm down, and once he did he demanded pats from the blonde. It's the least you can do after trying to kill me twice now. The blonde looked guilty for exactly 2 seconds until Izuku turned into a cat and snuggled into him. Then all guilty thoughts went away and he decided to just enjoy the fact that he had a cat on his lap. When the bell rang, Izuku didn't turn back. He just jumped on Tamaki's shoulder and hoped they would understand that he was skipping class to watch their class for the rest of the morning until 3rd PRD came. In theory he knew he shouldn't. But Nedza didn't teach him about how to abuse loopholes for no reason. Hizashi couldn't help the squeak that came from his mouth when he saw Shota's green problem child clinging on his student's shoulder. What followed was a fit of giggles and then more happy noises that made the second years think he was having a slide. Midoriya, you can't be here. Even though he said those words, his tone betrayed him. People were very confused, for they had yet to notice the cat on Tamaki's shoulder. The boy was really good at hiding his presence, and he did it all the time to avoid attention. He specially picked up that technique just so people wouldn't talk to him. Genius, I know. They only noticed when a voice they didn't recognize said from Tamaki's desk direction, "It doesn't say anywhere I can't." Mike-sensei, said voice, wasn't wearing a uniform, and seemed quite amused that after he said those words a bunch of people jumped from their chairs. Mike can't tell if they were ready to attack him or to run from him. Hi. If it doesn't, then I can't really stop you, can I? The class turned to Mike with betrayed and confused expressions. Someone brilliantly said, "Isn't he the support kid who set UA's garden on fire?" Taiki snickered hard at that. Izuku sighed. Of all things, this is what people will know me for. You reap what you sow, the purple quietly said to him. He was about to answer with something snarky, but then suddenly Nijire was on his face. What are you doing here? Why can you be here? Are you really Nedzu's protege? Is it true you are both a support student and a hero course one? Are you really 14? Can you turn into any animal? Can you turn into mythical creatures? Does it hurt? Did you really wear a skirt on the first day? Why aren't you wearing a uniform now? Does it have to do with your quirk? Do you get naked like Togata-kun? Could you turn into a leech? Or a mosquito? Would you be easier to kill if you were a mosquito? Have your teeth always been pointy? She kept going, but he got lost, so he turned back into a cat and retreated to Tamaki's lap. The purple sighed and started patting him. There. Why you are overwhelming him. She stopped talking and covered her mouth abruptly. I'm sorry. It's just that there are so many rumors. Well folks, it seems Greenie will be just a silent watcher today. So let's focus on the sports festival. Tio ground gamma, Hizashi said like a cartoon character. People seemed more excited now that they would have it. Underclassmate watching. At ground gamma, as Mike yelled, all the students were split into groups of 4 and the other heroics class was also there for a showdown between second years. He had just finished explaining the exercise and then turned dramatically to the cat. Midoriya, how would you feel about participating? The cat turned partially human again and said with his head tilted, sure. His tail swinged around him, showing that he was excited. Great. We have one student less on 2B, so with you the groups are even. But sensei, someone called, wouldn't it be unfair to the group that has him? He is still in his first year. And is a support student. The blonde laughed. He might be a first year, but he is also Nizu's personal student. Don't underestimate him just because he is cute. Can I get my hero costume then, sensei? The cat boy asked. Mike finger-shot the camera watching them. I'm sure it's on its way. All right, A versus B. First groups. Go. His costume arrived in the middle of the first match. It pained him to have to go change and stop watching because DMN they were good. He didn't have much ground to compare because he had yet to go to a heroics class that involved fighting, but from what he knew about himself, they were better. So, as he watched the fighting and strategies, he couldn't help but learn and silently improve. He has always been a fast learner after all. When Tamaki's turn came, he snuggled near Togata. Amajiki's team was the winner. He hadn't seen him fight before, even though he was shy 90% of the time during the match. He was anything but shy. When Togata's turn came, he snuggled back to Tamaki. Togata was also the winner, but that he was expecting. So far it had been 1 point for each class. Then his turn came. The game. Exercise was simple. One group was in charge of playing villains and creating a strategy that would hinder the heroes whose goal was to save the hostages, dummies, but they didn't have to only use the building with the hostages, and they could choose which building it would be, so the heroes would have to look for them in the huge fake city. If the villain team wanted, they could hunt the heroes themselves, but if the heroes found the hostages and they weren't there, it was a default win. For the villain team to win, they would have to constrain the heroes. For the hero team to win, they would have to do the same and also take them to jail. If neither team won by the buzzer, then both would lose. He joined his team, they were playing the villains, and they explained their plan. He had one of his own, but hey, this wasn't his class and he wasn't even supposed to be here, so he was fine with going with theirs. It was solid. Surprisingly, they didn't ask him to only guard the hostages and actually gave him a somewhat of a big role. He was supposed to do recon and prevent the heroes from getting near the dummies. The second years really were on another level after he told them his quirk. They were quick to figure out the best role he could have at this. Once they got to the city, they had 5 minutes to prep. They chose to have 4 different hostage places around, and no one was going to stay stationary. That was because they didn't have to, thanks to Bomb Gal. Soon the buzzer rang and he was quick to turn his mask on and disappear from sight. He jumped around the shadows, picking up the smells and noises that the other team was making. He spotted them quickly and reported back. In 2 seconds, a fellow teammate appeared next to him and laid out a plan of attack. He noticed at the other side of the street the other 2 were doing the same. The 4 then began trailing after the heroes as they seemed a little lost. From above, a hero yelled before the teammate from before was dropping lava on them. After that, the other 2 villains engaged the heroes there, but Izuku noticed one of the heroes slipped out, so he decided to follow them. The girl was jumping around trying to be sneaky and find the hostages. She was close to one of the places. He wished his ring was ready. It would be perfect for sneaking long distance on her now. She did a flip and disappeared. Suddenly he felt her smell coming from behind him and barely had time to dodge a kick. It hit the ground and the ground cracked. He grinned and used a skirt piece to restrain her leg. "Ha, you are gonna be problematic," she said and wanked her leg from the skirt. It didn't budge, so she went for another attack. He dodged again and kicked her back using one skirt piece to propel him and a few others to grab her other leg. She dodged and the 2 went back and forth for a while exchanging blows until she jumped high hoping to bring him with her, and when that didn't happen she kicked his back. He however used that opportunity to disappear from her sight and where once he was. There wasn't anything anymore. He turned into a snake mid-turn and tangled himself around her neck and body, thus restraining her. He bit her neck. She froze and fell to the ground. No, he didn't kill her. This snake was known for paralyzing, not killing. He untangled and turned into a human again. Should I toss her with the hostages? Nagai is out, Mike announced. After that, a few robots appeared out of nowhere and carried the girl out. Suddenly he heard a voice on his comm, "Do that thing now." There were several things they had agreed to do, so it would have helped if they weren't so vague, but still he gave himself rabbit legs and hopped to the thing he guessed they wanted him to do. He arrived at one of the decoy buildings and found his way to the little bomb one of his teammates had planted thanks to their quirk. He activated it and moved to the next building. After doing it in all buildings, he shot back, "All activated," in the comms. Could come to Section 4. He flew there and saw the standstill. "Either you release my partner or the hostages go bye-bye." Boom. She yelled, holding a button in the air. One of the heroes shot the button and yelled, "It's a BLUF." She began crackling, especially when the several buildings started exploding around them. The partner was released for now. The heroes had other things to worry about. Short BOM girl was insane, but he liked her. She hopped to where her colleague was and gave him a hand. The boy said to Midoriya, "They managed to capture one of us. They probably didn't get to the prison yet since Mike hasn't announced. Bring them back. We will regroup at Section 6". Was his response, and then he was flying away. The student in charge of taking their teammate was loud and fast, but the Peregrine Falcon was faster. He shot at the fast boy, and once he surpassed his speed, he stood a bit in front of them and turned into a blue whale. A huge but whale. Fast boy stopped confused, and then cursed loudly, "Come on, that's so extra." Izuku turned back into a cat boy and went for an attack. The boy was scared. And he wasn't given a choice. Izuku was simply ignoring the possibility of hitting his own teammate to attack him, so either he dropped the boy and fought back giving his all, or he would lose. The moment he dropped the boy, Izuku's arms turned to wings and his legs into claws, and he picked his teammate up and flew away with him. "That son of a bitch," Fasty cursed. Midoriya flew back to Area 6 and turned back fully to a human. His teammates stared at him in awe and he said, "I don't think I can do that again." Boom girl laughed maniacally, "Greenie, that was amazing." Anyway, they are currently looking for the hostages in the wreckage of the buildings. It won't take them too long to realize there is nothing there, but it will be enough time for us to take them down, the boy with the plan said. Wait. Are we fighting them inside the burning buildings? You and Mono are. Me and Katon will be support. Katon in question woke up coughing after the boy with the plans slid something on his mouth. Greenie got you before Hi-I got you to prison, Boom girl said. Oh. So what's the plan? Katon asked. Make the two immune to fire. Right-io boss. He touched both Midoriya and Boom girl, all done. Truth be told, neither of them felt anything different and narrowed their eyes. I promise you won't burn. The boy with the plan sighed. It will be a trust of faith. Anyway, you both should be going. I'll provide recon and keep Hi-I from getting anywhere. He loves to talk after all. 2 people, 2 buildings. Izuku turned into a snake and went for a more sneaky approach. Boom girl did the exact opposite, creating a bunch of bombs and exploding her path in. If Aizawa was there, he would probably have berated them all, telling how dangerously stupid this plan was. It didn't take long for Midoriya to find his prey and bite the human in the neck. Because of the heat, they didn't even notice a snake climbing them up. After the boy dropped on the ground, Mike announced, a little less cheery than the first time. Endo is out. He turned back into a human and rolled the boy up his capture skirt. He tried avoiding the flames even though Katon supposedly made them immune to it. When he finally got out of the building, the robots were already waiting for them. He deposited the boy on the bot just in time to look up and see Boom girl and the boy from the other team in an intense battle in the air. He decided to ignore it since she didn't seem to be in trouble and returned to his team. Upon getting there, he heard Fasty and his team arguing. They didn't seem to be fighting though. Boy with the plan seemed to have noticed him, and without turning or acknowledging his existence, he signed to him. He didn't know sign language, but he could guess what he was saying, so he turned into an ant and passed them all. He climbed Fasty as an ant, and once he was near his neck, he turned into a snake again and bit him. Hi-I is out. He turned back into a human and saw the grinning faces of the 2 second years. They heard another boom and went outside to watch. Mono. Stop toying with them, Plan Boy yelled. They all heard the girl laugh and then another blob started falling. Boom Girl catched the other in the air and used her bombs to descend from the heavens carrying her victim. Class B takes the win. Mike announced looking dejected. Snipe was grinning proud of his class. Once they returned to the observation deck, Izuku felt everyone's gazes on him and tactfully turned into a cat and hid himself in Tamaki's hood. As he did that, both classes exploded, everyone talking at the same time. Sensei, is he really a first year? Damn, he's got moves. I wanna go against him someday. How is that even fair? And they kept going until Snipe shot the air. Literally, he grabbed his gun and shot. This should be illegal, right? Y'all. Sheet up. Immediately they all did. Oh, thank Cammy, Mike said, and then his smile was back. Alright, since the other team was completely knocked out, we will discuss their match next class. For now you are all dismissed. Go rest and eat your lunches, little listeners. And 2A, I have a surprise for you all. The news. This morning there was sudden panic when a beacon of light suddenly appeared from Endeavor's agency. Our reporters went there to investigate and found that Endeavor's agency had a rat manifestation. They were on the walls, on the food, on the papers, and apparently the fire-based heroes in the agency freaked out. After all, they might be heroes. But rats are rats. The cherry of the cake, however, was that when Endeavor showed up to work, they focused on him. That was why there was a sudden beacon of light that illuminated the entire city. Apparently Endeavor let something similar to a supernova at the building after evacuating everyone. It's yet unknown when the reconstruction of the agency will occur and if the rats are in fact dead. But one thing is for sure. First pigeons, now rats. What's next? And why is nature attacking? Endeavor? Izuku was starving and it showed. He also had a terrible headache, but that one he was trying to ignore. He could just nap and it would probably go away, right? Tamaki was honestly impressed about how much his kohai could eat, and his quirk depends on him eating. He still has flashbacks of Hell Camp where the teachers made him eat the weirdest things repeatedly. It gives him nightmares. Mirio didn't seem all that affected by it if his sunshine smile was of any indication. You know, Maki, that's now 2 times in a row your class loses against mine. Just a fluke. You got lucky Izuku was there. The blonde had a sheet-eating grin on his face. Is that so? Weiss. He looked away. Leave me alone. I don't know. Think. You are just bad. Zoo, what do you think? He simply stared at him and kept eating. Nom nom. He agrees with me. She didn't say anything. Oh, he totally agrees with me. Taki slumped on the table. Fine. Your class is better. Izuku patted him. This just serves to show that there is still room for improvement. I say we should book extra gym time every day from now on. I say you are insane. What do you think, Zoo? The boy shrugged. Thump. I don't think I can stay every day, but it could be fun. Why, you are both insane. No, Maki. Not insane, we have vision. And determination. Right. He made a fist. Right. Izuku fist bumped him. Oh, but I can't go back with you. Nedzu wants me to take heroics with Aizawa this PRD. That's our code. Mirio ruffled his hair. We will see you on our next break, or tomorrow, right? Yep. For now though, do you want to take a nap? Becoming something that big must have taken up a lot of energy, right? Yeah, I know I overdid it. But I didn't want to be known as the support student that set fire to UA's garden, you know. P-huff, that won't change anything. Why ya? Sorry Izuku, I doubt it will. He frowned. How are you so sure? Oh, that's because no matter how many fights I win, I'm still Nakey Boy. That's, Now it was his time to slump and for Tamaki to pat him. I'm going to sleep, wake me up when lunch ends, and with that he closed his eyes. Both Tamaki and Mirio snickered. We know a secret spot you can sleep without all this noise, Mirio said, and Izuku immediately was back up. Lead the way, senpai. His headache didn't go away after the nap. But he could handle it. He was leaving school earlier today to go see his mom with Kakin anyway. When he got inside the 1's classroom, he was glad to see that there were 10 students now, one of the new ones he knew. Phewa. You are back. Midoriya, right? So are you. Oh, you're not really, huh? Alright everybody, sit down and shut up. Aizawa said before letting him explain, then he locked eyes with problem child number. I see Nedzu sent you to me today. Yep. Good. Since the whole class is here we can finally choose a damn rep. I don't care how you do it, just be quick, we have other and more important things to do today. Ignoring the request, everyone turned to him. Hato, fish boy, was the one to ask first. Dude, what happened to you after you passed out? Why did you only come to class today? Pinky guy asked right after. Are you not an official student of this class? You were watching support classes, right? And today at lunch I heard a second-year student saying you crashed their lesson. So what are you? Serious black-haired girl asked, narrowing her eyes. Wait, he was supposed to be here all this time? A girl with floaty orange hair asked before he had the time. She was new. Yup, he was with us at the blonde skeleton-faced girl he recognized as the one who led everyone to the collapsing building said. She had blue hair now. It fit her. Fua laughed. Guys, if you don't stop talking he won't be able to answer. They all shut up again and turned to him, so he started. Well, a lot happened after I passed out actually, but mostly personal stuff. I'm Nedzu's personal student and he kind of determines where I'll have classes for the day, and up until today he had me going to the support ones. What else? Oh yeah, I was with the second years earlier today, 2 senpais kind of. Adopted me? I think that's the more accurate word. So I was with them during recess, and after a very inspirational lesson from Nedzu-sensei about loopholes I just decided to explore a few and crash their class. I think this summons up. Damn. Pinky said, so from what I gathered, the lessons you appear will be the cool ones, right? I guess. But what's so cool about choosing a class rep? Aizawa-sensei did say we had more stuff to do today, Fua added. Oh, we should just decide on a rep quickly then. Who wants to be it? To Aizawa's surprise no one wanted the job. It was usually the other way round. What an odd class. Does anyone have straws? We could chose by them. Why would anyone have dash? I have straws, a redhead said, making everyone turn to him with curious expressions. What? It's part of my quirk. What the hell is your quirk? Hatoeth. I'm basically a cactus. He did look a bit planty now that they stopped to think about it. And cactus have straws? Pinky asked unsure. No. I have thorns but I can control the size of them. He made 8 thorns the size of regular straws and cut 2 in half. Honestly, he seems reliable. Why don't you be the rep? Skeleton Girl said. Cammy, please no. I don't want the responsibility. That's why this class is odd. They are all lazy people who only want to have fun. That didn't change from one week to another. The straws were drawn and serious black-haired girl and Fua got the short ones. I suppose we should properly introduce ourselves, serious girl said. Right, I'll go first then. My name is Maada Fua. My quirk is that I can create foam. Hana Sunkei, my quirk is that I'm lucky. Immediately Izuku perked up and said, like domino. She was taken aback at that, because usually people said that wasn't really a quirk. So she smiled and nodded, like domino. Triple it, that's so cool. Domino is low-key my favorite Marvel character, Pinky said, and once again she was surprised. Maybe she shouldn't have been so hasty to believe they would be the same as her former classmates. This was UA after all, and her quirk led her to this. Wait, but if your quirk is luck then why did you get the straw? Hato questioned. It was a fair question. It has a life of its own, to be honest. I'm used to just going with the flow to what it thinks it's best for me. This must have been it. What a crazy quirk, dude. You are so crazy lucky, Pinky said, and then realized what he said and started laughing. Aizawa chose that moment to arise from his cocoon. Good, you were quick. We can discuss your obligations during recess, now. Go change into your gym clothes. He was in the middle of leaving but then he stopped and turned. Not you, problem child. I don't want you naked in my class. And then he left. They moved as a unit, ready for whatever Aizawa had planned for them. Only if they had realized sooner their teacher never told them where they should go after changing. Once they were all ready and met back in the class, they realized the issue. Guys, where are we supposed to go? Skeleton Girl asked. Zawa never said. Maybe we are supposed to find him. Pinky guess. We should all follow Sunk. Maybe with her luck we can find him quickly, the girl with the orange floaty hair said. Oh, for sure, between Sankei's luck and Midoriya's tracking mode, we can find him. Skeleton girl said again. But tracking mode? Yeah. That thing where your nose turned into a bear snout at the cactus boy said. He didn't pay attention to their quirks nor their names, but these people knew both about him. He really felt bad. A girl none of them had noticed was there this entire time quietly said, we should all tell each other our quirks. And names. Before anything. Oh, yeah. Skeleton blonde happily agreed. I'm Ryza Shaku and my quirk is called Underneath the Skin. I have X-ray vision and can use my bones as weapons. What about other people's bones? Pinky asked. Her answer was a smile. Right? Pinky turned to the others. I'm Ichigo Hakimitsu and my quirk is Gooseberry. How does that work? Cactus asked. I can shoot gooseberry from my hands. Things get really sugary and they can serve as glue and stuff. Cool. Alright, me next, floaty orange-haired girl said. I'm Jurioko Orenji, and my quirk is called Gravity Twist. What does it do? Ryza, it's so good to finally be able to put a name to the faces, asked. Gravity stuff. Really specific, quiet girl sassed. Yeah. Right, I guess I'll go now. I'm Mori Denwa, and my quirk is Shushishuish. What was that? Once again she spoke too quietly for anyone to understand. Just one more time, Cactus asked with a pained voice, and this time Izuku turned into a cat boy and was able to hear. Shadows. I can use shadows as weapons. Okay, that's cool, me next. I'm Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is shapeshifting. I can shift into any animal. Right? I'm Kakase Ikich, and as I said before, my quirk basically makes me a cactus. Second Hato, my quirk is Aquaman, but because my mom said I was being uncreative when naming it, it's officially called King of Fish. Sun-Kei looked around. Alright, I think that's everyone. Now, Midoriya, can you sniff Aizawa out? It wasn't everyone, but the last person was too shy to say anything, and their anxiety was through the roof. Of course. He shifted back into a complete human and then turned his nose into a bear snout and thus began his sniffing. People were following him move and then out of nowhere he turned into a wolf instead of a bear and started running. They struggled to follow him and were led to a dead end. At least they thought it was one until Hana accidentally stumbled upon a piece of the wall that was actually a secret door. Lucky, Ichigo said, chuckling to himself. Inside the door was a recording from Eraser. Somewhere in this school there are 28 hidden objects. In front of you there are images of what you are looking for. Find them and bring them to me. I'll be at room X 23-inch. Should we split up or stay together? Akage asked. UA is too big, we should split up. Fua said. Hana agreed. Let's all decide what we are hunting for so we don't go after the same objects and split. If you got yours then I guess either Aizawa gives us our next quest or we are free to go to recess earlier. You are just saying that because you are lucky. I bet you are gonna find yours in a few minutes, Hato said. And? We all have to use the weapons we got. Not fair, Jurioka said. The world isn't fair. Fua said. Look, there are 28 objects, I can search for the extra one. How about that? You don't have to do that, Sankei-san. No, it's fine, I'll do it. They all chose their objects and left. Midoriya's were a bagel and a specific phone, one with a sheriff's star case. Both of which he had smelled before. The bagels he smelled when he was in present mix class, and he did say he had a surprise for 2A, so he would just have to crash it again to steal bagels. Izuku is sure Mike will understand he is taking 3 since one of them is for his husband. The other object one would be Tricker. But he also saw it today when Snipe used his phone during the joint training between the second years. How the hell was he supposed to get that? Maybe he could ask Mirio for a distraction. Or he could simply ask Snipe for it. But first, bagels. Maybe I could use the bagel. He hopped to 2A quick on his feet, but once he got outside the door he realized, well, this is too simple. There must be a trick. So he turned into a fly and got inside the vent. Once inside he turned into a cat and walked to the exit inside 2 as classroom. He assessed the situation and noticed it was just a normal class celebration, no traps, no nothing. Maybe Mike didn't even know what was happening. Just to be sure he turned into a fly and dropped down. He avoided people because he didn't want to die, and once he was near the bagels he turned back into a human-cat hybrid. He quickly grabbed 3 bagels and before anyone could say anything he ran off yelling, "I'll take one to Zawa," and thus he was gone. He ate one of them, because he was feeling kind of tired even with his nap and concluded he needed sugar, but this of course was all an excuse. The truth is, he wanted to eat the freaking bagel, so he did. And hopped to 2B next. This time he opened the door normally and said, "Snipe-sensei, I brought ya a bagel." The entire class turned to him and he heard Mirio whine, "Why only he gets one?" The man narrowed his eyes, distrusting. "What do ye want, Midoriya?" "Your phone. I promise you will have it back later." "Why?" Zawa asked. "Why?" "I don't know. Look, sensei, we can do this the easy way and not only you get a bagel but also the information of where it came from, or I'll have to use the big guns." "I don't want to." "But I will." "What big guns were ye talkin' 'bout?" Izuku grinned, got on his tippy toes and whispered something in Snipe's ears. The man sighed and gave his phone for the kid, leaving everyone curious to what the hell he said that would have caused that response. "Oh, the bagels are in 2A by the way," he said before leaving completely. He had a kidnapper to see. He trotted over to room X23 and upon getting there he saw Aizawa was sleeping, so he did the sensible thing. He turned into a fox and screamed bloody murder in Aizawa's ear. The man jumped. He literally jumped and fell off from the couch. Izuku was quick to transform back and put an innocent look on his face. "You little sheet," the man with bleeding ears said. "I brought my things, what's next?" He looked at the 2 things safely deposited on the table. He took the bagel first and ate it, then the phone. "How the hell did you manage to convince Snipe?" "I have my ways," he shrugged. "Which are?" "Redacted." The tired hobo sighed. Izuku took that as an opportunity to look around the room. It was an ordinary room, with a window which had its curtain closed so it would be dark, a desk, 2 couches. What was the big lesson of this class? He asked, genuinely curious. To use diplomacy, and when everyone eventually doesn't, the teachers would fight back. "I didn't use diplomacy with Mike, I used a surprise attack. On the bagels, I didn't even talk, actually I did, I said I was bringing one of the bagels for you. But those are just insignificant details, the important part is, he didn't fight me. I grabbed 3. Why? One for diplomacy and the other for me. Brat. Hey, I deserve them too. I beat his class in training today." "Yeah, he mentioned." "Oh, he sat beside Aizawa, you talk about me?" "We talk about all the problem children. But I'm like the biggest problem child, right? That's not something you should be proud of being." Aizawa watched him. He seemed fine even with all that happened over the weekend. "You are in a good mood." "Why? Can't I be?" "No, it's just, with everything that has happened." Immediately the kid curled to himself and he cursed himself internally. Of course it was a mask. He patted the kid behind his cat ears, which caused the boy to lean into him. "I'm trying to stay positive that she will wake up." Token and Kaken both said I shouldn't treat it as if she was already dead. "Yeah kid, it's fine, you should be in a good mood, you beat your seniors, that's a big accomplishment." He laid his head on Aizawa's lap and the man continued to pat him. "You remind me of my dad sometimes, Zawa." He wasn't expecting that. "How so?" "He also has no tact." He gave Izuku a gentle smack in the back of his head. "Brat. And here I was thinking you were gonna say something positive." Hana chose that moment to get inside. She had the 3 objects in her hand as she asked, "Am I interrupting something?" At the same time Izuku and Aizawa answered, "No, just some pseudo-father-son bonding." You can guess who one said what. She raised her eyebrow, right? "I'll just leave this here then." She left the objects and left the room. Aizawa cursed, which caused Izuku to start laughing. "I didn't even say what she was supposed to do now." "Are we supposed to do something?" "'Cause I was planning on just going home earlier." "Oh no you won't. Hitoshi wants to have dinner with you." "Ah. Yeah. Not today. Kaken wants to go visit mom. And I have to be there with him." "You have to or you want to? Because if you don't want to, you know you don't have to, right? We are like brothers, Zawa." I had my breakdown in front of him and he was the one to calm me down. And it's the same with him, the only person he will allow himself to break in front of is me. We made a promise to always be there for each other. So that's what I'm gonna do. I had a friend like that once. Had. He died. Oh. He hugged Izawa from the side. What are you doing, problem child? I'm comforting you. He patted him in the head and started saying, It's all right, you can cry in front of me. It was a long time ago, problem child. He sat on his own legs and said, staring at his soul, if Kaken died I'd never get over it, no matter how much time it passed. I dash. Another knock on the door, this time it was Riza. The two turned to her and she looked confused at them. I brought the things. What now? Just leave them there and you are free to study as you want. After recess I'll give you all another thing to do. Hi. She left and he turned back to Midoriya, who was still staring at him like he could read his soul. I got over it. No you didn't. I know myself, problem child. Izuku narrowed his eyes and sat back down. I think that yeah, you are happy, you have your husband and your kid, but you also dig yourself in your work and does odd hours staying till way too late at night chasing criminals when you should be home sleeping, and you barely sleep when you are home. That's why you are always in your cocoon. And I think you do all that as a distraction, because it never went away. Because that kind of pain never does. And the best you can do is try to move on and distract yourself, because if you think too much about it, you'll get sad again, and we are taught that being sad isn't good. Izawa turned his head away. Since when are you a psychologist? Netsu taught me how to psychoanalyze people. I hate you. Anyway, if you want a grief, I'm here. Izawa looked at him and sighed. It was over 10 years ago. Do you know the exact number? 11 years. Demon, I was 3. How is that relevant? It isn't. Brat. So I've been called. We are not having a therapy session right now. Did you go to any when they died? Why are you asking me this? I'm wondering if I should go because of my mom. You should. Did you? Suddenly the floor was really interesting. Hypocrite. I'm old, I get the right to be one. How old are you? 29. You are not even that old yet. How old do you have to be one? Izuku laid back down with his head on the man's lap. At least my father's age. And how old is he? Last time I checked he was like 235 or something. What? Well, gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow, Zawa. The little sheet said, leaving the room by freaking jumping off the window. When he got home, Kaken was already waiting for him. Took you long enough, nerd. Sorry, Kaken, I ended up almost giving my kidnapper sensei therapy. Right. Can we go now? I just want to get this over with. Yeah, we can go. He offered his hand and Katsuki took it. They didn't let go of each other as they walked to the bus. They kept holding as they walked to the hospital, continued holding as they grabbed visitor passes, continued holding as they got inside the bedroom. They opened the door and they were so shocked they let go. There was a person there. One that by all means looked like they should not. Kaken walked to their face. Izuku, rushing beside him, set the flower he brought on the bedside table in a not-so-gentle manner and shouted, "Who the f are you?" The person was not wearing nurse's clothes and was way closer to Inko than they should. A face neither of them recognized turned to them and said, smiling, "Ah, so nice to finally meet you properly. I'm Dash. Player 1. Izuku asked, shocked. Because he freaking recognized that voice. The moment they said, "Ah," he freaking knew. The figure was shocked for about 10 seconds until it started laughing maniacally, and in the middle of the laughter they managed to get that he was saying, "Ha ha hali shihahat, I he kahahant behahaleave the hee-hee-hees fuckahihing coincidhehants." They took a big breath and stopped laughing. He turned back at them and said, "I'm your secret half. Brother. Nice to finally meet you, Otudo. Okay, so, I have like reference pics of the class NPCs, and I've decided to share the ones that appeared in this chapter with y'all. Bear in mind that I do not own this pics at all, also have no idea who does cause they were mostly on Pinterest besides the Pikru ones and the gal who is canon. And one more thing, they are just references, so they aren't exactly like this. I was gonna draw 'em but my hand is currently sheet so I'm avoiding doing that until it heals. Moada Fua Quirk, Foam. Hana Sunke, Quirk, Look. Mori Denwa Quirk, Shadows. Kaasu Akage Quirk, Cactus. Kasa Denkyu, thy forgotten NB Quirk? Oh, Z hasn't said it yet. Second Hato, Quirk, kind of fish Aquaman fish BOI. Ichigo Hakimitsu, Quirk, Gooseberry. Raiza Shaku Quirk, Bones. Juryoku Orenji Quirk, Gravity Twist. Katsuki wasn't buying it. All he heard was, I'm a stalker that came to kill you, even though no words even near those came from the teen's mouth. So he did the logical thing and moved to attack them, or at least that was the plan until the nerd held him back. He looked past Bakugo and straight to the stalker, explain. The lean figure sat down at the visitor's chair, basically tossing himself. Your dad adopted me after I accidentally killed my entire family, he said with ease. Once again, all Katsuki heard was, killed my entire family, and decided to attack again. Once again Izuku stopped him. Why haven't I ever heard of you? I dunno. Ask her. He pointed at the bed. We can't. He sassed, but his voice was broken, not crazy broken, sad broken. PNG Katsuki was once again ready for murder. Izuku once again stopped him. Cat, not here. The explodey blonde stopped, turned at Inko and yeah, not here. Sheet, that wasn't how this was supposed to go. You sure he isn't your boyfriend? He seems whipped enough. Gross, was Katsuki's answer. When you see someone as your brother, it is kind of weird to see them as anything else. Izuku agreed. Whatever. He rolled his eyes and stopped them at Izuku. So Otudo, did she really never mention me? He seemed ready to cry, or like he had been for the past hour. Probably both were true. He shook his head. No. BZ, don't call him that. Well, Dad talks about you all the time. Guess we know who the favorite child is, Bakugo sneered. And yet I'm the one who lives with him. Can we not do this here? Both blonde and stranger made the same noise, then looked at each other and away again. If the situation wasn't tense, Izuku would have laughed. Tenko. Right. Tenko. Well, this is awkward. You effing believe this fucker? He isn't lying, Cat. FNG. So you are his secret brother. What do you want? Nothing really. I just came to see her. Dad was great, but she really was the one taking care of me. Oh. Yeah, also I guess it would be nice if we had like a brotherly bonding moment. Katsuki laughed. But with Blondie here we can't. So. He got up and a purple portal opened behind him. I guess I'll see you in game. Player 2" and then he was gone. Well, that was something. They both turned to Inko. Sorry, Kaken. Why are you apologizing to him? Why are you apologizing to me? Because you just wanted to see her, and now you are going to have to deal with my drama again, because Kak and I have a secret brother. Half-brother. Kakshin. Yeah, nerd, whatever. He grabbed the nerd and hugged him. Why would she not tell me? Like it doesn't make any sense? And if she took care of Tenko, then does that mean she saw Dad? So why the hell could she see Dad but I couldn't? Don't get mad at Auntie Zu, I'm sure she had her reasons. He let go of the hug and turned to his sleeping mom again. Yeah, but she won't be able to tell us. Katsuki grabbed his hand and moved next to him. He used the shorter's head as support for his own and said, yeah. Maybe the hag knew. He heard a sniff and then a maybe. Nerd, I'm the one supposed to be having the mental breakdown here, remember? Yay, he turned his blonde and hugged him. Go ahead, he whimpered. Peef, how the F, do you expect me to have one when you are like this, huh? Oh, just ignore me, Kaken, I'll be fine, he said, trying to pretend he wasn't about to cry. Fine, my butt. I'll go first then, since he sniffed. Since you don't wanna, he turned back at his mom. He was feeling really betrayed. He had to go through such lengths to get his dad's number because he wanted to hear from the man himself why he abandoned him, only to find out he didn't. He left because Inko commanded him to, and prohibited him from reaching Izuku. And now he learns from a third party that the two had a secret son together who Inko took care of behind his back. He wondered what else she was hiding from him. Mom, he started, I wish you could explain. But why did you never tell me? Now I have to deal with the fact that I apparently have a secret brother, that the commission is after me, the sports festival is in a week, and damn it, there is just so much happening right now. They both watched as nothing happened. So Katsuki took that as his cue. Hey, auntie. What could he say to the woman who was like his second mom? Honestly, he just wanted to talk about his day, and end it with a hug, a kiss and reassurance everything would work well for him because she got his back. We had a surprise test yesterday. I aced it. As always. It was that subject you taught me. Oh, I tried teaching the hobo you two adopted some math the other day, but he is a lost cause. I can't believe the BSRD is content with being a florist for the rest of his life. He helped me pick the flowers we brought you though. If he didn't F with me they are supposed to wake you up. Wish Kaken, wish for the person to wake up, they aren't magical. You don't know that you DMN nerd. Well anyway. Oh. My birthday is in a week. Can you wake up by then? That would be great. Thanks. Izuku's a big breath, Chic Cat it's your birthday. Yup. He turned to the blonde, Chic Cat your birthday falls on the same day as the sports festival. Yup. It has been so every year. Yeah, but we usually watch it together. Weird. Katsuki put a hand on the nerd's hair. Don't panic Zu, I know. But it's your birthday, I can't freaking be away on your birthday. Zu. It's fine. It's anything but fine. I will just not participate in it. It's fine. Don't be stupid. But. Cat put both his hands on Izuku's cheeks and squeezed them. Zu. I want to watch you. Do a show and remember that I'm watching, so you have to perform 10 times better than you normally would. But. Purple fucker is also gonna be watching. Don't you want to impress him? What are you talking about? The fact that you are obviously crushing on each other. He maneuvered out from the hands on his face squeezing him and said, That's not. We are not. And I'm not blonde. Ugh, shut up, he started walking away, and Bakugu followed crackling. Neither of them noticed the silent tear coming from Inko's closed eyes. When they returned home Izuku found his brother and tossed himself at him saying, You were right Kaken's mean. What happened? He asked worried. He keeps insisting that I have a crush on Hitoshi, which I do not. I don't. So I don't know why he keeps pestering me about it. Toya rolled his eyes, he thought it would be something actually worth breaking their friendship off forever. Is he a bad person for wishing that? But he never promised a sea of roses. Just ignore him. Easier said than done. That's true. Oh, and guess what token? What? I apparently have a secret half-brother. You. Huh. Yup, just great, right? He left hands waving in the air. If Toya didn't know any better he'd think Izuku was about to break something just to let steam out. But he wasn't one to do that. He ran off to see that he was jumping of a window. Yep, that's more like him. Don't be back late. K. The bird answered and then he was gone. He didn't know where he was going, just that he needed a bit wind on his face. He started going higher and higher until he couldn't tell what was up and down. He did a few flips, going up and down like he was swimming in the air. Well, that was a stupid analogy. Wait, Izuku, watch out. A plane passed right beside him. If he had been 5 meters off he'd be hit. He wasn't really digging the experience of being hit by a plane today, so he dived back down, and upon reaching a good enough hay he glided. His gliding involved more flips and absent-minded tricks. At least it did until he almost hit a building, then he began paying attention to his surroundings. He flew for a few hours, sometimes even shifting mid-air because it was dark enough, right? No one would even see him. At some point he flew to the tallest building there. He shifted back upon reaching the roof. He stood on the edge taking in the view. And wondered why he hadn't done this before. It's a nice view, right? A voice coming from behind him said. He wasn't expecting someone to be there, so this came to him as a big surprise. In short, he almost fell, or better he did fall, but didn't. A single red feather kept him from doing so. Wow, sorry birdie. I didn't mean to scare you. He was turned around and... Red pigeon trespasser? He asked, tilting his head. Hawks choked with... The kid giggled, I never thought I'd see you again. He was so confused. We've met? Why doesn't he know this? Oh, right, I suppose you wouldn't know. He walked a step, leaving the feather behind, and stood on the edge again, this time looking the other way round. Anyway, it's good to see you alive, I guess. Wait, what are you doing here? He deadpanned, This is my building. The kid looked down, putting one leg up and looking extremely close to falling. In Hawk's opinion, And then back at him, this entire thing? Yup. Aren't you a bit too young to have an entire building in your name? He put his arms up to balance himself and started walking slowly, taking one leg off the edge and then another. I mean, he scratched the back of his head. I earned it. How? By being a good birdie boy? He turned. Hawks was sure he was going to fall, but he didn't. He simply faced the other side and started walking like he was before to the other side. I guess. So what kind of job does one have to do to have a building this tall this young? I'm a hero. He stopped walking altogether and turned to Hawks. Really? Why do you sound like you don't believe me? Well, I'm technically trespassing, and you probably know how I got up here, so the fact that I wasn't chased out yet is sus. I'm not the type of hero to just get in the way of a kid playing with his quirk. I'm not that young. Really? He crossed his arms and leaned on the vent exit. Yup, I'm almost 15. So you are 14. Details. A kid. How old are you? Details. He smirked and the boy showed his tongue and then crossed his arms. Come one red pigeon, work with me here. 21. He shook his head and let his arms fall. I wouldn't have guessed. How old do I look? 18 at best. I'll take that as a compliment. Do as you want, Pigeon Dude. He turned around to watch the city. Why do you call me that? Pigeon Dude walked near the edge. I mean, isn't it obvious? He was smiling, not that Pigeon Dude could see. I'm not a pigeon. He stood next to the boy, the wind making their hairs float a tad. A chicken then. I'm a hawk. Look, Pigeon Dash. Hawks. Whatever, I've met hawks, I've been a hawk before, you are just pigeon material. No, I'm not. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem like the laid-back type, the type that goes out of your way to make pranks and jokes and doesn't really want to work. What does that has to do with anything, Dash? Pigeon, he whispered, doing jazz hands. He looked at the kid, then at the edge, and then he pushed the kid off. He fell laughing. Hawks walked away, but he was smiling. The kid appeared in front of him, laying down above the vent with a tail swinging from side to side. This is attempted murder, you know. I mean, is it really? You are still alive after all. Woo, he turned his head upside down and Hawks was able to see the cat ears in his head for the first time. What hero school did you go to that you don't know the basic murder laws and how to evade them effectively? How bold of you to assume I went to a hero school. The cat gave him a Cheshire grin. What is it? Hi. Pigeon, again with jazz hands. And he could see his logic, which only made things worse. He groaned and face-bombed. I'm leaving. He opened the door leading inside, but then stopped before actually getting inside. Do you want pizza? Huh. We ordered pizza. Do you want it? Are you a pedo? What? He turned to stare at the cat, except he wasn't there anymore. He was standing next to him with a sheet-eating grin. I mean, why else would you invite a brat inside your building? The kid started walking inside because he has no sense of self-preservation. What is wrong with you? At least you know you are a brat, he followed. Oh, I've been told multiple times. We tend to learn. He chuckled and ruffled the cat boy's head. Oh, keep doing that and we are gonna get along just great, Pigeon Dude. It's a deal. Life at Hawk's agency was always chill, so his interns and employees didn't even question when they saw him stealing an entire box of pizza from their small welcome party for the new intern and sitting in a corner. Then he started talking by himself, and people got a little concerned, but that still wasn't enough for anyone to question it. But then they heard a voice answer back. And then the voice became a freaking cat boy. And then the cat boy called their boss Pigeon and lived to tell the tale. Then they grabbed a piece of Hawk's pizza box and lived to tell the tale. Then Hawks gave him a feather so he could analyze it, and the kid gave it a bite with his pointy teeth, then looked at Hawks with the most evil eyes and said, "So you feel it, huh?" And he freaking lived. They had no idea who the kid was, but it was obvious he was a Hawks whisperer, and they had another level of respect for him. But let's ignore those extras and focus on our pigeon and cat boy. So you feel it, huh? Not enough for whatever crimes against nature you are planning to do with it be worth it. I'm only wondering how much fire resistance it has. Please don't. Answer me a question then and I'll consider it. Shoot. Are you working for the commission? Hawks didn't stiff or show any kind of obvious sign, But he had to admit, he wasn't expecting that. Why, you ask? Because, Pigeon Boy, you weren't surprised at all about me. You've been friendly to a stranger that trespassed your building and called you pigeon multiple times. You said you didn't go to a hero school, and yet you are a hero with a tall agency. So, did the commission tell you to keep an eye on me? Or friend me? Or both, perhaps? You both. Hawks didn't think he gave away with his body language. So how the hell? I have Nedzu as a teacher, pigeon dude. And I can tell ya, he doesn't teach me math. Welp, thanks for the pizza. As he said that, he got up and simply left using the front door, leaving a stunned Hawks behind staring at his own pizza. The boy took his feather, which meant that he had a way to find him. So you're telling me you want me to SCK this feather? Toya sighed. No. But Tuchian, he'd be so uncomfortable. Put it on a bucket of water or something. I don't want to put my mouth on this. It's not that bad, Token. I already bit it and it was finny. He stared at his brother as if he was staring at an alien. This gives me even more reason not to do it. Takon. He looked at his brother, then at the feather he was holding. He took the feather and burned it. Takon. He then proceeded to walk away and try to erase this from his memory. He tuned out Izuku's drama about being betrayed by his own clan, and for the first time he regretted having become a Midoriya. Later that night, when the two slept cuddling together, though all the thoughts of regret had escaped his mind. Extra. Endeavor is a hard worker. Endeavor truly was a hard worker. Since his agency was rebuilding, he took his paperwork home. He would lock himself in his office for hours and only leave when he had to train Shoto, and of course take care of his basic needs. And one day in particular, the training with Shoto took longer. The boy refused to use his left side now for some reason, and he wasn't okay with that at all. He went harder at him, to prove he couldn't possibly be that reckless. It had been years since Shoto cried and puked his gut out, but he couldn't hold it in today. Which meant he was weak. Endeavor stomped to his office, said at his masterpiece, he was behaving just like that defect. So as I was saying, he madly stomped to his office and didn't notice at first the squeaking. He sat at his chair with the vigor of someone mad, and it broke, making him go straight to the ground and even break it in the process. We might even say he was one step closer to hell. Smiley face, gravity and inertia were beaches. Then he tried to push himself up with the help of his desk, only for it to also break down and crumble to pieces, making all his paperwork that was neatly organized fly everywhere. He screamed at no one in particular, cursing loudly, which made his children react in different ways. Shoto took cover in fear. Natsuo rolled his eyes and left the house, and Fuyumi sighed and went to him. However, she was at the other side of the house, so it'd take a little while, for she had no rush. After he was done with his tantrum screams, he decided to be productive and grabbed the papers. Only a bunch of squirrels showed up. And not only they laughed at his face, at least he is considering those noises laughter, and it absolutely was, but also stole his paper and fled quickly through the window. He got up and shot a ball of fire at them, but they were quicker and it hit the tree. Later, Endeavor was retelling the story to the firefighter. And the lady did not look impressed. After all, from one tree the fire was quick to spread to the rest. Can't believe he's the number 2 hero. What kind of hero burns down trees? He heard the people putting down the fire say, and that hurt. But they were right. He would need to work on his precision more. Squirrels and Broken Wood idea by Goalie Chick 06, laughing face. Izuku was frustrated. And it showed in the fact that he kept blowing stuff up at the support lab. At the 4th explosion, Power Loader decided he had enough. What's wrong with you? We already went over the explosion phase. His answer was another explosion and a long sigh. He looked up to his teacher, not even having the energy to move his head, and gave yet another sigh. Maijima crossed his arms and kept staring him down. Aren't you gonna say anything? Another sigh. Sensei. Hypothetically, if you found out you had a secret brother, and he kept messaging you non-stop in a game, what would you do? That's oddly specific. It's just a hypothesis though. Sure, he said unbelieving and sat next to the boy. I'd talk to them. Okay, but there's a lot going on with you at the moment. And you feel like there isn't enough time to do everything you like, but at the same time you feel like you aren't doing enough. And then you get stuck in this endless cycle of not knowing what to do and panicking about everything, and your mom suddenly is in a coma, and Endeavor burns your house down, and then you meet a nice pigeon only to find out they are actually a spy, which, I guess it makes sense, and on the top of everything your rat guardian taught you how to gather evidence against people and like you ask yourself, should I actually do something? Because if I did, the world would probably collapse, but then like I have the right? To try and do something? Anything even. But wouldn't that make me a villain? In the arms of an angel. Fly away from here. He sang that last part completely distracting himself. BGMI understood more of his rambling than he was comfortable to. I'd say, if that hypothetically happened to me, I'd talk to someone I trust about it. Izuku only moved his eyes, turning to him, then he hummed, turned into a cat and left the classroom. All the students looked at BGMI with pity but also joy. The explosions were really annoying. And then you meet a nice pigeon only to find out they are actually a spy, which makes sense, and on top of everything your rat guardian taught you how to gather evidence against people and like you ask yourself, should I actually do something? Because if I did, the world would probably collapse, but then like I have the right? To try and do something? Anything even. But wouldn't that make me a villain in the eyes of the general population and my comfortable life that I always wanted not having to worry about anything would end? But if I do nothing it might end anyway. So what do I do? Aizawa digested everything he was just told. He had no idea how to answer that. Look kid. Shiny big cat eyes looked at him, because the problem child didn't just dump all his problems on him. No, he did it while being a cat boy laying on his lap, but carrying on. You should do what you feel is right. If you think holding the people who have wronged you accountable is the right thing, then go ahead. But if you think that will only bring you more trouble than it's worth, then just let it be and wait to see what happens, I guess. But what if they make things worse? He patted the nuisance. What if they don't? The cat boy shook his head. You are being awfully positive. What the hell do you want me to say, problem child? Ugh, I don't know. He hid his face in his hands. I want a magical solution to all this. What does your brother think of all this? He's trying not to freak out for my sake. Maybe you should talk to him. Speaking of brothers, did I mention the freaking secret one I found? Zawa, why is my life such a mess? There, he patted the cat boy. Izuku was obviously not entirely there during lunch, not entirely there when going back home, and not entirely there when Hawks appeared in front of him and started talking animatedly. He did get back to his own body, however, when he almost fell inside a gully and Hawks prevented him from doing so. For the first time he realized Pigeon was there. So he asked, since when have you been here? Since you left UA. He looked around and sheesh, they were really far from UA. Oh. What's on your mind, birdie? Wouldn't you like to know, Pigeon boy? I would. Izuku stopped walking. Pigeon did the same. He stared at Hawks for a while, and then he sighed. What does the commission want from me? The same thing they wanted from me, I'm guessing. And how did that work out for you? Great. He started walking again, sighing. Kigo followed him. You are not convincing at all. You don't have a choice, do you? In doing what the commission tells you to, you can't disobey, right? What happens when you do? Stuff. Tell me. Why? He shrugged. I want to know. Let's just say they discipline me. That sounds bad. I'm used to it. No, Pigeon. The only reason I decided to become a hero is because it would allow me to use my quirk freely. From what I've heard with the commission, I wouldn't be able to do that at all. And I don't want them in my tail for the rest of my life. Hawks patted his head, remembering how he said he liked that. Sorry, he said, he was used to doing these kinds of jobs, the ones that made him question his own morality, so used that he had forgotten that people have feelings. No need to apologize, Pigeon boy. You are just a pawn. Anyway, I have to go, thanks for the talk. And from keeping me from dying in that hole. Before Hawks could stop him from going, he turned into a bird and flew away. Oh great, the window was closed. He tapped it with his beak, 1, 2, 3 times, and when nothing changed he tried another tactic. He flew to the ground, turned back into a human cat, found a rock and was about to throw it when a hand on his wrist stopped him. He looked back and smiled. Hey loud sensei. He coughed, chuckling. Mike sensei. Greenie, why are you in the middle of throwing a rock on my window? I needed a way in, he smiled innocently. I can open the door for you, the blonde smiled back. That works. So they walked together inside the apartment talking about 2B, more specifically how psychotic Boom Girl was. When they got inside he looked around as if the place was his. Where is Toto? Mike looked at the clock above the doorway. He should be arriving any time now. Oh okay. So, not that I mind, little listener, but why did you come? Well, he sat on the couch. Zoa said Toto wanted me to come. So after like 3 days, here I am. Speaking of Toshi, Hizashi sat on the couch near the boy. He doesn't really have a lot of friends. Me neither. He spoke enthusiastically as if it was completely fine. No, I mean besides you he doesn't have any. Oh. Yep. I guess it's selfish of me to ask, but could you be more present for him? I can try. The blonde shot him a blinding smile. That's all I ask. As if on cue the door opened and a wild Hitoshi arrived. He was wearing his middle school uniform which did not do him justice. It was a beige coat with a black or dark blue, Izuku couldn't tell, shirt underneath, and a red tie loosely tied. He looked like he had seen better days. Toto! Izuku shot from the couch the same time Hizashi asked, Did you come running? Izuku? What are you doing here? He dropped his bag on the floor and took his shoes off. Then he looked at his dad. Endurance training. I'm here to see you, of course. Don't overdo your training, Toshi. It could harm you, you know that. Don't worry, I'm fine. Except he didn't look fine. Actually it looked to Izuku that breathing hurt a lot, so he left the couch, grabbed Hitoshi by the hand and said to Mike, we will be in his bedroom. And then left, taking a confused purple boy with him and leaving behind a chuckling blonde. When they got inside the bedroom Izuku shut the door and tossed him over his bed. The teen winced, and Izuku got concerned. Sorry. It's fine, Zu. Let me see, he said sitting on Hitoshi's bed next to him. Hitoshi in return looked away from him and put his shirt up. It was the same shade as purple as the other's hair. Izuku's blood was boiling. I want names and addresses. He looked back and put the shirt down, wincing the whole way through. Zu. Don't worry. I'll just have them have a friendly talk. Friends from the underground. He didn't mean the criminal underground, he meant the literal one. Hitoshi, however, didn't know that. You have underground connections? But for now, Toto, what do you need? There should be a cream for this stuff in the bathroom. It has a blue lid. Alrighty. He left and returned after what felt like an eternity for Hitoshi. You have a lot of creams. Dad is very careful with his skin routine. Pops calls him a queen. Mike. Nope. I can't picture it, he said sitting back down next to his friend and motioning for him to put the shirt up again. That's because you haven't seen him in a cat cafe wearing a blue, I love cat sweatshirt with his hair on a bum, yellow sweatpants and heart-shaped mug, smiling like a hiss. The hiss was because Izuku started applying the cream. Sorry, he winced. Smiling like an idiot because the guy. Stop talking. Why okay? They were silent for a while, just hearing each other's breathings until Izuku realized the pained face Hitoshi was making and decided to talk. Me and Kaken visited my mom last night. The plan was to no talk to her, vent a little to her corpse, cry our tears and stuff. How did H&G, how did it go? As I said, that was the plan, but when we got there, someone else was in the room. Tingy and the pilot thickens. Izuku giggled. Stop talking, you dummy. I don't like seeing you hurt. I need to turn you. Fine. I've done this alone multiple H&G times. Well, I'm here now, so let me take care of you. Hitoshi blushed, looked away, nodded, and then turned around with Izuku's help. As the teen started spreading the cream gently on his back, he started talking again. So we get there and there is this weird teen. He looked a little older than us, but anyway. Then Kaken asked, who the heck are you, in his Kaken way? And guess what? He is apparently my half-brother that mom and dad took care of behind my back. Hitoshi coughed. You're what? I know, right? And to make things more freaky, he's also a person me and Kaken are used to playing a shooting game with. The plot really thickens. So I don't know what to do. He felt the hand leaving his back and it was suddenly cold. What are your options? He put the shirt back down and turned to look at Izuku. Well, I could meet him, but there must have been a reason that mom didn't want us to meet, right? I could also call my dad and ask, but since when you could call your dad? Didn't your mom make him leave or something like that? Oh, okay, so one day I got curious. It was the first time mom had caught me arriving home late and she mentioned something about me being like my dad, and then she said he was a villain and left it at that. I tried asking for more information, but she just wouldn't give me more no matter what. So, I have this neighbor. Her quirk is that she sees, hears, and practically knows everything. She's like a freaking oracle. Let me guess. Marlene. I don't even want to know how you know that, but yes, Marlene. So I went to her house. I didn't even have to ask her about him because she started talking. She said he and mom were happy, but when my quirk came in she kicked him out because that was the day she found out he was a villain with a secret quirk and stuff. And not only a villain but the villain like he is over 200 years old and stuff. Anyway, so she kept talking stuff and then I asked if she had his number. She did. He paused, looked at Hitoshi. He had his complete attention. This made his heart beat faster for some reason, but he swallowed it and continued talking. I didn't call him at first, it actually took me a while to do so. 12-year-old Izuku stared at the phone like it held either a curse or the answer to life, the universe and everything. He chuckled upon realizing that in a way there is, if only the 4 and the 2 were side by side. We are getting off track here. Today was going to be the day. It had been a month since he got it. It was ridiculous that it took all this time. Well, part of him was actually glad he kept stalling. Otherwise he would have to use the house phone for it and his mom would probably recognize the number and… Would she be mad? He couldn't tell, but now he had a cell phone. Which solved all his problems really. So he put the number in and dialed. As it rang all thoughts passed his mind. What if the man didn't want to hear from him? What if he had changed numbers? What if they didn't get along? What if he was evil? He was a villain after all. All thoughts came to a halt when a voice picked up. Who is this and how did you get this number? Very good Izuku, that's a great phrase. Okay, now try again with words. Look, if this is that DMN telemarketing again I already told you, and I'm telling again. I already bought your demon card, what else do you want from me? Izuku chuckled, he couldn't believe a villain would fall on card scams, but here he was hearing that, and because of that all his anxiety went away. No hi, I'm not those things are scams. Anyway, hi. Are you Hisashi Midoriya? The line got silent for a while. Who is this? I Izuku. He heard a big breath being isidi on the other side of the line. Am I Izu? Bush? Little Bush? He giggled again. Yeah. Hi. Dad.